All right, we're gonna go ahead and jump in. I'm a little minute or so early here, but Markberg1, welcome to the stream. Today, uh, well, I didn't do my normal intro. I got to do that, or I'll be all fucked up for the rest of it. So, welcome everybody. Markberg1 here. Markberg1 bringing you some Red Dead Redemption 2 RP on SundanceRP, Sundance Roleplay. Go down to the About Me section in my Twitch page here, and you will see a SundanceRP SDRP logo. Click that. It'll take you to the Discord. Get the Discord. Read the rules. Read the rules. Put in your application. Get your voice interview scheduled, and then you'll be in here and being a awesome member of our community. We can't wait to have you in here. So let's get going. All right, folks. Today we are playing Baird Jefferson, our prosecutor character. We have two trials today. We had to push one back yesterday. We have the trial of U.S. versus Marcus Renshaw and U.S. versus Ricky Canal. I will be handling the first trial, which starts in 6 minutes, which is not ideal for me whatsoever. But it is what it is. That's what the role play is doing right now, so we're going to have to do it. And then Timothy, who plays Clifford Harding, is going to be prosecuting the other case, and I'll be second chair to him. So, all right, here we go. Let's get right into the role play. Hope everybody is having a amazing day. Wow, wow. And there's probably already bubbling. Baird, Jefferson. Ah, man, we got a lot of money on Baird. We might want to do something about that right there, son. We got all this goddamn son of a bitch and fucking money on us here, and it's goddamn ridiculous. I'm not even gonna have time to change my goddamn clothes. All right, let's take the hat off. Time for business for Baird. Baird's ready. Most likely we'll be losing this case, just FYI. Most likely we'll be losing this case. Most likely not a winner, but you take the wins and you take how you doing there, Leroy?
You're doing some good.
Oh, fucking Sock. Oh, Sock trips me out. That character. I have a brother to that character. His name is Cleophas. That is Leophas. Mr. Renshaw. Mr. Renshaw.
Yes, sir.
Any last minute anything you need to discuss before we go forward?
I think I'm all set.
Yep. We shall see. But yeah, you stand a pretty good shot with this one. All right, we ready, Your Honor?
Your deputy around the corner dealing with someone. You might want to go assist him.
Me outside.
Hello, Mr. Jefferson.
How you doing? Sorry I'm late.
No, you're not late. We still got 2 minutes to showtime, as they say.
All right. I believe Mr. Harding's going to be taking the first chair on the next one.
All right, very good.
But I'll be in attendance.
Okay, and who's taking the first chair on this one?
This one's me.
Absolutely
Oh,
not.
okay, very good. I'm just trying to figure out who my bailiff is.
Yeah, well, this pile of trash is mine.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
you'll be all right.
Howdy.
Let me go assist the deputy sheriff.
Oh Lord. Yeah. Okay, so I know a lot of things OOC about this case, but when I look at the paperwork, this is a slam dunk. It's not like it's not locked in. It's not locked in like 100%, but the way that this case is written, I have individual who, let's see, what the fuck are even the charges? See, I didn't have time to do a case review of this. He's charged with burglary and aggravated assault, which I believe is actually aggravated battery. It's actually aggravated battery. Yeah, right. He shot a deputy. So aggravated. All right. Let's slow the fuck down here. He's being charged with aggravated battery and burglary.
Is Mr.
So
Renshaw
he robbed a store.
Okay.
Robbed a store. They tracked him to a location based off of witness statements.
Okay.
When he was approached, when the deputy approached him, he
I'll be in the gallery.
fired on the deputy, down the deputy. Other deputies located him.
Mr. Jefferson, where you think the best place is sitting here is?
You can sit right up here with me, son. Come on.
I'm just right here.
Yeah, right on that other end right there. There you go.
All right, I'm just right here.
Yeah, now listen, when you're sitting there, you're going to have to be looking tough the whole time, all right?
I can look real tough.
Yeah, because people look at me and they see some old scraggly bastard who's an alcoholic and likes whores, all right? So you're going to have to be tough.
What's wrong with that?
All right.
All right, if they ask you a question, anytime they ask you a question, you just say, objection, irrelevant.
Objection. Irrelevant is all hell.
You're goddamn right. That's all you got to say, then I'll take over from there.
I want him to be my lawyer.
Objection. Ain't no ground.
Mm-hmm. Also, how's your delivery business doing?
Ain't doing all right. I've been doing construction down there in Lemoyne for a little bit now.
You ain't back to the oil fields, are you?
No, I ain't never going back there. No term. I ain't never going back.
How's your brother doing, Leophus? Or Cleophas, excuse me.
I'm Leo. What the hell?
I know.
Cleo doing all right. Last time I saw him, Daddy was yelling at him down there in Van Horn. It's a damn shame.
Yeah, your daddy, he's kind of brave to be having that place down there in Van Horn now.
Now I know. Yeah, people respect him down there, no.
Well, that's good.
Might as well let him have some
Everyone to
respect.
their feet for the Honorable Mr. Carlo.
Have your seats. All right, for sake of formality, through the power vested in me, Walter Carlo, through the territorial government of West Arlington, I do proclaim this court to now be in session and to be brought to order. On docket first today, we'll be hearing the case of United States versus Marcus Renshaw. With that being said, let it be known that no hats shall be permitted in this courtroom, no outbursts or disruptions either, and any such action will likely be met with charges of contempt. I ask that anyone who has been subpoenaed who might be taking a stand as a witness to speak loudly so the whole courtroom can hear you, and speak nice and slowly and clearly for our reporter so that they may have a better chance at recording what you're actually saying.
Mr. Jefferson, I'm witness.
With that being said, I would invite the prosecution. Mr. Jefferson, I see you have a second chair now. Yes, Your Honor. This is Mr. Leophus. He is assisting me today, but mainly in paperwork preparation and all that.
All right.
Not a licensed attorney, more of an assistant.
All right. Well, if he is all right with not disrupting my courtroom, then I have no objection.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jefferson, would you please read aloud the charges that the defendant is being faced with?
Yes, Your Honor. The defendant's being faced with a count of aggravated battery and a count of burglary in regards to an incident that occurred on July 25th, 1898 in the county of West Elizabeth when a robbery of a general store occurred. The individual was tracked down by sheriff's deputies where one was incapacitated, and the gentleman was captured a short time later. And the prosecution intends to prove this fully in this court.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. Mr. Renshaw, would you please rise?
What up, Philip?
On the one count of aggravated battery, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
On the one count of burglary, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Very good. Let it be known then that the defendant has pleaded not guilty to all charges.
Your Honor, I apologize. I must have been doing a little extra drinking last night. I realized I should have said all that stuff after that.
Yes, it's fine. Your opening statements will still be held in the same regard, Mr. Jefferson, unless you wish to repeat yourself.
I will not, Your Honor.
All right, then, Mr. Renshaw, the floor is yours to make your opening arguments.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will start by saying to both the prosecution opposite me, your esteemed honor on the chair, and to the ladies and gentlemen in this courtroom that it brings me no pleasure to be stood here in front of you all today. I will not attempt to paint a picture of an innocent man. I'm sure it will come to light that I have had previous transgressions, and I make no attempt to conceal those from you. It brings me great sadness that we come here today with an injured member of the law enforcement department. A department who put themselves in harm's way for the betterment and the protection of all citizens
Jay Britton,
of West Arlington.
Frick.
However,
That's his real voice.
what I can't abide is an innocent man standing here today. And I intend to show that the law on this occasion not only failed to follow proper process, but did so with a level of professionalism lower than we should come to expect from our officers. And that all evidence that they may present is circumstantial at best and malicious at worst. That's all I have to say, Your Honor.
Mr. Jefferson, is that true?
All right, Mr. Renshaw, you may have your
Hell,
seat.
I don't know.
Mr. Jefferson, you will now be invited to call upon your first piece of evidence you wish the court to examine or your first witness.
Your Honor, I would request that Deputy Nathan Daniels be see if he's in attendance.
Mr. Daniels, I believe you're here.
I am here, Your Honor.
Very good. Would you please approach the bailiff to get sworn in?
Do you solemnly swear that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Very good. The witness has been sworn in and may now take the stand. You may proceed, Mr. Jefferson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Daniels, can you state your full name, please?
Nathan Daniels.
And what is your current occupation?
I am the Deputy Sheriff of West Elizabeth Sheriff's Office.
And Deputy Sheriff meaning the number 2 in command?
That is correct.
How long have you held that role?
A little over a month now.
Okay, did you happen to be on duty on July the 25th, 1898?
That is correct.
And did you receive any calls for service that day that involved Mr. Renshaw?
Previously,
Objection, leading.
Very good.
Sustained.
What did you respond to that day?
We had locals come up and respond or tell us that there was a store robbery in Strawberry.
Keep going. Did those locals give you a description of the individual?
Not at the time until we got closer to Strawberry.
Did you receive any other information about the robbery?
Once we got closer to Strawberry, we noticed that the locals were pointing in the direction of the defendant.
Did you follow the direction that those locals were, or those witnesses were pointing?
That is correct.
Who else was with you?
Myself, Deputy Sheriff David Smith, Senior Deputy Bigby Mannix, Sheriff Leroy Freeman. I can't remember the others.
All right. Did you have an excuse me, Your Honor. Deputy Daniels, did you have an interaction with Mr. Renshaw at all during this process?
I did not.
All right. Where did you Your Honor, 1 second. I'm having an issue here. Just give me 1 second, please.
Take your time.
All right. So just to confirm, at no point when you were following the witnesses' directions did you encounter Mr. Renshaw?
I did not.
Did any of the responding deputies sustain injuries during this?
Senior Deputy Bigby Mannix was shot.
Did he receive medical treatment?
He did.
What's his current condition to the best of your knowledge?
Currently now?
Correct.
Other than a few scars, I feel like he's duty worthy.
Is he back to duty?
That is correct.
All right. Yeah, that's all I have right now for this deputy.
Mr. Renshaw, you are invited to cross-examine the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy
Cam?
Daniels, thank you for your
What's up,
attendance
Cam?
here today. I'm sure you have
This is
much to do. I won't keep you long. So, as you've just stated, you were on duty on the date in question and were responding to an incident in Strawberry. Where were you initially in the territory?
Objection. Relevance.
Your Honor, we withdraw that.
Yes, and your chair will be withdrawn from the courtroom if he makes another outburst.
You told me that's what you told me to do when you asked.
Carry on, Mr. Renshaw.
No, just don't say nothing else.
Thank
all
you,
right?
Your Honor. Deputy Daniels, where were you when you first received the report?
I was standing on the porch of the sheriff's office in Blackwater.
Fucking suck.
Thank you. And you proceeded from there directly to Strawberry, correct?
That is correct.
How long would you estimate your journey was?
From Blackwater to Strawberry, probably 2 minutes.
Thank you. You said on arrival that you had locals come up to you and point you in the direction of, in your words, the defendant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
They pointed you directly in the direction of myself, who was at that time unknown to you. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct, based on their eyewitness.
I see. And do you remember that description that was given to you?
The only brief description we got was a white male with black hair and a beard.
A white male with black hair and a beard.
Yeah, this one's gone.
Thank you, Deputy Daniels.
It does look like that fella.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Do be white man.
No
black
further
man.
questions then, Mr. Jefferson. You may redirect if you like.
Your Honor, I have no redirect.
Very good. Then, Mr. Daniels, you are excused from the stand. And if you have some oppression to be, then by all means go ahead. But otherwise, please remain in the courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may present your next piece of evidence or witness, Mr. Jefferson.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd be checking for the presence of Sheriff Leroy Freeman.
Mr. Freeman is not here. He is out of state.
Thank you, Your Honor. I request that that Sheriff Leroy Freeman's statement be read for the record.
You may read the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Very brief. On 7/25, myself and other deputies responded to a civilian telling us that someone was robbing the Strawberry General Store. We followed the trail that civilians laid out for us, the big valley, and as we were closing in, I found Deputy Mannix laying on the ground. He had been shot, and the description given was one of Marcus Renshaw. Marcus Renshaw had come earlier to get his pump shotgun and other weapons after being let out of Siska for burglary. Mannix was in fact shot with a pump shotgun when the doctor reported it to us. And that concludes the statement from Sheriff Leroy Freeman.
All right. Would the prosecution like to make any statements based upon this document?
At this time, I would
You are
simply-
not the prosecution,
Apologies.
Mr. Renshaw.
Well, he's all right, here we go. Your Honor, based off of this statement and then another witness that I'm going to call, I believe it will tie it together, so I'll withhold right now.
Mr. Renshaw, now you may enter any arguments you have regarding this statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of points I would like to draw attention to. The statement states he had been shot and the description given was one of Marcus Renshaw. However, the statement fails to set out exactly who this description was given and what that description was. Secondly, I mentioned in opening statements about lack of proper process and level of professionalism followed by the department at this time, and I would like to point out that the pump shotgun referenced earlier that I had collected should not have been returned to me and represents a failure of process by the department at this time. And no further statements.
Your Honor, I'd like to add to that if possible.
You may go right ahead, Mr. Jefferson.
Your Honor, this is not a trial about arguing processes and procedures. It's about violations of the law. If there is an action about processes and procedures, then Mr. Renshaw can, he is fully capable of swearing out a civil or entering into civil litigation against this department. So I'm actually rather distressed that there wasn't even an actual comment on whether or not, that, I mean, just everything that he brought up was in regards to a process not being followed, and it's very disappointing.
Mr. Renshaw.
I think the prosecution here is unfortunately misguided. The entire establishment of this case relies on proper and due process. I believe all citizens in the territory deserve that process to be followed, unless prosecution seems to want to suggest that improper process should have no bearing on the outcome of the law.
Mr. Renshaw, are you attempting to imply that the courts have not given you due process?
I believe we are in the process of it at the moment, Your Honor. I'm not impugning the courts. I'm
Then
simply
I will
stating...
not hear arguments about due process if you do not know what you are strictly referring to.
That's not going to be
I know
enough,
exactly what I'm strictly referring to, Your Honor, if I may be allowed to finish.
Go
I'm
ahead.
talking about the appropriate trail of evidence and process required to secure the conviction the prosecution seeks.
We have
My
horseshit.
statements
We
are in
have-
relation to
we have
that
nothing.
proper process
Yeah.
being followed before we appeared here in court today, and the validity of the evidence gained as such a result of those processes.
It's a very interesting argument to make, but you're entitled to try to make it, Mr. Renshaw.
And I shall do, Your Honor.
Just to clarify something for the courts, Mr. Renshaw, you had made a statement earlier that you are faulting the department for handing you back a shotgun.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right.
He admitted that he got a shotgun.
It's an interesting statement. Carry on, Mr. Jefferson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to check the appearance of Deputy Bigby Mannix. Excuse me.
I believe Mr. Mannix is present. If you could please be sworn in, Mr. Silvers.
Oh, that's a handsome fella right there.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
The witness has been sworn in and can take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Mannix, could you please state your full name?
Bigby Mannix.
Are you currently employed? Sorry, that was the question. I apologize. I know it sounded
Yes.
like I had something
Okay.
else. But
Yeah. Yes.
And where are you currently employed at?
West Elizabeth Sheriff's Office.
And what is your title there?
I am a senior deputy.
And how long have you been a senior deputy in the West Elizabeth Sheriff's Office?
2 weeks.
Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How long have you been in law enforcement altogether?
I'd say about a month and some change, sir.
Fast riser
2.
then. Very
Yep.
good. Fast riser. So, were you on duty on July the 25th, 1898?
I was.
And did you receive a call for a robbery at the Strawberry General Store?
I did.
Or did you receive information about a robbery at the Strawberry General Store? Excuse me.
I did.
Did you respond to that location?
I did.
What other deputies were with you?
I was with Sheriff Freeman, Deputy Sheriff Daniels, at the time, Deputy Smith, who is now Deputy Sheriff Smith, Deputy Matthews, and Recruit Holmes, who is now currently a deputy.
Were you given any statements from witnesses when you arrived in Strawberry?
Just the location of the suspect, sir.
Were you advised of any injuries to the store clerk?
I was not.
Were you given a physical description?
Of the suspect, no.
Okay. So the witnesses, how did you know how to go from that location to find the suspect?
They pointed us to a possible suspect who was riding on horseback throughout West Elizabeth.
Okay. Did you ever find this suspect or this alleged suspect?
I did.
When you made contact with this suspect, what happened?
I notified him that there were other deputies. First of all, he pointed a shotgun at me when I attempted to inform him that I was a deputy of the West Elizabeth Sheriff's Office. I informed him that there were other deputies nearby, and then I tried to lasso the suspect.
I understand. How did you become to be separated from the other deputies?
I was separated from Matthews and Holmes around tall trees, but then I caught up with Daniels and Freeman in Big Valley.
So when you attempted to apprehend the alleged suspect,
I was alone.
you were alone. Thank you. Do you recall what that individual was wearing?
All black attire, slick back hair, white male, and black beard.
And could you identify the weapon again that was pointed at you?
It was a all black pump shotgun.
Did you have any experience with an all black pump shotgun earlier in the day?
I did not.
Okay. Whenever you gave this alleged suspect commands to surrender, what happened?
He continued to point the shotgun at me. At that point, I unsuccessfully tried to apprehend the suspect non-lethally.
Okay, so even just a point of clarity here,
Mm-hmm.
and even though that your life was in danger, you were still not going to trample this suspect's rights. You were going to attempt to bring them in peacefully.
Correct.
Objection, testifying.
I withdraw it, Your Honor.
All right, good carry on, Mr. Jefferson.
You
Miss
see,
Winslow, Miss Winslow, please strike those last few comments from the record. Carry on.
thank you, Your Honor. Do you see the suspect in the court today that shot you?
I do, Your Honor.
Well, I'll be a judge again one day, but I'm a retired judge. But
Sorry. I do,
You
sir.
you see the person in the courtroom today, though?
I do.
Could you please stand up and point at the individual who shot you?
That man right there, Your Honor.
Your
Sorry,
Honor,
sir.
Your Honor, I'd like the record to reflect the individual as pointed out, Mr. Marcus Renshaw.
And it'll be noted.
Tell me about the injuries you sustained.
I received 2 pellet wounds to my left shoulder.
Were you out of duty a good time or no?
I was for about 5 days.
Sorry to hear that. Do you have any lasting effects from this attack on you?
It hurts when it gets cold, but other than that, not really.
You're able to continue your duties? Do you have any limitations?
No.
Very good. Happy to hear that. Your Honor, I believe that's going to be what I have right now for Deputy Mannix.
Very good. Mr. Renshaw, you may cross-examine.
That's about all I can do. I can make it a little
Thank you, Your
a
Honor.
little emotional, but that's it. God damn
Deputy
it.
Mannix, if the court will allow it, I would first simply like to extend an apology for the physical harm that you received
Sock.
at my hand. I'm not here to deny that
Whoa, at
it
my
was indeed
hand?
myself
Wait,
that
what?
shot you in our altercation, and I am sorry for any physical or mental trauma that this has caused you.
I
assure
appreciate
you
that,
it-
Mr. Renshaw.
It was not a pleasant experience for myself either, and I think about it greatly.
Okay.
But
Big character
to the
arc.
matter at hand, Deputy.
Big character arc here.
Much like the previous witness, could I just ask where you were when you received the tip-off about the robbery in Strawberry?
I was in the Blackwater Sheriff's Office.
Thank you. And you proceeded straight to Strawberry with the other law enforcement officers?
Yes.
You mentioned that you lost contact with 2 of the other officers, is that correct?
Yes.
Is it standard departmental practice to
Here we go again.
leave lagging officers behind on pursuit?
I object, Your Honor, for relevance, please.
Please clarify the relevance of this, Mr. Renshaw.
Once again, I am ensuring that proper and due process has been followed, and I am speaking to the level of professionalism of the witness on the stand, which is relevant to further questions.
Mr. Jefferson.
Your Honor, I maintain my objection. Whether or not he followed departmental policy as far as how he continued a pursuit and whether they separated from each other during that pursuit has no bearing on this individual being taken into custody and charged with these offenses.
Objection is sustained. Please ask another question, Mr. Renshaw.
As you arrived in Strawberry, you say you were given no description of the suspect, that's correct?
I was not.
You mentioned you were recently
I got one in.
promoted, that's correct?
That was after the incident, Mr. Renshaw.
You were promoted after the incident we're discussing here today?
Yes.
Very well. So you left from Strawberry in pursuit of a suspect of which you had no description, but was simply pointed at by locals, correct?
Correct.
Now, Your Honor, I'm afraid part of this may require me to testify, as this is an incident that involved the 2 of us here, but I will do my best to keep it strictly to questions.
He's admitting.
In pro se defense, anything you say, considered under oath the entire time, so you may go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to dive down into specifics, if I can, Deputy Mannix. Exactly where were you and I when you first found visual contact?
We were riding north parallel to Little Creek River, you and I.
And what was I doing at the point you saw me first?
Galloping on your horse. Pretty hard.
Did I have any weapons out and visible?
You did not.
I would like to clarify, I was in Big Valley, hunting, when the deputy gained visual contact with myself, and I had a bolt-action rifle out and was galloping toward a deer. When you achieved visual contact with me, what was your first course of action?
Oh, god damn it. I can't say objection, you motherfucker.
First thing I said
Oh, come on,
was
Sock.
I have
Bro,
fellow deputies
how many
coming
channel
on
points
me
do you have
because
anyway?
your first of action was to point a weapon at me.
Is there a term how long
I'd
I
like
can
to
do
just
this?
take a few steps back, Deputy, if we can.
Oh shit.
What was the first thing you did upon achieving visual contact with me?
I
Be
told
very
you to
specific,
stop.
please.
I told you to stop galloping.
Did you ride directly
5 minutes?
towards
Okay,
me
5
at
minutes.
full speed
And
with your lasso out?
5:27
I
is
did.
when I'm gonna start it. God
So
damn it,
that
dude.
was not the first thing you did. Your first
Fucking
act was
wrecking
one
me
of
here.
aggression to ride directly towards me with your lasso out,
Because
correct?
This is
Correct.
At
I mean,
what point did you identify yourself as a member
he can
of
leave.
the West Arlington
So
Law
there's a lot of
Enforcement?
things I'm not
When
gonna
you pointed
object
a
to.
shotgun at me, Mr. Renshaw.
And how long had passed between that initial visual contact and me raising a shotgun towards you?
3 minutes. Come on.
I'd say 10 seconds.
How long do you think it takes to say, West Arlington Law Enforcement, stop?
About 10 seconds.
Let me ask that question again, Deputy. I understand you may be slightly nervous. How long does it say to take
God damn it. That was a
West Arlington Law
needless
Enforcement, stop?
repetition.
We don't say West Arlington Sheriff's Office, Mr.
Well, then
Renshaw.
inform me, Deputy. What is the standard procedure when attempting
Can't
to stop a
object.
suspect?
It's West Elizabeth Sheriff's Office, Mr.
Oh,
Renshaw.
well, I know to do it.
Very good. Which you did not say, correct?
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Jefferson.
Needless repetition here. He's berating the witness now because he's trying to get his point across, and it's not proper.
Sustained. Mr.
I didn't say objection.
Renshaw, please keep your words towards the witness as questions, not statements.
Understood. So I will simply clarify that then, Mr. Mannix. Did you identify yourself as law enforcement?
Did not say objection.
I
though.
did.
Say
And
that
you'll-
again.
I did, Your Honor.
All right.
And for the purposes of clarity, I will take this directly from your statement.
All right, what's he taking from the statement?
You mentioned that you had fellow deputies. Is that correct?
Correct.
I might remind you that you are under oath, Deputy Mannix.
I would have normally said something to that.
That is what I said.
Uh-oh. Well, then is it true?
For the clarity of the court, Mr. Mannix, can you repeat the exact words that you said when approaching the suspect?
I will read my statement, Your Honor, if that's okay with you.
Do not read your statement. I
Okay.
asked you to repeat the words directly, which you said to the suspect upon arrival.
I believe I said I had fellow deputies around me.
All right. Carry on, Mr. Renshaw.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's at this point I would simply like to say,
One more minute.
Mr. Mannix, that it's not for me to accuse you of false statement, but to say from my side, I was out hunting in Big Valley and you correctly made visual contact with me.
Your Honor, again,
At this point-
this individual is testifying to the witness, and he's trying to, again, continue to berate this witness.
For clarification, I'm not testifying at the witness at this point. I am,
Then,
as you said, Your
can the
Honor, pro
witness
se.
then can the witness be dismissed? If you have no further questions for them, you're allowed to make some statements after if you'd like.
Oof.
One moment, Your Honor. Let me check my paperwork.
Your Honor, I'd be willing to give Mr. Renshaw 5-minute recess if the court would, and if he requested it, once this witness gets off the stand.
We'll see if Mr. Renshaw deems that necessary.
No, I'm happy to carry on, Your Honor.
I bet.
So you have further questions for the witness?
Just one, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Deputy Mannix, do you know anyone else in the territory who wears black and has a beard?
Quite a few.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Well, he could have gone so
Mr.
much further
Jefferson.
with that. Your Honor, I have no redirect. I think the witness said everything he needed to say.
The witness is dismissed. Mr. Bigsby, please remain in the courtroom unless you have other business to attend. Jefferson.
Prosecution rest, Your Honor.
So Renshaw.
I only have my statements of testimony whenever the court wishes to hear them, Your Honor.
Very good. By making these statements, you know you also open yourself up for cross-examination by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. You may make them.
Now I shall simply state that day from my side. I had been in Valentine. I went over Mount Hagen, down into Big Valley where I was continuing to hunt. Whilst in Big Valley, I heard the sounds of a horse riding behind me, and as I turned my head,
No, this one's not good.
I saw a
This
man
one
I did
wasn't
not
gonna go good.
recognize riding towards me at full speed with a lasso already out. As I'm sure many in the court can empathize, alone up in the forest is a terrifying position to be in. I did ride off. Unfortunately, my horse decided to crash into a small bank, and as I rose to my feet, this unknown man who had, at yet, made absolutely zero vocal contact,
So this is about for the role
continued
play.
to ride
Yeah.
towards me.
This one's not going to be a win.
Fearing for my own safety and my own life, I raised my shotgun. I did not fire a warning shot. I did not make any aggressive moves. I simply raised my shotgun in preparation of self-defense. At this point, there had still been no verbal contact. At this point, the man, still on his horse, stated, you don't want to do that. I have backup coming. And I will be very specific here. The word was backup. Not deputies, not fellow deputies, backup. Could mean a criminal gang, could mean other members of a kidnapping cult. I did not know. He then finished that sentence and immediately threw his lasso, giving me no other action open to me but to defend myself from what I thought was an apparent kidnapping. I then put my shotgun on my back. I heard further horses and simply rode away in fear of my life. And when I found that I had injured a deputy, I was sick to my stomach. But I assure this court that I was fearful of my life, and had I known it was a deputy, simply coming to ask questions about a crime,
something with some of the RP with him, or some.
then I would of course have complied. Let me remind the court, all evidence at this point is a man in black. That is upon which the entire prosecution case rests. My only crime is being in Big Valley, wearing black. But I'm a slave to fashion, apparently. Defense rests, Your Honor.
Mr. Jefferson, you wish to examine the testimony being given?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like him to take the witness stand, please.
He will take the stand then.
Could we swear him in prior to testimony?
It's been recorded that he's sworn in.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Renshaw, again, you know, we're not here to put innocent people in jail. However, you're not an innocent person. So, you've admitted that you've shot a sheriff's deputy. And what I'd like to ask you is, at any time, did that deputy announce that they were any type of law enforcement, in any phrasing at all?
None whatsoever.
Okay, so you're saying that the deputy is lying, that he identified himself to you?
It's not for me to cast aspersions as to the deputy's honor.
For your guilt or
I'm-
innocence, it is, right?
I'm here for the due process.
Mm-hmm.
I will make my statements and the good judge behind me will make the decision.
Of course he would. Yeah.
From my perception, what I heard, no. The deputy made no announcement or words to any effect that he was law enforcement.
Okay, so you felt that somebody with a rope who was by themselves was a big enough threat to you where you had to shoot them down with a shotgun?
I'm sorry, have you ever been the victim of a kidnapping?
Multiple times, yes, because I am not the most popular person in this territory, and my previous location as well.
And were you scared?
But I'm happy for you to answer my questions.
Well, as
The
a man
witness
who
will
was,
answer the questions.
did I defend myself? Yes, absolutely. I thought I was being kidnapped.
That wasn't my question. But anyway, I think that's about the best I'm going to get out of you.
Well, ask it again. I will give you a straight answer. I apologize.
Well, that's fine. So you thought a rope, just an object like a rope, was going to harm you. So you unloaded on this deputy with a shotgun.
Yes, a lasso could immediately incapacitate me. I didn't, for one moment, underestimate this man's ability to hog tie me and do with me as he wished.
Absolutely. I am mortally afraid of ropes and lassos myself. Believe me. There's a lady.
So are you
never
taking
mind.
my fear seriously, prosecution? This is not a laughing matter.
No, I'm not
I was
laughing.
terrified.
It's actually
I
pretty
will
sad.
bring order here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Questions will be direct, and the answers will be direct.
I got to get him
And that
stirred
shall
up.
be all.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll continue. Mr. Renshaw, how did you come to be in the town of Blackwater earlier that day?
I had returned from Sisika and came to collect my weapons.
And what were you in
And
custody?
pay my fine.
Thank you. And what were you in custody for in Siska?
2 counts of burglary.
Okay. Now, with those 2 counts of burglary, were you did you turn yourself in, or were you arrested on a warrant?
I believe I was arrested during the second robbery, so no warrant was required.
Very good. Did you tend to do other robberies maybe that you just don't get caught for?
Is prosecution asking for an admission of guilt?
I'm not. I'm talking about things that have nothing to do with this case. Have you done multiple robberies?
Yes, I've been prosecuted for 2. You just stated that.
Yeah, but any more than that maybe you've gotten away with?
Well, that would be telling.
Okay.
Don't you have something called the 5th in America?
You have
You can take it.
you have forfeited your right to the 5th by taking the stand and wishing to testify in your own case.
Well, it's a good job I haven't done any other robberies then, isn't it, prosecutor?
There we go. That's what I was waiting on. All right. So, Mr. Renshaw, when you retrieved your weapons that apparently were against you, you didn't believe you should have got your weapons back. What's the first thing you did after you got your shotgun back, your black shotgun?
That's a very good question. I believe I probably meandered underneath Bard's Crossing up to Valentine is my usual route.
Okay. Never went to Strawberry at all.
Well, that's where I plan to go after Big Valley.
Okay, so you went to, all right, okay. When you were just meandering around Big Valley, you know, are you just always, you're always kind of scanning around you is what it is? You're looking for animals? You're looking for people? What are you doing when you're hunting? Are you just kind of having a nice relaxing time, or are you on edge?
Well, I try to have a relaxing time when people aren't trying to kidnap me, but yes, I'm looking around for animals, and anyone who's been up in Big Valley will know that the bears come at you pretty damn quick.
Okay. Have you ever been kidnapped before?
Thankfully not.
Okay. So it's just something that you've read about or seen, you know, newspaper clippings about kidnappings going on in the area?
I'm sure I don't need to tell you West Arlington is a dangerous place.
I'm kind of asking you to tell me. There's the reason I ask a question.
Well, yes.
Okay.
There's always stories of robberies and kidnap and attacks and murders.
Well, being that you're somebody who goes around committing burglary and taking things from the people here, are you one of those people that other folks should be worried about?
No.
No, not
Not
at
to
all.
where I've done harm to another person.
No, you just shoot deputies.
Now, come on, prosecutor. We both know I was unaware. He was a
Mr.
deputy at the point I pulled
Renshaw,
the trigger.
you will not engage in argumentative conduct with the prosecutor. Please answer the questions.
Your Honor, prosecution is implying I purposefully shot a deputy. I felt that needed rebuttal.
Mr. Renshaw, it's already been established that you've purposely shot a deputy. Whether or not that act was criminal or not is what's being determined. Carry on, Mr. Jefferson.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's exactly what I was going for. I don't believe I have any further questions for Mr. Renshaw, so I'll give him the opportunity to do what he needs to do. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Renshaw, you may make any further statements.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's the only thing I could do is try to get him unhinged. That's it. And he's going to kill me
At this
later,
point,
that's all I
despite
could have
the
done.
badgering from the prosecution and the
Badgering.
implication I knowingly shot a deputy, they have yet again failed to provide a single iota of evidence that I committed an act of robbery or an act of aggravated assault.
Your Honor, is this a closing argument? Because I do have an objection.
Well, it's not a closing argument yet.
Yes, I will object to him testifying about things that are not already in evidence that he intentionally shot this individual. He's claiming a self-defense, so his intent was to shoot this person. So I would like him to not testify otherwise when he is doing something different.
I'm simply being incredibly clear that at the point of the shooting, I was not aware he was a deputy. I would think that is quite pertinent to the case, is it not, prosecutor?
You're not asking the prosecutor questions. You're asking me questions. This
Well,
is
in
my
that case, Your
courtroom,
Honor.
not Mr. Jefferson's.
Apologies,
The
Your Honor.
court acknowledges that the defense is making a defense or a claim of self-defense. The intentionality of the shooting has been established. The criminal nature of it is being determined. You may only testify to relevant facts or arguments around
I got nothing
how
else.
your behavior
I really got
was
nothing else.
self-defense.
Unless he says something else. That's all.
Understood,
You
Your
may
Honor.
continue, Mr. Renshaw.
Apologies to the prosecution. Let me clarify my
Jay
statement.
Britton is so fucking awesome, too.
At the point
I love this dude so much.
of finding myself in a position to defend myself, I did not believe the man was a member of law enforcement. That is simply all I wish to clarify. And I would also point out that self-defense is a reaction. It is not an intent to harm. It is a reaction to an act of another. Nothing else at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Jefferson, do you have any recross examination?
No recross, Your Honor.
Does the defense have any other witnesses or evidence that wishes to call in its favor?
No.
This court
No, Your
will enjoy then a roughly 10-minute recess. The time is now 47 minutes past the hour by my watch. We will reconvene at roughly 2 minutes to the top of the hour. I will expect both counsels to formulate their closing arguments at that time, and I would invite Miss Winslow into the chambers for deliberation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, everybody on your feet. There you go. Well, Mr. Renshaw, you did a hell of a job. You did really good.
Thank you, prosecutor.
Made it very difficult. I think it's about 50-50 here in my mind. But here's what I'm gonna tell you. What are your convictions? Just the two
previous
burglaries?
burglaries.
You ever think about going into the law?
Why is it? Because I'm an argumentative son of a
He's
bitch.
playing on the MB
100% why?
of representing himself, which is
I'm sure if
incorrigible.
there was suitable recompense, it could interest a man like me.
Well, what I can tell you is when you're sitting where I'm sitting, you have specific documents as the only thing that you can present. All right, that's all. I'm very limited to what I can bring forward, where you can just pretty much say anything when you're defending yourself or you're a defense attorney.
Of course.
So I think with that type of clarity and sharpness, maybe we can have a talk later. No matter how this trial goes, you win, I win, whatever.
I'm sure you come visit me in Sisika for that chat.
I would definitely come and visit you in Siska. I would hope that I would hope you'd be in good spirits when I do. I'll bring you some liquor or something like that. What do you drink?
Anything warm and wet.
Well, I mean, I'll bring Gertrude with me then. All right, thank you. So bloop, bloop. I really hate double. Oh, I gotta load my weapon up.
He's just trying.
Now, Jay Britton's awesome. He's currently streaming right now. I think it's, I'm gonna do a shout out. I just got to make sure. I think it's JAYBRITTON is what I think. I just want to look at it real quick, make sure. It is correct. Okay, thank you. Oops. He's also one of our dev team members. So. There you go. Definitely get over there and give him a follow. I think he's got a shitload of people in his Discord right now. Or excuse me, on the stream right now. But we love Jay to death. He is busting his ass on the dev team. I know, obviously, out of character from, admin chats with him and other things, that this is an incredibly complex character. And, there were some things said earlier on with a previous situation that he was involved in that kind of took control of the character away from him, and it was kind of hyper.
Moment, I thought to myself, hey,
it was kind of hyper over sensationalized. So there had to be a retcon to kind of bring it back to where he could actually play the character and continue it, because it was no fault of his own.
Did you search me?
Improper information that came into play.
Okay.
So definitely happy that he's still continuing this character.
I'm sorry.
He's an incredibly important member of the community.
Okay. Thank you.
And I think he's kind of running like our QA portion of the dev team. So he's organizing the bug reports, and then he'll be organizing test teams and all that stuff. So he is he's already 1,000 miles an hour pushing that and getting that organized and getting it handled. And I know there are other devs that are going to be coming on very soon. I'm going to get on horses. I'm frothing at the bit. Horses. Big ol' hairy horses and bridles and saddles and shit. You have to pace. You have to pace. Oh, God. No, I think it's 50-50. I think he made the argument for self-defense, but he was kind of on the line a couple times. He just immediately jumped right into it without announcing it, which I guess is fine. That was kind of the understanding. But I'm happy with the way that went. I think I put it the best shot I had. And he didn't break He didn't break, so that was what I was trying to do, is to get him to like snap and just like lose his temper and all kind of shit like that. But he didn't do. He got confused, but he didn't get confused, excuse me. He got argumentative, which is fine. But as far as him like losing his shit and saying something he shouldn't have said, he didn't take any of that bait. He did really good with that. So we win or we don't, and then we have a trial that kicks off here. I believe it's 7:30, and that is U.S. versus Ricky Canal. That is.
Name. What is going on?
You what?
I'm sorry.
He is very angry.
Who is?
The defendant.
Why?
I don't know. He
Right
seems
about
very
that.
angry.
I was just over there talking with him.
Oh, is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine. I told him I'd probably hire him as a damn prosecutor if he's found innocent.
I honestly was very impressed by his opening statement. Normally, pro se litigants aren't as well versed as he is.
No, he did very good with his opening. I think he was just. I had him on the line a couple of times for kind of getting a little emotional, but that's really all I got with this, honestly.
Do you think you have this?
I don't think it's locked in. No, I think it's about 50-50, maybe even a little bit more skewed towards him. But
I would agree.
I think there was some sensationalism that I was able to bring in that I wasn't. I don't think I'd be privy to do. But that was because he, the way he was answering some certain questions.
Yeah, right. And you could easily treat him as a argumentative or aggressive witness. At that point.
Yeah, but that was the fun of it. I was just gonna try to keep going with him and get him fired up.
I enjoyed it. It was absolutely a dramatic spectacle that I would see in an opera.
Yep, it was good. It was good. You don't have to tell me. I saw it. I was there.
Were you? Are you sure?
Maybe.
You had too much to drink.
No, only 3 bottles before today. But that did start at least 3 hours ago, so an hour a bottle is well below my average.
I had my first sip of whiskey in my entire life yesterday, and I will never drink whiskey again. I do not understand. It tastes as though it were horse piss.
Yeah, pretty much. You drink anything as long as you drink something else first to kind of get your senses dulled out. So, you ever drink formaldehyde?
Absolutely not.
Well, you drink enough whiskey, you drink formaldehyde, and that will that'll make you start speaking different languages.
In God's name, what are you trying to... I'm not drinking a medical substance that isn't intended to be ingested.
Why not?
What do you mean, why not?
Well, I'm just saying, if you're looking for, to party or have a good time, you have to change your experiences sometimes. Like you have a stick shoved up your ass sometimes, and sometimes you want to let loose and you just try something new. You had a sip of whiskey, but then you immediately gave up on it.
I'm not going. Yes, because my at the time friends requested that I decide to consume the entire bottle.
No, yeah, well that's not advisable. Then you'd be living in the horse shit out on the sidewalk.
Yeah, I don't understand. I'll take a good 1804 Merlot, or we could get like a 1793 white in here.
Wait, where the hell are you getting 1804 Merlot from?
Imported from France.
Really? I'm gonna have to ask Gertrude about that.
I
pay enough goddamn money. I should be able to get something like that.
Yeah, something like that with shipping. It takes a little while, assuming that they don't get lost in the Atlantic.
Behind you.
Maybe $60.
Oh, so you're an importer then? You're a smuggler? Is that what it is?
No, it goes through like any other item. It's not smuggled.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yes.
Are you waiting on a Mr. Harding?
Mr. Harding, yeah, he is our, he's the prosecutor that'll be trying the next case. Yes, is he here?
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Is.
Oh, sorry, yeah, he is a prosecutor. Yeah, he can come in. He's an officer of the court.
Perfect.
Yeah. Thank you.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah, well, anyway, just, try to experience some things, because, I'm going to hire you. You got the case after this, right?
I do.
Yeah, I saw that you accepted the offer. But I'm gonna
Okay.
hire you, but you know, you better do a good job with this case here coming up. And Mr. Harding's gonna be gunning for you.
I know. I like Clifford. He seems like he's very well versed in the position, and I'm
Oh,
looking
yeah.
forward to working with him.
Well, I mean,
All rise, please, for the Honorable Walter Carlo.
I'm glad you like Clifford, but you know, whatever.
Have your seats.
Baird is a dog.
Mr. Harding,
your
I
hat-
expected
your hat-
you to enter my courtroom.
Oh,
You would do
shit.
so without a hat.
Your Honor.
Your Honor, I apologize for the multiple infractions by the prosecutor's office in this trial.
Mr. Jefferson, you may present your closing arguments.
Thank you, Your Honor. This case, unfortunately, is unfortunately for Mr. Renshaw, I should say, is just incredibly clear that he, with his past history, decided to rob the Strawberry General Store. People saw him do it. He fled that area. Witnesses pointed the direction that he was going. Deputies engaged in a pursuit with this individual. Deputies advised that they identified themselves. Well, when the deputy who is trying to do the best to protect all life, not just their own, tried to rope Mr. Renshaw, who was holding a shotgun, Mr. Renshaw decided to unleash hell from that shotgun barrel into that deputy, incapacitating him. It's very unfortunate, and he's also expressed regret that occurred, and you know, and whatever his argument is here, he's going to obviously have an opportunity to make that. But, Your Honor, I just don't see how, you know, I don't see how this could actually be believed. I can just see it's so convenient for him to kind of stretch this over into an argument of self-defense when this is not at all the case. He came to the town of Blackwater earlier to retrieve his shotgun and pay his fines from being released from his previous burglaries. He then apparently just decided to go on and rob a store just as soon as that ended. And then we're sitting here today because of that decision that Mr. Renshaw made, which was to rob the store and then to shoot down a member of law enforcement from the West Elizabeth community and the territory of West Arlington. So if we can just always accept that when something doesn't go in someone's favor, they just claim self-defense, then I think we're setting ourselves up for a very, very troubling time, Your Honor, and I thank the court.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. Mr. Renshaw, you may enter your closing arguments.
Here we go. He's going to do good with this.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, no, he's calm. Okay.
Well, we find ourselves here today with,
He's written this out.
as I think the prosecution knows, no real, tangible evidence. We've heard from the stand how Deputy Mannix himself did not even receive a description of the suspect he was pursuing.
See, this is
We
arguing.
have heard how a
this is arguing
vague
a
man in
mechanic,
black with a beard,
which he's doing
was
very
the suspect.
good at not saying.
which
that it's
I'm
a
sure we all
mechanic.
know
He's doing
matches a
good.
great number of people in the territory.
That's a very good argument about.
And
the
yes, the
description.
prosecution brings up my previous convictions, but perhaps I am naive in my belief that when a man has been convicted and serves his time, as I have in Sisika, that should not be held over him like the sword of Damocles, a besmirchment on his future character and ability to live a free and prosperous life as a second chance. The prosecution points to my regret. Of course I have regret. What sane man would not regret causing harm to another human being,
Me.
especially when they were forced
John Ramsey.
into that position through no fault of their own?
Bring the Han, baby.
The prosecution wants you to believe that a man who would decide to represent himself pro se, such as the belief of his innocence, is also stupid enough to retrieve his weapons and carry out a burglary on the same day of his release, following a completely different modus operandi from the burglaries for which he was convicted.
We didn't go into that.
The
That wasn't
prosecution's
brought up.
case is nothing more than murmurs and hearsay
I don't
with
think so.
zero tangible evidence.
That's a good argument.
My statement as to the identity of the man who came at me with a lasso is true. And while the prosecution wants you to believe that self-defense is a slippery road, I would argue that the assumption that
Good
law
job.
can scoop up anyone they wish without identifying themselves first is a slipperier road that undermines the very freedoms we all believe in this territory.
He crushed his closing.
That is all, Your Honor.
Yeah, he did a really good job with that closing.
Very good, gentlemen.
Mm.
I'll be taking a few moments here to contemplate some things. I may invite you to the bench.
Yeah, he did a good
For
job with
now,
that.
Just
He
give
really
me a few
did.
moments to stew here.
So I think after that, I'm probably 70% that he wins, 30% that I win. Because literally, the statements I have they're fine. I mean, if you just read the statements like we did in case review, which is all we have, then the charges are great. But I know OOC a few things that don't really line up with this, and it's not the fact that anybody lied in a statement.
Mr. Renshaw, will you please rise?
That's very quick. He's already figured it out.
The court has heard today some very interesting arguments from all parties. It is the court's job to weigh the facts of the matter that has been presented with in accordance with jurisprudence and a bunch of other things to establish whether or not the crimes that an individual is being charged with carry with them, or the charges carry any reasonable doubt. Now, there is a lot of doubt in this case, Mr. Renshaw.
Yep.
Some of it working in your favor and some of it working against you. Do I believe you are absolutely capable of committing a burglary? I do.
But we didn't prove it.
Do I believe there is enough evidence to
No.
convict you of burglary today? I do not. The prosecution has failed to tie you to the burglary beyond pointing the fingers in a direction.
I can't.
Probable cause for an arrest? Absolutely. But beyond that, no. So you will be found not guilty of burglary.
However,
in regards of your arguments of self-defense, you are making an affirmative defense when doing so. You made a statement there, Mr. Renshaw, in which I will correct you. A lawman does not have a duty to inform someone that they are a law in order to make an arrest. I will give you an example. If an individual was shooting up the saloon and Sheriff Freeman from West Little Sheriff's Department saw them doing that, he does not have to announce that he is a sheriff before shooting him dead in the street.
see,
And ruling on that would set an awful precedent. Now, the crux of this case comes down to, did Deputy Mannix adequately identify himself? And it is something that I have spent much time contemplating. And you will understand that this case comes down to a bit of a he said, she said. And of course, Mr. Renshaw, you are going to say something in your defense, and of course the prosecution is going to state otherwise.
no, not new case law.
It is the opinion of this court, Mr. Renshaw, that you are guilty of aggravated battery
Boom.
for the shooting of Deputy Mannix. Sufficient enough evidence has been presented, including your admission, that you intentionally shot the man in self-defense. However, insufficient evidence has been presented on your behalf, taking the affirmative defense of self-defense to convince this court that your actions were justified. and therefore you will be sentenced to 4 months incarcerated at Sitka Penitentiary, to pay a fine of $250 to the West Elizabeth Sheriff's Office, and you will spend an
Smiles.
additional 1 year of parole without weapons
And that's a week.
and confined to the territory of West Arlington unless expressly given written permission otherwise. That is this court's ruling, and with that, the court is adjourned, and the defendant may be taken into custody to start immediately serving their sentence.
Okay.
Mr. Silvers, please.
He's clapping.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Easy. Easy.
Oh, they gave you your badge.
Well,
Oh, got half of it. See, I had nothing.
So there you
other
have
than
it,
your favorite.
everybody. The law's word is final, no matter your innocence.
God save the Queen, Mr. Renshaw.
Good luck to you all.
Mr. Renshaw, I will still hold you in contempt in my courtroom if you're going to run your mouth.
Feel free, Judge. This
Very
court
well,
is already in contempt.
We will add a charge of contempt and add an additional, well, we'll add an additional $200 to your fine.
Oh, why not? You've taken everything I have anyway.
$100 for contempt.
I suggest you leave my courtroom without uttering
Let's get
any
him out
more
of here.
phrases.
Madam Claire,
Oh, I'm
let's
just
get
waiting
out
on the
of
law,
here.
as
Mr.
always.
Renshaw,
I'm actually gonna go get for
He
prison
got-
for us. So.
Renshaw, in the name of the
Yeah.
Queen, keep your mouth quiet.
Now, remember to lock me in this time, boys.
Jesus Lord, I gotta get over here. I don't want to hear him. So Jay Brands, he was found guilty of the aggravated battery on the LEO, and he was found innocent of the robbery because I could not tie him to the robbery. I could not. They didn't put anything in the report about seizing items from his person that tied him to that robbery. They didn't put anything in there about the clerk saw this. They just said witnesses on the outside. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there was a thing, but see, he claimed self-defense, but he couldn't claim that, he couldn't claim that what was actually happening there was not a lawful act by the West Elizabeth Sheriff's Office. So that's what I was worried about being 50-50. I was pretty sure I'd lose the whole case. But I was kind of figuring, especially since he admitted to it, that I could prove that he shot the person. I can prove that very easily, and I can bring in motive and stuff like that, but he would be struggling to kind of justify it. Well, see, yeah,
You do have a slot. Perfect.
but we really didn't have to identify him because he was placing himself there, and that he actually did the act. So any type of witness statement would be really irrelevant because he has already admitted that he was there. Oh, by the law saying, "Hey, I'm law." Yeah, if they even said that, honestly, and I've seen the clip, and it, obviously, we would hope things are done better in the future, and I think that they are, because he roped a guy with a shotgun, and his hand pointed at him, which is, it's not good. But I will tell you that Jay Britton is one of the best role players on the server, and he's gonna come from something strong with this.
Owner of
Hi,
W&J
Mr. Woods.
Real Estate in San Dini.
How you doing there?
I'm doing right. How you doing, Miss Jefferson?
Been better, but I got another case coming up here in a minute with Mr. Harding, and Gertrude's gonna have to wait.
It's
Well,
unfortunately.
You could dismiss all charges, Mr. Jefferson, and see your post haste.
Oh no, I'm not going to dismiss any. It's Mr. Harding. I'm just here to help him if he has a question. He's also the one that won the case. When the hell was that? 2 days ago?
I think it was 2 days ago.
Yeah, I mean, I drink a lot. Could be 3 days ago, as far as I know.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Too bad I wasn't lead defense on that one.
On this one that just happened?
No.
Oh, the other one? Oh yeah, the result would have been the same. Listen,
I believe so. That's why I told Vito to not call any more witnesses.
yeah, no, that's whenever I get up there and I got my fresh haircut and I'm dressed to the nines and
Mm-hmm.
I let my smooth, sultry voice kind of roar out to the court.
I'm gonna barf.
The judge listens to what I say, and he knows I'm not up there to bullshit him.
You know how it is the first time you're in front of a new magistrate or judge. You have to learn how they work. And I, unfortunately, underestimated Carlo.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's going on with you there, Mr. Woods?
Oh, nothing. I just came out here. There's a trial going on today. So I said, well, hey, I might as well come on down here. Ain't got nothing better to do.
Well, that's damn right about that. I'm just going to sit over here twiddling my fingers. I had this fella in here. You know Leophus?
I know Leo. He's my constructor.
Yeah, he came in here and I talked to him a good bit a while back. He came in and sat down. He was doing some work around here, getting some plans together. Because they're gonna do a remodel on this building here.
Well, that is just wonderful.
Yeah. So, 'cause the whole upstairs there really ain't damn nothing.
Ain't nothing up there. Ain't a damn thing up there.
That's right.
Where is the door for upstairs?
There isn't one.
Oh.
Well, to be fair, there is one. It's just covered up.
Yeah.
Because again, ain't nothing up there.
Well, he sat there and he was looking at the ceiling for a good bit of the trial, and then I told him, I said, if anybody comes in here running their mouth, you just say objection, irrelevant.
Right?
And I meant before the trial.
Oh.
Because he actually said that shit right whenever the judge was talking. And old Carlo was through. He had enough of it.
Oh, geez. He just scared something.
No, he
I gotta
ain't
go bail him out. All right, good. I'll be damned.
How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm doing all right. I just wanted to come in and give Woody a little bit of payment that I owe him.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
All right.
Well, there's always humor to be had in the cases here, I think.
Yeah, ma'am, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I work with Harry, so I'm pop in here, and I decided I'd pop myself in and see what he was doing. So.
Well, you're awfully pretty not to go around introducing yourself.
My name is Tia Brooks. It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'm Baird Jefferson, and live at Harding, and this is Savannah Sanders.
We know
Me
each
and
other.
Savannah have spoken before. It's nice to see you again, Savannah.
Hello.
Sure.
Were you the one that tried to force her to drink a whole bottle of whiskey?
Well, I can do that. You want a bottle of whiskey?
Hmm.
I brought the good shit with me today.
I
I like
8.
whiskey, but I usually chug beer if we're going for that.
Yeah, well, I got 8 bottles in that desk drawer right there behind you there, Mr. Harding.
Oh, you do?
I sure as hell do, just for bad cases.
The impropriety.
I'm sure that is done on private time.
Yeah, it's when we're in recess. Yeah, pick it up.
On
and-
territorial land, yes.
Yeah, turn it upside
I was
down.
going to go sit in this goddamn chair.
I'm going to run and go chase after Harry. It was nice seeing you all. If you ever need anything paper-wise, feel free to get in touch with me.
Tia, is the notice from Romano Marks able to be posted through or printed this weekend?
We do have
We
another
should be
trial.
able to. That's the plan. I'm going to try to. We finalize all of our stories on Thursday, and then that way they're ready to post for the weekend. The only thing is, I don't know
Now,
if they're
I'm gonna be honest with you.
mad or not. So that's the only issue. Yeah.
Every time we come in here, and he ain't here, I lean down there and I unscrew some of those little bolts that are holding that chair upright.
All right. Oh, jeez. Here it is.
One of these days he's gonna fall on his ass.
No worries.
Marshall.
Thank you. Tia.
Well,
You have a
well,
wonderful
well.
day.
What in the hell do we have here?
Look who it is.
There's
Long time no see.
Like an
Where
admin
you been,
powwow
shit
here.
stain?
There's just over there.
Well, just taking over Saint Denis day by day, little by little.
I heard a little bit about that. How's it going?
It's going great.
You got investors?
Well, we don't need no damn investors. Well, you got something I want to invest in, then I can invest.
I mean, well, I'd like to maybe buy into a business like that. I am thinking about retiring here real soon.
Well, we'd love to have you aboard.
Yeah, 'cause I plan on going somewhere, and finding a nice whore to come see me every couple of days, and sitting up there and just staying off with nobody coming around me, and
Jesus Christ, Baird.
yeah.
Glad you got your priorities straight.
Yeah, this place is this right here. I wasn't ready for this.
Right.
Savannah is a lot more low paced than here.
Who?
Savannah,
What?
Georgia. Not a woman there, Marshall.
Oh, right. Figured you'd like it slow regardless.
No, I like to, Marshall. I like to give it slow, and you can ask around about me, and the ladies all tell you the same.
I'm sure they will.
Old
Sure they will.
Baird is a generous and thorough lover.
Old Baird indeed. Old Baird indeed.
From top to bottom.
Right.
so given.
Well, I think I don't generally wear my glasses. I don't actually know what I'm doing sometimes, but as long as they're making sounds that I can tell are a sound of approval, then I continue.
Right.
What in the hell am I listening to?
You listen
must
to
be
the truth and nothing but the truth.
Right. In a court of law.
That's right, Your Honor.
And I'm the
You,
judge.
right. We got any more cases today, or what's going on?
Yeah, we got another one at just about an hour and 10 minutes. It's U.S. versus Ricky Canal. This is an old case, and it ain't rightly the most solid one either. This is the individual that him and his alleged partners were involved in the shooting of a West Elizabeth deputy, Deputy Cato, I believe. And they let's see, this Mr. Canal was actually one of the ones that was caught. So they took him into custody and charged him with the incident. And the former sheriff, apparently, I don't know, I don't know if how much longer he stayed in office after that, but you know, there's some real. It's almost as worse. It's not as bad as the Renshaw one. Don't get me wrong. Well, I can't say that because I got a guilty on the aggravated battery of shooting of the LEO, but he was found innocent of the burglary, which kind of triggered the whole thing.
Right.
Because there wasn't any type of notation in the report of any items that were recovered from his person or anything like that, so I couldn't tie him to it. But this Mr. Canal person is probably going to put up a lot better defense with his attorney, which is going to be my future prosecutor after today.
And who's that?
Savannah Sanders, the lady I was talking to over there.
Prosecutor, huh?
That's right.
Has
Why,
she
you heard about
experienced
her?
the Baird treatment?
Oh, I've heard about her.
And how's
she's
that?
gonna be an issue. Is what she's gonna be.
As long as she's an issue to people breaking the law, I'm fine with that. Well, what happened with you?
Making false claims without evidence.
She did come up
against
to me
one of
and
my
hand me
officers.
that. Yeah, she come up and handed me some type of motion or complaint against the marshal, and I said, "Well, you giving this to the wrong person. You better give this to the marshal."
Mm-hmm.
What did
Apparently,
I didn't read the damn thing. What did she say?
She is claiming that the words spoken to her in a meeting between her and Deputy Marshal Waters were unprofessional, and she doesn't seem to be liking his choice of words. And apparently, she doesn't understand what freedom of speech is.
Well, I can tell you that I've known Waters for a long time. You know, he put on those, put on all those charities for taking care of them sick kids. And
Mr. Woods, that is an interesting chair for you to be sitting in.
Well, it was just comfy. I wanted to see how it felt. I want to see if I can see over the desk, and I can barely damn see over it.
Yeah, he said
Maybe
legs
one
were
day.
hurting, Your Honor.
We'll get Mr. Woods a saddle to sit in next time.
Hey, if I can have like a little pillow or something put on
A
there,
shine
bring
box.
it up a little bit.
Ain't a bad idea.
Oh, Mr. Woods, if you were comfortable there, go ahead.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Sorry, folks. He had
Yeah,
wanted to say that.
we were discussing the complaint that was given to me, and then I directed Miss Sanders to make it to the marshal. But I was telling him about my experience with Mr. Waters, and you know, he's done everything he could for that church. You know, he's put all that time into getting that church work going.
Right. My problem is not so much the words that she is claiming upset her. I could give a shit about words, but more so her claims that my department or my office has wrongfully arrested individuals.
Well, hang on. What does Ryan Roberts have to do with your department? First of all,
In her specific letter,
Ryan Roberts,
she speaks of my office
And Savannah Sanders?
arresting three individuals. She
yes.
counts 3 wrongfully.
Yeah, but Ryan Waters is not in your office.
Well, again, she names my office.
Yeah. She sent this complaint to me, and I can tell you what I wrote back to her. Effectively, this administrative complaint needs to go to
Who the fuck is
Theo Ford, and if there are any complaints about wrongful arrest, and whatnot, then I would presume that they would be handled through litigation, not through letters.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And that was my response.
Well, I'm still goddamn confused here. Who is the Waters you're fucking talking about?
Robert Waters.
Oh, I don't fucking know who that is. No, I do know. He used to be the sheriff up there.
In Valentine, and is now one of my deputy marshals.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And he's afraid of toads.
He come by and
Welcome.
seen me the other day with B. Vernon, I believe. Sheriff Vernon.
They're together.
No shit.
Yeah.
He's an ugly son of a bitch.
Right?
Well, I ain't here to discuss his looks with you, Baird. That's something you can do in your private time.
He's in my office yesterday with a fishing rod out thrown out the windows. And I said, what in the world did you do, son?
God damn.
Yeah, well, Mr. Robbins might lack in appearance. He makes up for in spirit. Give him that.
Yep. All right.
He is a hell of a good officer who risks his life daily for these people, and she claims the opposite. Goes to say that he is not suitable to be a deputy marshal. So be careful who you hire there, Baird, because if she wants to start causing bullshit and bad relations with my office, she's going to have a hell of a time.
Well, let's
she
be
is
fair,
not going to like my reply.
Let's be fair, Mr. Robbins. It's not like your marshals have been clear of their own salacious outbursts.
My name is Mr. Ford. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Also, I'm not. If there's pending litigation, then we'll just have to delay her hiring.
Yeah, I don't think there's any litigation. I think it's just making a fuss for the sake of making a fuss.
Chest pounding. Then that's all
Careful.
I did this last trial.
You don't want to say that though. Be careful.
Yeah, I understand. All right. Well, we'll see what we can do here. If she brings it forward, then we'll go through and do what we got to do. If not, I mean, administratively, it's obviously you're the chief marshal.
Oh, she ain't gonna like my reply.
Well, she'll be here in a minute because she's prosecuting this next case. I'll see if she'll come up to you and talk to you about it. Maybe, I don't know.
Oh no, if she sends me a letter, I'll send her a letter.
All right.
I don't want to upset her.
How y'all doing?
Howdy.
Very good.
Can I help you,
came here
Miss?
to see if I could speak with Carlo.
Oh, yes.
Senor Carlo.
Let me ask him if he's
Come on.
available.
I'm right here.
Magistrate, you available?
I'm available.
Sir, he'll see you in his chambers.
Why is it called chambers? It's just weird. Isn't that like the bathroom?
Because they're not supposed to be like
His
people,
bedroom.
regular people. He's a high up officer of the territory, so they have to have special fucking names for things.
So he receives people when he's defecating or peeing. That's
Maybe.
weird.
I would imagine so, but that's why I call
So
my
come on in.
my bathroom my boudoir.
Oh, what did you just say?
No, well, that's in the past. We don't got to speak
Right.
about that.
Howdy.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
You
just
like dynamite,
competition.
Mr. Jefferson?
This evening.
Do I like dynamite?
Woody can tell you a whole lot about dynamite.
Tell me about
I don't-
dynamite.
Well, I don't know. I don't know much about it. I just know. I just know they sell a lot of it down there at the wagon depot.
Yeah, I'm looking for some interesting activities to accommodate my time when I do retire. So, if you come across a rather large supply of it, I'm happy to pay for the ability to go out and blow up sand or the useless items that need to be disposed of, just so I can experience
Define interesting.
that. Wagons that nobody uses anymore, broke down wagons, maybe a horse that needs
Like one of them mangy
ending.
ones.
Yeah, one of them real sick ones,
When the sickly horses blow them up.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ.
What? I mean, it's humane, as they
Right.
call it.
Humane.
Yeah.
Hey.
Right. Okay.
No, I think the name of the horse is Humane. I don't.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
You're clever, ain't you?
Well, that's what some people say, but a lot of people say different.
Your little boy haircut's looking real good today.
Well, I just appreciate you noticing that, Marshall, because every time I see you, you look totally goddamn different. I seen you walk around the other day, and you just crawled out of a damn we call it sewage drain in there in damn Valentine. I mean, you had this horrible looking bearskin blanket or something wrapped around you with your belt twisted real tight around your waist, and I just didn't know what the hell it was, whether or not you was kind of on a 10-day alcohol bender, or if you were just just out for a walk.
I assure you, you have me mistaken for somebody, but I enjoy the imagination you have.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Where is the other old man that normally follows you around?
Logan?
Oh, yeah, I'm so glad you remembered who that was. I miss him. He was in the court the other day, and I just had to go by and just tell him I felt for him, and we have to be strong together and go through aging like we are doing.
Wait, no, Leo, I gotta tell you something.
Okay.
Logan done been putting charcoal on his beard.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me necessarily. But Baird, he is, you're easily hit 20, 30 years his senior.
Hold up now. I wouldn't say 30 as confidently as you have.
Oh, I wholeheartedly say it with the utmost confidence.
Well, how old is he? 57? 58?
He's 50 years old.
He's 50 years old? You think I'm 80?
Well, with your little boy haircut, you're at least 68, but take that away, and yeah, you probably up there.
67. Thank you very much. No, wait. I told the other girl. I told the other girl the other day I was 70-something. 73, I think I told her.
So you can't even remember you're so old.
You'd be so shocked that when these women hear that you're in your 70s. Let me tell you, all that.
Those years, Woody, you ain't old enough.
All that wrapping they got, they're kind of all tied up around their waist, real bound up tight and all that stuff. It just comes flying off.
You ever been married, Baird?
I would never presume to tie myself down to one woman.
Didn't think so.
And they actually never wanted to tie themselves up to me or tie themselves down to me. I mean, we tied each other. Anyway, it just didn't work out. Let's just say that.
You did what?
Huh?
How are you tying each other up?
I'm gonna have a cigarette.
Where's your
Yeah,
outside?
Outside? Were you smoking here? Jesus, you fucking monster.
No, I'm over the company right now.
He's broke. All right.
He must not like criminals.
What do you want to hear about, Mr. Wood? You want to hear about some of these things I did back in my younger days?
I ain't really worried about all that. I'm just, just down here to trial.
Yeah, we got about another hour before that trial kicks off. I reckon I'll go outside and follow the marshal and keep him uncomfortable so he doesn't destroy my future prosecutor when she walks up and says something stupid to him.
Hey, but what I will say is whenever you're ready to step down out of this position here,
Yeah.
you contact me. I can, we need a lawyer on board.
Well, I'd be happy to do that because I am just about spent of this place handing. Let me tell you. So recently, I don't know if you heard about it. I'm sure you read the paper. I don't know, but there was a murder charge that I pled down to manslaughter in an agreement with the defense team for a guilty plea. However, I did not get the full paperwork. I did not know that they had done an extensive follow-up investigation that pretty much tied this person straight to murder with intent and motive. Yeah. So I've been pretty much raked over the coals where I've had to just bite the bullet here. So I'm pretty sure that either I'm on my way out and one day somebody's going to come walking in here and say, by the way, you no longer work here. We need the keys to your office. And this person here is going to be filling in for you. So that's why I'm just thinking about sliding away quietly.
I ain't such a bad idea. Leave with your dignities.
Yep. Well, whatever's left of that, and keep getting cases like this one that I just somehow won the main charge of it, but lost the other one, which was the basis for everything.
Well, I tell you what, I knew this system right here has been flawed since I was sitting in on a trial on a Mr. Tibius Wellington. I'm sure you remember him.
Yeah, I was reading the case file about that.
And I'll tell you what, there's a confirmed, signed, sealed, delivered statement of his confession, essentially, from the eyewitness who sat there and took it. And they said not guilty. And I about damn near shit myself. I said, well, for this damn magistrate around here to convict someone as guilty, I mean, god damn, you need to bring in the body. You know,
Yeah.
he need to kill someone in court to get damn guilty of this damn right.
Well, I read that, and the finding, because everybody talks about that around here, so I read it, and the finding that the judge or the magistrate brought up was that there was doubt brought in to the court from the individual who apparently made that claim that it was false.
Well, no,
I don't know who makes a claim and then immediately says it's false when it comes to court time.
Well, she's just drinking a whole lot. You can't take that, but you got to take the written statement. Now, if someone comes in here all drunkered up and not knowing what day it is, I mean, hell, she's stumbled in here even walking into court.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't take your statement then. I mean, she had a written statement for a reason.
Yeah. I'm afraid to go outside.
That's just the way I see it. But.
Yeah. Well, settled cases, so hopefully something like that don't happen again.
Well, I mean, he got it.
Yeah, Mr. Renshaw over here decided that he just about took this whole thing. I think when you go with the type of defense that he went with, you admit to your actions, and you try to justify them. So it wasn't hard for me to prove it when he admitted to it.
What did he do? Shoot somebody?
He shot a damn deputy.
Yeah, it's hard to get away from that one.
You know what the damn deputy did?
What?
The deputy ran up to him with a rope in his hand while he had a shotgun out and tried to rope him with a shotgun. Or rope the person holding the shotgun.
What in the world?
Yeah, so, I mean, you better have your aim real good because he hit him the one time and the rope just bounced off, and then this guy said, well, okay, boom, and he fucking shot him right then.
I'll be damned. Well, that's a damn shame.
Yeah, he didn't get it clarified that he had any special reason to be in fear for his life or special exception that he was going to be kidnapped before anybody else. So the judge just said that he didn't buy that self-defense was required with that. So there we go.
That's a fair damn point.
Yeah. I mean, he had the opportunity to. He had a hell of an opening statement. He had a hell of a closing statement. He just, the direct testimony and stuff like that. He should have hired him. He should have hired an attorney just for the sake of that.
He's defending himself?
Yeah, he defended
the
himself.
whole time?
He did a damn good job of it too, with the exception of a couple, objections and things. Because sometimes I can't say the word objection. If you understand what I mean. This is fucking stock.
I
bastard.
know it. Why can't you say
Yeah. Sometimes people get heavily invested in the words that I use in a courtroom and have to be real sensitive to what I say.
Oh, yeah. You wouldn't want to offend nobody.
That's right. And then, the judge, if he just hears objection all the time, then he starts to hate the goddamn words. So I'll just start speaking and kind of throw him for a loop.
I ain't bad.
There's a way around things, from time to time. If you're smart enough, you can get around even limitations that you might put on yourself,
Yeah. Well, as scummy as it may be, yeah, I guess that's true.
All right, you want to head outside there? I got a pipe I'd like to smoke, and it's
Man, let's go ahead.
Let's see what's going on out there.
I feel sitting over there, stiff as a board.
That's Mr.
Throwing it up
Harding.
there, no, bud.
He's the new prosecutor.
Looks nervous.
Oh, he did fine. Cyclone Jack. Oh, let's see where there's 96 people on the server right now, so I would imagine Blackwater is just wrecked. I don't even see Sock yet. So we are definitely bubbling out here right now. I'm gonna put out a TX admin message real quick. I'm gonna pull this over here and go to dashboard announcement. FYI, there is a trial at the Blackwater Court. It says 7:30. It's 30 minutes for a restart. FYI, there is a trial at the Blackwater Courthouse to commence right before the 8 p.m. Wait, did we actually say? I'm gonna have to look at that fucking thing again. While there's a trial that will commence. Yet. What does the announcement say? Announcements. All right, so it says starting at the 2 a.m. restart tonight, the server will no longer restart at 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. This means it will be up for 12 hours at a time, and as long as it remains stable and system resources stay reasonable, we will keep it this way. If you notice issues you believe are stemming from the change, please submit a bug report about it. Oh wow, and that's got a graphics driver update that just popped up. Get fucked. This is a trial change, and the time and the number of restarts may change in the future without warning. For now, please enjoy no interruption during prime time. That is sick. I thought that they were gonna. I misread that last night when it came out, and I thought it was. I thought they were gonna keep it to 8 to 8, but that's good. If there's a trial to commence at Blackwater Courthouse at 7:30 p.m. EST, please limit your presence in Blackwater during the starting time. During this time. Thank you. Please limit your presence in Blackwater during this time, unless you are attending the trail. Always do that. Let's pop this message out here. Let's read it one more time so we don't like a total fool. FYI, there is a trial at the Blackwater Courthouse to commence at 7:30 p.m. EST. Please limit your presence in the Blackwater during this time, unless you are attending the trial. Thank you. Oh, it says it was sent by Martberg. Great. Now I can't talk shit about people in messages. All right. Yeah, there's bubbling going on right now in Blackwater. At least that's what it appears, because I don't think stock just disappeared. He probably just sees me standing here. Yeah, we're kind of hesitant about the 8 p.m. not being there anymore, because some folks, if we do become a Q cap server. Oops, sorry.
Oh, hello, Mr. Jefferson.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll just ask your opinion on that outcome.
No, I mean, I didn't honestly think I was going to win any of it, to be honest with you, because the description was horrible. There was no items that were recovered on his person when he was captured to tie him to the robbery. There was no independent statement from the clerk. So yeah, I mean, if he didn't make the claim that he did, I would have probably found it very difficult to get him on testimony to admit that he had done that.
Well, he decided to take the path of an affirmative defense.
Yep.
Had he stood there and said, "No, it wasn't me," that would have been a whole different story. But
of course, yeah, and that was very fortunate for the territory in that matter.
Yeah, well, if you're going to play self-defense, burden of proof is on you.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think that the paperwork could have been better, but I don't think it was god awful. I just think there was a couple things that could really tie up that burglary to tie in with it. But you know, it is what it
Yeah.
is. We'll move to the next one, which is also a very interesting case.
Yes, I hope Mr. Freeman, or Mr. Daniels, whoever it is, does reinforce the fact that it is going to be imperative for deputies to, well, not operate by themselves and have other witnesses to what's being said. But in that case, well, there was no evidence presented that would call into question the validity of Mr. Manick's statement that he did identify himself as a lawman.
Yeah, I was confused in the beginning, but I recalled that it was, you know, the defendant represented himself about why he would start bringing up policy issues, with internal policy issues with the sheriff's department as far as training and all that, because it's got nothing to do with why he shot someone or he was defending his life to shoot someone.
Well, he was, to use a aptly termed phrase, I think it was a bit of a shotgun defense, just splatter a whole bunch of shit out there and see what sticks.
Yeah, totally agree with that. Practiced that myself multiple times. Sometimes you get lucky, and sometimes you end up walking with a limp the next day. Yeah.
But no, I stood by the fact that a lawman doesn't have a duty to identify themselves in order to effect an arrest. Otherwise, the situation that I theoretical of a lawman shooting someone dead when they're presenting a threat to other persons would be thrown out. So can't have this be setting precedent that lawmen are required to identify themselves in order to effect an arrest. They are required to identify themselves shortly thereafter.
Yeah.
But at the moment of arrest, absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean,
Involved
surely.
in the court case, are we allowed to just walk in, or do we have to wait outside?
Sorry, who are you, fella?
Did you hear us, sir?
Yeah, I'm here for the court case.
Yeah, sorry, I can't really make out your face. Is this Mr. Canal?
No, this is Jackson.
Well, Mr. Jackson, you'd definitely be required to leave your firearms somewhere else.
Oh, yeah, of course. Should I just leave it on a table or something?
Well, I'll tell you what, how about you just remain by the front door there, because if you go back outside, you might have some other issues.
Like what?
Well, I'm just...
it's just a little bit crowded out there.
Yeah, a little crowded out there, so I would recommend you kind of stay here right by the door.
Just have a seat on the bench there behind your
All right.
son and wait for a lawman.
Where should I put my gun?
You can just hand them to me, and I'll actually just keep them on you until, for now, I'll just take them from you and give them back to you once you leave.
Yeah, could I just put it on a table or something?
Yeah. Dresser here.
Yeah, because if he goes outside, he's going to get right back in the bubble.
There you go. All good then. Go ahead and have your seat at in the gallery. Oh, you can go into the courtroom if you want.
All right.
Other way.
Oh, what? Oh, my bad. Yeah.
That way.
I've never been in here before.
My bad.
Yeah, there you go.
I love it. My bad. My bad. My bad, B. I do it all the time too, so it's all right.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Renshaw saw the counsel of a proper attorney. Probably could have walked away from that, but no, he decided to stake his claim in a position which put the burden of proof on him.
Yeah, we'll see where it goes. I told him to come talk to me. He can put up he had a hell of an opening statement. He had a hell of a closing, you know, with a few exceptions in his closing. But, you know, if he'd had somebody doing some kind of testimonial, you know, direct and cross, then I think that would have made a really good difference on his part, and where he didn't have to do the self-defense.
Yeah, like I said, if he had just stated that he was never there and it wasn't him, I mean, I still have Mr. Mannix's thing there, but
Yeah, that's one,
again, I found it very hard to believe that Mr. Mannix would not have identified himself, and that if, well, like I said, if Mr. Renshaw clearly, who is capable of committing such acts as he's previously been convicted of, yeah. And I read Mr. Mannix's statement. And, well, clearly, The defendant knew exactly what he was doing, as far as I was concerned.
Yeah, I totally missed something too, where the individual is the one who actually handed him the shotgun back. I missed that in the statement. I think
it was
that would
Mr.
have been
Freeman.
that was the sheriff. That's right.
But I mean, I found I had a little internal chuckle when he was trying to implicate that the sheriff's department had armed him unlawfully.
Yeah, that'd have been good. Just let him go on with it.
Yeah. No, sir, you gave me this gun, therefore you are also guilty for the actions that I've done. Okay. Is that an admission of guilt? I don't know.
He'll get it. I think it's not the last we're gonna see of him. I hope we don't see any more of him. Don't get me wrong, but you know, I hope it's the last we see of Mr. Renshaw around here on that side of the, the courtroom.
Oh, for now, probably.
Mm-hmm.
He's got he's got some time to wait before he's back out, and he's barred from carrying his firearms for a year, so that should keep him doing anything too stupid.
Yeah. What about let's see, Canal? He is. Mr. Harding was right here somewhere. I don't know where he's at now.
Just around the corner to your left.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Yeah, he's got an interesting one here with Mr. Canal because this is a incredibly old case.
Well, no, it's not like we have a statute of limitations.
Yeah, but sometimes the shine comes off of it, you know.
Yeah, well, it could go either way. Could benefit his case, could hurt his case. We'll find out.
Man, we got somebody showing up damn near hour and 15 minutes before the damn 45 minutes before the trial, so we'll see. Apparently there's going to be some interest.
Mm-hmm.
Mr.
I'm
Harding?
not interrupting, am I?
Nope.
Oh,
never.
No.
I apologize for wearing my hat. I was late and I forgot to take it off as I was in a rush to enter the building.
Mr. Harding, I was merely giving you a hard time.
I know, and I want to apologize.
I was not offended by it in the slightest.
Oh, okay.
I was just knowing you could take it on the chin, setting an example for everyone else.
Knowing I could do better, I understand.
No, just knowing that you wouldn't take it too personally.
All right. Now, so that's Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jefferson, if you're not busy, I want
to
run some things by you.
I'm on retirement of my chambers anyway, so carry on, gentlemen.
Would you like to speak perhaps in private by a
We're
bench,
starting
or?
in another half hour or so.
Yeah, I think half hour at the most.
All right.
Or 40 minutes at the most. All right, so this is right. Now you might want to have a seat on the left there, son.
Perfect.
All right, what do you need? You just want to go over your strategy?
Yes. Now, have you seen the request for evidence for a newspaper clipping?
Yes, that's fine. I don't.
Well, I noticed a discrepancy.
All right.
The event, this newspaper clip came out a month, I believe, after the incident. So if they're trying to discredit the prosecution's office, we can have it thrown out, as it's not relevant to the case. The timelines do not match.
Very good. Definitely. I think we'll do that prior to they accept the pleas. You can bring that motion forward. Do you have any other motions you're gonna bring forward?
This statement, there's two things we can do. The statement by Mr. Knight, we can try to have it thrown out because it's been submitted late. That may or may not stand. They have had quite some time to produce this document. However, I've noticed multiple discrepancies which may help us. So with your counsel, I was wondering what you think we should do.
Well, honestly, I would not want to throw out a statement of a subpoenaed witness in this case, especially one with immunity. But what I would want to do is if you have those discrepancies, whenever that statement is read aloud in court, and we have an opportunity to object to it and the validity of that statement and its actions, we can go into a situation of, you know, this person has immunity. They got no reason to lie. However, there are improper things in this statement that are not, you know, not present anywhere else in this report, or something to that effect. You want to try to discredit the statement if you can. As far as the timing, I think the timing is just what it is with this case being so old anyway.
Okay. Perfect. So when the statement's read aloud, I imagine by Ms. Sanders first. When we have our chance to rebut it, I'll go with my line of questions and general statements I add about it.
Yeah, very good. Because I think you can make a, you know, if we were introducing a deposition due to lack of attendance for someone, we could read it directly, but not really summarize anything unless we get those questions added to the statement, which is what I did when I first took office here, as there were a lot of people who were unattended or unattending court. So I would, as soon as there was a case, I would reach out to any witness as soon as they were subpoenaed, and I'd meet with them with the court reporter, gather a statement from them, and then ask them direct questions in their statement, and then swear them to it and be done, so that when they didn't show up, I could, you know, read the question, give the answer, and then the defense would get the same opportunity.
That's why I thought maybe to dismiss the statement, because it gives them an advantage over us, as we do not have a chance to actually question Mr. Knight about his account of events.
Yeah,
if you follow me.
But understand this case that we just had. So I lost the burglary or the robbery because they did not have the clerk's items on their person. There was not a witness statement that gave a direct description of the individual. They were just led to an area, and when they got there, they gave chase to this person. That was the case that I just had with Mr. Renshaw. Mr. Renshaw claimed self-defense based off of him being approached in the middle of a big valley with a man with a rope while he was holding a shotgun. He said that he felt that he was going to be kidnapped or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I lost the burglary or the robbery charge, but I won because I won the aggravated battery when he shot the law enforcement officer, because he didn't put up a strong enough defense of himself or his actions. He put himself at the scene, put himself involved in the situation, at least that portion of it. So we don't have to, we're not questioning whether Mr. Canal was on the scene. His incapacitated body was recovered by the sheriffs from that location. So he has already put himself there. Now, what his participation in the incident is, he's going to have to admit if he's going to claim self-defense.
I think that's the line of questioning that our defense they will take.
Well, then I think that we merely have to argue, because that's, you know, magistrate just told me he does not buy into people having to identify themselves as law enforcement officers before they take any action. I mean, he said that in court on the record, and then said it to me again out here in the hallway just before you got back up and came over there.
I understand. That doesn't mean we can't try.
Exactly. I know. I'm saying we go 100 miles an hour at whatever we can grab our hands on, because all we got is what's on paper right in front of us. But I never want to plan for an outcome, but when you learn how a judge acts, you try to, you know, kind of steer things towards that judge's philosophy, if you understand me. Or steer your arguments to where they would be receptive or be received in a positive light by the magistrate. And that's all I'm telling you to do. If you see an opportunity to do that, then definitely do that, because, you know, this person's already been arrested. This person's already had a pretrial. This person's had opportunity to set up a defense. They've had opportunity to hire a lawyer. They've had all this time, and so have we, but now it's for us to kind of break it down. Piece by piece, where it can be argued very clearly.
Which I think is what I did.
Yeah, you definitely did that. 2 nights ago?
2 or 3 nights, yes.
Yeah, something like that. And I have all confidence that you're going to be doing amazing for this trial.
Well, I hope so. I wrote a opening argument, which is quite long. I hope people do not fall asleep.
Well, if you're getting your point out there, that's fine. I tend to only make long opening statements whenever I know there's going to be a short trial, that I have everything right in front of me just to kind of forward on with it. But as far as the gallery, I don't even care if they're there. I mean, they got every right to be there, but we'll tell you that this Savannah Sanders is probably going to be trying to interrupt your rhythm. With
She is a sharp cookie. I have to give her that.
yeah. So just stay on your A game.
Of course, I'll try my best. Well, that's all I had. Thank you for your time.
That's all right. I'll be there with you. I ain't running out on you.
Perfect. Well, I'm going to go take a smoke break outside, if you don't mind.
Yeah, be careful out there. It's very crowded.
Yeah, maybe I'll do it in the side room, perhaps.
Bum, 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 bum. Wait, where the hell? Oh, let's see. Where the hell did that go? I was listening to Porn Star Dancing. He grabbed her hips. Mm-hmm. Yes. Sorry. Hello, Cam. How are you? Kind of zoning out for a minute. How are you, sir? Oh, I don't think everything changed. I think it's just. Okay, I'll send you the Spotify. You're gonna listen to it. It's old people music, but you're gonna love it. It's a very, very popular song. I'd love to sit here and knock out this music on stream, but I do not even get anywhere near the area of a copyright, because I love being able to go back and watch my VODs unimpeded. I've had horrible situations with really big RP that I've screwed over. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Porn Star Dancing. There it is. There's Ludacris did a sample. Why did Ludacris do a sample? All right, let's mute both of these real quick. Let me make sure this is the right version. Yes, that is the song. Prepare to have your mind blown, Mr. Cam the Cowboy Man. Let's share that. And we will copy song link. Just enjoy that. Oh, good song. Very, very good song. Yeah, actually, wait. I thought I had that. I think it says, it should say when you join my stream that this stream is for a mature audience, I thought. I set that up a long, 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 long time ago. Cause I'd be saying all kind of dumb shit. Okay, let's get out of Spotify. How are the horses, Cam? Tell me about the horse. Tell me about the horse action going on right now. I need to know. Oh, you got on just the train? Yeah. Hummer never rode that horse. Oh, wait. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Gotcha. No, Palmer definitely rode the horse for a little while. And then, yeah. Cannot believe you're coming in hot like that, Rich. As much as I care about you, and much as I've done for you in the legal community, this server. Whoa. Whoa. A little much there. A little much. Hey kid, remember this? That's what we need to watch right fucking now. Is me destroying Rich T. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna watch a couple of these clips that I've popped up here lately. We still got about 25 minutes for trial. Let me sit back down so people just don't come up and be like, "Hey, Baird." They will though. My new favorite is the porch smoking. All right. So plickety plow, plickety plow. Let's get Twitch right over here on the main. And let's go to all of my stuff here. Vidya producer. And let's go to clips. Yeah, I've had some pretty decent clips that I've uploaded here lately. I'm enjoying it. Did you see the evidence storage from last night? Who are you speaking of? You talking to Cam or me? I don't know why. I mean, just confused here. Help a brother out. Me. Did I see the evidence storage from last night? No, I did not. All right. Damn, that thing got 73 views on it. There's 73 people that just done seen you get blowed out on stream there, Rich. There we go. All right, everyone, let me get the volume up. Okay, here we go. This was a couple nights ago.
I'll go outside as well because I'm effectively being disparaged and defamed left, right, and center.
Well, I was trying real hard.
I miss you, Jefferson.
Hey, kid. Just remember that. One more time. Oh. Boink. And we'll close that back off. Oh God. Don't be rude, Rich. Don't be rude. Don't be rude. Oh. Oh no. Let me see what he's talking about here. Is this something I can play on stream or no? Or is this super fucking meta for me? It's funny? Okay. And I better get those guns back. One of those guns is really important to me. And Sean will be making an effort to retrieve one of these guns. I don't know if I have this set up. I'm gonna have to probably set up another damn display, most likely. Pause that.
These Ambrose.
All right. You already posted it in clips? Good. I'll just play that then. 'Cause I can just do the same thing I got. No, it would still be the same then. Never mind. I'll just do what I was doing.
These Ambrose,
All
would you like?
All right, stop talking.
Sure.
Here we go. So let's modify this to be a different one. What is this one called? Metal Games? Metal Games is not even showing up. Uh-oh. Get out of there. Get out of here. Get that over there. That's what I figured. Oh, I got punt in there. All right, I'll watch it here when we get off stream. This is supposed to be in 20 minutes when this is starting. And he said he'd probably be here before that 7:30 time anyway. Why is everybody fucking with Baird about his haircut? I mean, this guy is like, he's like 72 years old. He's lean. He's fit. Ugh. The ladies just like, they rock his boat. They do. They're all over him. I mean, look at this. Look at this guy. I even made him a little bit older because he looked like a fucking child when I cut his hair. Yeah, for Baird. Yes, Cam, for Baird. The ladies love him, yes. The ladies love this guy. No, I dig it. I even put some what do you call them, little age spots and shit on him. Oh shit, another trial. I need to go change clothes. I've already broken my rule and done I've already broken my rule and done done 2 trials at the same time with the same clothes, and that is not appropriate whatsoever for Baird. I think we're gonna go green plaid this time. I really do. Green plaid is the shit on Baird, and that's how we're gonna rock it. But we gotta go up there and see Gertrude before we get in there, so. Oh, look at this town right now. There's so many people in here just bumping into each other that they don't even know it. Unless people listen to the message. Yeah, I mean, Charlton, that was one of my more enjoyable moments in role plays whenever Charlton comes up to me and says, "Have you seen the ass on her?" And Baird's like, "Well, yeah, of course I have. Yeah, it's very nice." And then 5 seconds later, Shalom comes walking up on Eddie, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, hey, real quick, let me verify something he just told me. How about you bend on down? Let me take a look at that ass." And Shalom is a fucking is a dog with that shit. She just fucking went right to it. And Charlton is about Rich. I know you were having a fucking stroke about it, but it was great. Checks for other symptoms of syphilis. Yeah. I like the fact that if I laugh, you most likely won't know it. But when you laugh, it's just like boom. I'm gonna tell you right now, Cam, don't do it. You cannot keep up with Shalom. The server rules won't allow it. I mean, y'all get into a Discord. How about that? I would like to be in the same Discord with the two of you going at each other, because I'm gonna tell you right now, Shalom brings her A fucking game. She has made me blush and cringe on the server with a character who is a nasty dog. I mean, I'd love to see the battle. Do not get me wrong. I want to be there. If y'all, hey, I need a DM if y'all ever do that. Honestly. I want to be there. I want to live it. I want to feel it. Hey, I turned you gay. Don't I get credit? You allowed me to identify who I was to myself. So yes. Yes, you get all the credit for that. I mean, for God damn it. Yes. Okay, fine. So let's change into our plaid. We love. What the fuck just happened to me? Why did my character scream? Is that when it maxes out your... Okay. All right. Oh man, he is fucking ready too. Look at this guy. Good boy. Ugh. Cam says several words that cringe me the fuck out. And it is... I've made it known to him that this happens, and it's funny as hell. Good boy. Good boys one. What was the other one? Buckaroo is a new one. Also, oh, cowpoke. Cowpoke, buckaroo, and then that good boy thing that he does. I am being very... I have to be very strong. It's like somebody was making... I can't even say the fucking word. This was the other day in roleplay, and somebody said a word that I can't handle, and they just kept saying it, and I just had to walk away. Wow, it's okay. So today is a 100% truth day in the stream. Okay. No, the torture was really good. Yeah, it was really good.
G'day.
Oop. Who is talking to me?
How are you?
I'm fine. Where are you hiding at?
I'm in the wagon.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Sorry, it's hard for me to walk, so.
That's all right. How you doing there?
I'm doing pretty okay. Thank you for asking. What about you, sir?
At a middling, I guess.
Well, I mean, middling's not great.
Yeah, a little hungover at the moment.
Do you want some gum?
No, I'm fine. I've been hungover before.
All right. Normally for a hangover, don't you just drink more?
Yeah, but I got my job I got to do. At least this one, I don't have to be the one up yelling and screaming. It's gonna be somebody else doing all that.
Oh, that's good.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. All right. Well, let me go in there and see if the prosecutor is actually ready for this, and then we'll get going. You gonna be in the court?
Yes, sir. I'm part of the paper.
Oh shit! So I should have said about the hangover then.
Oh, no, I'm not going to put that in the paper. We work really well with the magistrate's office. That's your business.
All right, good. Appreciate that too.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, see you in there. No shit, shouldn't have mentioned that at all there. That was a horrible decision on my part, of course. Whoops. Ah, hell to the yeah. Watch this shit. Every time I see him.
Howdy.
Howdy. How you doing there, son?
Oh, hey, Mr. Jefferson.
Yeah, you married?
No.
Any kids?
No.
Why not?
I've been busy.
Oh, you have been
law.
busy. So let's see here. What does she look like, or what does he look like?
I thought that was going another direction, Mr. Jefferson.
Yeah. No, I've been busy doing work, but I am part of this man meat auction thing that's going on soon.
Hang on 1 second. I need you to tell me about what you just said again, and I need all the details on a man meat thing that you're handling.
So this
man
Oliver
meat?
Coleman guy is having this like bachelor's being auctioned off for dates with ladies thing, and the proceeds are going to build the hospital. And so I'm going to be in there. So my very first date ever, I'm going to be some man meat that a lady buys to have a date with her, like a gigolo.
Yeah.
You have very bizarre customs here.
Mm-hmm. But it's to help a hospital.
Let me ask you this though. Here, let me ask you this. Let's say somebody would, somebody was bidding on some of this man meat that might be a man themselves. How do you think that would happen?
I don't know. I would ask Mr. Coleman. I don't know if it's exclusively like man lady or if it's man man, or maybe there's a section for people that are interested in men and people that are interested in women. Who knows?
I doubt it. Everybody here is all about, experience and things like I've been trying to get you to do. Where's the hell's damn Deputy Longway?
Well, he got shot last night, and I don't think he's subpoenaed for this case.
He got shot last night. Is he okay?
Yeah, he got I think a round to his shoulder or something. We were having to pursue these people, and they started fleeing the border over to New Austin, but we had sight on them, so we could pursue a short ways in.
All right. I don't have you on the stand, son. Just tell me what happened. Yeah. All right. So let me ask you this. Has he been doing anything with you? Have you been going out to the dance halls and talking to people, or?
No.
Son of a bitch. All right.
Yeah, no.
Has he been coaching you up on how to approach women or men?
No.
Well, I think the first thing to do is lose the flower, maybe.
No, hell no. That flower's everything.
You think?
Yeah.
Everybody asks me about the flowers.
No,
it's like the easiest way to make friends.
Yeah, but you don't ask about the flower. The flower's there. The flower does not need to be asked about. The right person, son, that comes up to you ain't going to care about that flower because they're going to see those.
Yes, they will appreciate you for the lovely bouquet that you are.
Yeah.
Correct, Mr. Jefferson?
Yeah, they're going to see that 18-year-old face
I
and
see.
those real thin mutton chops that you got there, and they're going to be all over you like stank on shit.
I'm 25.
Oh, shit, you always tell me that. 25, huh?
Yeah, that's just good. That means when I'm old, I won't look old.
I mean...
Yes, you look like me and not Mr. Jefferson.
How's that? All right, yeah, okay, point taken on
Right.
that. Yeah. All right, so being that you've done nothing of what I've given a lawful order for you to do,
You can't give lawful orders.
I am the prosecutor of this territory, son. I am the
That just
chief law enforcement officer in this entire territory.
You are. Theo even gets orders from you.
No. Theo, he runs the marshals.
Okay.
I'm the chief local.
Shut your bullshit, Baird.
You see that right there? You see what he did?
I do.
Yeah,
I
he's
think
a
that's
liar.
called undermining.
I'm confused about the chain of command.
You should be, because it's convoluted as hell.
It is.
You listen to who's got money and who's got power.
I don't like either of those things. That doesn't sound like democracy.
Okay. Here, come on over here. Let's sit down on the bench with old Baird. Let's have a chat.
Oh. Okay.
All right, you sit on the left over there.
You don't want me to sit in your lap,
Well,
Santa?
not right now. You're going to have to tell me what you want for court. We'll do that another time.
Oh, okay.
All right, so let me ask you this here.
Mm-hmm.
You got brothers and sisters?
Yeah. I have 2 older brothers and an older sister.
And are they still alive?
Yep.
They didn't get like the pox or anything?
I had a real loving, happy family. We all lived. They've all got families and little kids.
Right. That's great. Yeah. Most people you talk to around here, all their parents have been murdered, and bandits came through and killed their dog, and an unfortunate milking accident where somebody's wrist was shattered. All kind of horrible, god awful stories.
Maybe it's because Amory's family was the one doing it to everyone. That's why he was protected.
No, we just ran a tavern.
Wait, hang on. And you were in a saloon?
Yeah, my family owned. It was called the Golden Goose in San Antonio.
The Golden Goose in San Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you milk too fast, you get it. You get it. All right. Here we go. Let's see. I'm trying to get something hit. So, were there women that were upstairs or men that were?
I like ladies. You can assume ladies.
No.
No, we didn't have any brotheling there.
Okay, so you're clear on that then. You're clear on the brothel.
Yeah, I know the prostituting.
Okay, so you've never done any tooting on your own?
The most I've done is I was in Valentine and I was getting a bath, and then I was like, ooh, what's this premium thing? And then a lady walked in and slapped me in the face with her boobs.
That fucker got me.
Boy, don't let him corrupt you, even if he is a prosecution.
Yes, sir.
Damn it.
Yes, doctor.
Oh, God. God damn it. All right, I'm back. He got me on that one. All right, then. Shit. So you've been tooting and you've been boob smacked. It happens to the best of us.
No, I've never been with a prostitute. I just know what they do.
All right. Well, tell old Grandpappy Baird here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, tell old Grandpappy Baird what the toots do.
You know, they slob on their knob and then they suck and fuck.
Oh my God. All right, that was all I was trying to get.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, son.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna do fine here. I'm gonna make sure I look out for your advancement throughout this whole place.
Oh.
You're gonna be the goddamn governor one day when I'm done with you.
Oh. Okay. That was it?
That's it.
I passed?
Yeah, it's when you say things like that, it's not fun anymore.
Oh.
I'm not sure what you passed. In fact, I'm not sure what Mr. Jefferson was trying to get at.
Nothing really. Just like talking to this young 18-year-old man here.
I'm 25.
Who's 25? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. I've got a trial to sit and watch and pretend like I'm paying attention.
Oh, okay.
For me,
Fucking
26 to have a heart attack so
I love
quickly.
that dude. I gotta go. Put my
Dr.
shit up.
Emmett, you're welcome to sit on the far left side where all the benches are.
I'm putting my hat up, Yana.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, don't get angry at me now. Don't get angry at me.
Always have to point it out.
Everything all right here?
Yeah, we're all right, thank you.
Ooh, slash me. They're just slash sets. There we go. That'll work. Boom. All right, I got nothing else that I need to worry about. Coyote. And then coal instead of coat. This is what happens to me, folks. This is what fucking happens to me. Hey, go away, please. Alright, let's go pretend like we're important. You put an admin ticket to be a gigolo? Shit, you don't have to have admin approval for that shit. I'm not gonna be in here with somebody's whistling. Oh, Cam. 43 messages wiped. What did you spam? Oh, wait a minute. What did you spam, Cam? I mean, don't spam it again, but what did you spam, Cam? I will not ban Cam. Oh, you say, oh, I got you. I will not ban Cam. I've suffered that experience. That's why I have the service.
Jefferson.
Howdy.
Okay.
Bonjour.
Is your client here, or are you just defending with him in absentia?
As far as I'm aware, when I spoke to Mr. Canal, there is a possibility of him being on the time he had requested, but I do believe that I will be defending him without him.
All right.
I could motion for a continuance if you'd like.
Hell no. We've had too many continuances with this trial in particular.
Are you sure? I can continue it for another week.
Nope. I'm gonna be sitting on a sandbar out there in Blackwater Bay or something with a little box floating on something right next to me filled with whiskey. All right, we got the fresh dip. We're ready to rock. And Clifford, I'm just so excited to see Clifford take the whole case. I mean, this case is not like the worst case at all. Not the worst case at all whatsoever. There was an admin situation.
Isn't as interesting.
Yeah, there was an admin situation involved in this case. I think there's a couple like processes that were brought up, and that's all been handled, obviously out of character. But as far as the actions that were committed, I mean, this is pretty laid out. We granted immunity since this is such an old case. It's coming up on like almost 2 months old. We granted immunity for 2 people to come in and testify who were witnesses, who are obviously suspects, but they were never caught. Nobody's followed up any investigation on this, just so that Canal could have somebody, because we didn't have any defense attorneys on the server at the time.
So what's your strategy, Jefferson?
My strategy is to sit here and look like I'm paying a lot of attention.
Don't fall asleep now.
And you cannot make a male prostitute character. My God. I've made lots of prostitute characters in Red M. You cannot do it. Don't do it. I'd be weak. Baird would be like, well, yeah, sure. Yeah, let's go on upstairs. Yeah, Gertrude sent for me, right? Okay. Turned Martberg gay and every character gay. Destroyed his roleplay repetition, or his roleplay reputation. Converted it straight to sexual.
Seemed like a very empty courtroom.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about that, Your Honor.
I'm not arguing. I'm just saying, do we have all our parties here?
No, just waiting on the suspect, or the alleged suspect, or defendant.
The accused.
Guilty,
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson.
Murderer, or whatever we're calling him.
And does both sides have enough witnesses present?
I'm missing just one witness, Your Honor. But I believe she will be in attendance, at least when it comes to my turn.
All right, Mr. Jefferson.
Mr. Harding.
I know Amory is here. I was hoping to have
there was quite a few people outside.
Deputy Cato,
so
but I'm not sure where she is.
All right, I'll go poke my head outside.
I'm off the clock, so I'm gonna get wild. Getting wild boy wasted. Hot. No, it's not that way. It's like,
Hey.
Like that. Hot. No, you're gonna say it like Paris Hilton. Wow. Targeted. What did I get added in?
Last chance, Mr. Harding.
Pardon?
Last chance.
Please. Oh.
Last chance for what? We don't have a bailiff right now either. Jesus. Well, Theo was here. I think he's coming back.
We have a gaggle of people coming in, and we have a bailiff, Mr. Carter. So give us a few moments, and we'll get started. And we're still waiting on the accused.
Yes, Your Honor, but he has given me permission to defend him without his presence.
Okay.
Go on, sit down and quit bothering people.
Fine,
Good.
fine.
Good Lord. There you go. He's getting ready. I'm telling you, dude, don't sleep on Clifford. This guy, he brings up points when they hit him in the brain. This guy's gonna do good. And Clifford has a lot of experience. He's definitely played with Zeb and Bugenhagen, or Zeb and Dexter, excuse me. He's played with them on other
We'll be right
servers
back.
in this role, and he is gonna kill it. Wait, what? Wait, did he just poof, or did he get up and go somewhere? Because if he poofed, he's going to be falling through the floor. Oh, there's the governor. I think that's the governor. Good old Molly Wong. Good old Molly Wong. Can't go wrong with a vote for Wong. Oh, Rich. What were you trying to do? What were you trying to flex on? My character's name is not.
Ladies and
Billy.
gentlemen of the court, please stand for the
Jesus
Honorable
fucking Christ.
Walter Carlo. Thank
Scared
you.
the living shit out of me.
May I have your seats?
Your Honor, I believe that. Your Honor, I believe
Okay.
that my prosecutor has maybe had to run to the little river.
Your Honor, motion to dismiss.
Both of you are denied. We'll give him a moment to be back. I'll do my preamble, then we can get to it.
Thank you.
Howdy there, folks. If you could hold there at the entryway, please.
So, for all who are in attendance, through the power vested in me, Walter Carlo, through the territorial government of West Arlington, I do
Yes, and-
proclaim this court to now be in session and to be brought to order. On this evening's docket, we will be hearing the case of United States versus Canal. Mr. Canal is not yet in attendance, however, has given his counsel the ability to speak in his stead. With that being said, let it be known that there shall be no hats in this courtroom. Any outbursts or disruptive behavior will be met with charges of contempt. And any witnesses who are called to testify, or counsels on both sides, are asked to speak slowly and clearly for our beloved court reporter here, Ms. Winslow, to ensure she is accurate in her deciphering of your statements.
Amen.
With that being said, would the prosecution please stand and list the charges that the defendant is being faced with?
I love it.
Your Honor, the prosecution brings forward the charges of. Just one moment. Let me look at my paper.
What paper? Come on, don't do that. Don't start like that, Clifford.
One
no.
count of attempted murder, one count of aggravated battery, and one count of petty robbery.
Very good. Ms. Sanders, instead of the defendant, would you please answer to these counts?
The defendant will plead not guilty to the charge of petty robbery. The defendant will plead not guilty to the charge of aggravated battery. And finally, the defendant will plead not guilty to the charge of attempted murder.
And let the record show that the defendant would otherwise plead not guilty to all charges. These pleas will be reaffirmed once the defendant can arrive. But for the sake of this trial, we will continue on with opening statements, please.
I'm sure he would have been standing when he gave that plea as well.
Mr. Harding, you may take your opportunity now to present your arguments.
Perfect, thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Ms. Winslow, if ever I am speaking too quickly, please feel free to tell me to slow down. So,
I don't think that's gonna be a problem.
today we will hear out townsfolk pointed law enforcement in the right direction to pursue Ricky Canal and two accomplices after witnessing them robbing the Strawberry General Store. These townsfolk updated law enforcement, specifically Deputy Daniels, of their escape route and descriptions, all the way from the forest near Strawberry, down Upper Montana River, and
Ooh, yeah.
finally onto the Great Plains situated by Blackwater.
Oh yeah.
I would like to note that during this pursuit, Sheriff Matthias Reed lost visual of the other deputies who were pursuing and posted elsewhere along the trail to observe any coming and going, and spotted tree riders who called out, "We have company," when Sheriff Reed approached, and that they broke off the trail, and headed deeper into the woods. It was at this time that Sheriff Reed did not pursue. Clearly, they were intimidated by law enforcement and felt the need to flee, having surely committed a crime, into the woods to evade detection. As the remaining deputies pursued and entered the Great Plains, they observed Deputy Jenny Cato riding after the three fleeing suspects. It was at this time that Deputy Jenny Cato identified herself as, and I quote from her witness statement, West Elizabeth's Sheriff's Office. And when Mr. Canal did not slow, she, quote, warned him I would draw my weapon if he did not stop, and he told me to, quote, fucking try me, unquote. I apologize for swearing in your courtroom, Mr. Carlo.
You're quoting someone else. Carry on.
Mr. Canal then pulled a long arm and aimed it at the Deputy Cato, who, having still not brandished her firearm at this time, feared for her life, and even more so when an accomplice of Mr. Canal rode up beside her. Deputy Cato decided finally to produce her weapon and fire, having already identified herself as a member of law enforcement, and now outnumbered with clearly hostile individuals, one being Mr. Canal, who was aiming her weapon at her. In this case, it is Deputy Cato who is acting in self-defense.
You're not talking about me anyway. You're talking
Mr.
about him.
Canal returned fire and struck Deputy Cato in her shoulder, causing her to fall from her horse and hit her head on a rock, rendering her unconscious. Ms. Winslow, am I speaking too quickly?
No, she'll say it.
You're fine.
He's taking a break.
Perfect. Where was I?
Where was I?
Here we are. The trailing deputies heard gunshots as they reached the crest of the hill and observed one of the riders dismounting his horse, and when he spotted law enforcement, he began to fire at them. Recruit Barrow, at this time, suffered a grazing wound, and the rider who dismounted his horse then
Barrow
remounted his horse and fled towards Thieves' Landing, only to leave Ricky Canal in the rear. Ricky Canal, or Mr. Canal, was determined to be hostile at this time as he was shooting at law enforcement and in the company of others shooting at law enforcement and having just fled the scene of a store robbery. Mr. Canal was shot by then recruit Emery Cambria. Mr. Canal fell off his horse and was brought to Blackwater for medical treatment along with Deputy Cato. This version of events is corroborated by 4 members of law enforcement statements who have no reason to lie regarding these events. Mr. Canal was questioned after receiving medical attention and said that he was coming from the saloon in Blackwater and he would not identify his friends for fear of law enforcement harassing them. However, this is clearly a lie and impossible, as town folks, law enforcement, and Sheriff Reed can account for Mr. Canal and his 2 friends all the way from Strawberry to the Great Plains by Blackwater.
I love it.
Therefore, the prosecution believes Mr. Canal was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of his crimes, and he was compelled to lie about where he was coming from in order to conceal the truth that he was involved in a robbery of the Strawberry General Store. Mr. Canal also conceals the identity of his posse to shield them from prosecution. What you will hear today from the defense will likely be a claim of self-defense. So I ask you, who are we to believe here? The lovely townsfolk who provide the location and descriptions the entire time, and law enforcement who are trained to handle situations like this, or a man who is a criminal traveling in a criminal posse,
I'm getting
who
weak
does
here.
not deny the claim of shooting the deputy, but says it is self-defense because Deputy Cato did not identify herself as law enforcement, which is untrue, as she did identify herself. Even if Deputy Jenny Cato did not identify herself as law enforcement, the argument of self-defense cannot be made when you are a member of an active criminal posse
this is opening
fleeing from a
argument.
crime scene.
He can do it.
Does this mean anyone who commits a crime can shoot at deputies and kill them when fleeing a scene and claim self-defense? Of course not. This is ridiculous and sets an awful tone in the future and standard. What we see is that Mr. Canal went above and beyond what an average criminal does, going so far as to shoot law enforcement. When the claim, generally, of self-defense is made, it is assessed according to the reasonable person standard, which asks what an ordinary and reasonable individual would do under the circumstances. If the reasonable person felt threatened and perceived someone as a threat, they could take reasonable actions to defend themselves. Excuse me, I have to take a glass of water.
Right ahead, Mr. Harding.
He's going to need that, Your Honor. I think he's got another couple pages.
I have one more. Excuse me, everyone.
Oh, I love Clifford so fucking much, man. I told him
sorry for that.
I told him last night with the timing that I couldn't. I
where
wasn't going
was
to be able
I?
to help him with the second. Just look at your notes, son. You'll get it.
Here we are. However, would a reasonable person participate in a store robbery and flee with their criminal posse? Note that they're being pursued.
He found out last night
Comment
he was
on
getting
it,
the whole
as
case.
Mr. Deputy Reed's comments before. Break contact through the woods in an attempt to evade law enforcement, and when finally caught, taunt Deputy Cato, saying to fucking try me, and decide to fire upon them when they identify themselves as a deputy.
He's repeating himself too.
And even if Deputy Cato was not law enforcement, would Mr. Canal just gun someone else down, trying to get his attention? What if someone was to ask him to stop?
The defense's argument and making it his, so they don't have anything.
There is such a thing as citizen's arrest, and it stems from English common law. So to propose that someone following a criminal to report their actions to deputies are trying to get their attention is a threat is preposterous. Additionally, drawing a weapon is not a deadly threat in this circumstance because people ride with their weapons out all the time, herding cattle as a means of protection, etc.
Jesus.
And you cannot expect to make a self-defense case if you are fleeing from a criminal activity, especially when the person identifies themselves as law enforcement.
We got to blow Clifford
It is understood
up
in most jurisdictions that
we gotta blow
self-defense
him
is
up in
null and
general
void
chat.
if you are
Hype him
committing
the
a criminal
fuck up
act.
in general.
You cannot enter a
He's
home
killing it.
against the owner's will, have them attack you in self-defense, and claim self-defense on your part. With all the above stated facts, that is why we believe Mr. Canal should be found guilty of attempted murder, aggravated battery, and petty robbery. Thank you.
I wanted this.
Very good, Mr. Harding. Ms. Sanders, you may take the floor.
Good evening, Your Honor. My name is Savannah Sanders, and I am here on behalf of Mr. Ricky Canal. Sorry. Good evening, Your Honor. My name is Savannah Sanders, and I am here on behalf of Mr. Ricky Canal. Mr. Canal stands trial today against the charges of petty robbery, aggravated battery, and attempted murder. All of these charges, as they sit, are ready to destroy all that Mr. Canal has sown in these lands of West Arlington for the better of the community. At the end of the trial, we will plead for a rendered verdict of not guilty for each and every charge the prosecution claims on our Mr. Canal. As an unnecessary reminder to the court, the burden of proof lies in the hands of the prosecution to show, without a reasonable doubt. The prosecution, however, thus far, has failed to mention that the charges speak for themselves. The charge of petty robbery requires that items were unlawfully and intentionally taken by the means of threat and intimidation, with a purpose or intent to deprive someone of said property. Nothing in evidence the prosecution will present shows that this charge is valid. The charge of aggravated battery requires a person to intentionally use force, causing serious bodily harm upon the person of another, including but not limited to deadly weapons, poisons, etc., The prosecution will not present any significant evidence proving without a reasonable doubt that Mr. Canal caused aggravated battery to another person. And finally, with the attempted murder charge. Our laws state that no person shall attempt an unlawful killing of a human being with the design to effect the death of the person killed. The prosecution, once again, will provide zero evidence proving the proper mens rea or the state of criminal mind that was present.
Clifford's
and that no
opening statement was long enough. People are going to have to be jumping up to eat and drink here in a minute.
It's not minimalist to say that our Mr. Canal has been through a rough time and a long and tiresome battle to get here. But I am confident, Your Honor, that through this proceeding, the court will find in favor of the defense. Thank you, Your Honor.
Two very spirited opening statements. Mr. Harding, you are welcome to call your first piece of evidence or witness at this time.
Your Honor, we would like to call Deputy Amory Cambria to the stand, please.
Are they present?
I do believe he is, sir.
Well, you can approach the bailiff to be sworn in.
Yeah, speak up, son.
Right over here, Amory.
Yes, sir.
If you could raise your right hand, please, and place your left hand over the Bible.
Of course. I'm a court officer.
Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Witness has been sworn in, Your Honor.
They may take the stand.
He does really good. I cross-examined him.
I will remind the
in
witness to
trial.
speak loudly and clearly and answer all questions directly.
Yes, sir.
That's Carlo.
Can you state your name, please?
And he's dropping slash me.
Senior Deputy Amory Cambria.
And how long have you been with the department?
I have been with the Lemoyne Sheriff's Department for approximately 1 month and 1 week, and prior to that, I was a recruit with West Elizabeth Sheriff's Department for approximately 2 weeks or so.
Would you say you are a seasoned law enforcement officer?
Objection.
I would say I am not a novice.
But you have experience beyond a normal person?
Yes.
Perfect. And are you aware of the events we are talking about today?
Yes.
Could you tell me what happened in your own account of events, please?
From the very beginning?
If I can just interrupt you, please. Is that Mr. Canal who's just arrived?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Harding. I'll let you get back to your questions for a moment. Mr. Canal, can you please rise for a moment? Can you please confirm that you are intending to plead not guilty to 1 count of attempted murder, 1 count of aggravated battery, and 1 count of petty robbery?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much. Carry on, Mr. Harding.
Please, yes, from the
As a
beginning.
reminder, if you need to,
Okay.
if you need to speak
Myself,
loudly, or you
then
speak loudly,
Acting Sheriff Reed, Deputy Cato.
Cato? Cato?
Deputy Recruit Olin Barrow. And
You hear his keyboard?
excuse me, this was some time ago. I'm trying to mentally get myself in that moment.
We have your statement here. If you, if Mr. Carlo, would you mind if he reviews his statement or no?
I don't know about all that.
Let me collect it for you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a good argument.
And here you are. Just a moment.
Oh, and then Deputy Daniels, excuse me. The 5 of us, we were in the Blackwater Sheriff's Department, and I believe Deputy Daniels was informed. Then Deputy Daniels was informed that he heard local townsfolk shouting about some robberies or something appearing in Strawberry.
Okay.
We've all very quickly saddled up to ride out. Myself, then recruit Barrow, and then Deputy.
Amory is really,
Daniels.
he has a lot of times trying to be specific.
The initial formation to ride out.
Instead of saying
at that point, I believe Kato and Reed, they went about their own way. I didn't follow them anymore. As we were approaching Strawberry, Daniels was getting flagged down by townsfolk which direction to go. We followed through the woods for some time. Later on, we then found our way to the plains.
To the plains.
When we got there, I got visuals on the 3 assumed suspects that Daniels was chasing after, as well as Kato. She was far away, though. I couldn't hear anything that they were saying in the moment. As we got closer, I witnessed Kato fall from her horse. I lost visuals for just a split moment as we were going over some hills. And then as we were coming upon another crest of a hill, I witnessed the suspects begin fire on myself, Daniels, and Barrow. I believe Barrow got hit in the arm. So
just a moment. The one shooting at you is the one who got off his horse?
There was a gentleman wearing red. There was the gentleman we apprehended, who is before us today. And there was a third unknown gentleman that I did not see in that moment.
Okay. But the man who got off his horse did fire at you as well.
I did not witness anyone off their horse until I shot this gentleman here off of his.
Okay.
That may have been before I crested the hill. At that point, Barrow had taken a shot, I believe, to the arm or to the torso. I can't recall. But he had been hit. The suspects began to flee, and I pursued. Eventually, causing this gentleman before me to fall from his horse. I rode up, tried to apply what little bit of triage nurse care that I could. I just packing the wounds with gauze, and then we brought him back to get medical attention.
And did you question Mr. Canal at any time?
I was not part of the questioning process due to being a recruit.
Do you know if he was questioned?
He was, yes.
What was said?
Acting Sheriff Reed inquired about what his
Careful.
The gentleman's company was doing there. At one point, he asked why he would aggress a deputy. The Canal was, I wouldn't say aggressive. He was somewhat upset, which I could see anyone being, considering being shot.
Not a good statement.
There was discussions over why he had rope cuffs in his custody, because he was claiming that he was just a lawful citizen who had been attacked, and we were questioning why a lawful citizen would be walking around with contraband, to which I believe he mentioned something along the lines of for his own safety, because there were robbers or bandits along the river, something along those lines.
You gotta get Amory off the stand. We can't have a long open and a long witness.
In your
testimony.
experience, what are rope cuffs used for?
Illegally detaining someone.
Illegally detaining, in his experience. Okay, that's a good question.
And during robberies, in your experience, are rope cuffs used to detain people illegally for the means of robbery?
In my experience, rope cuffs have been almost exclusively used in conjunction with kidnapping or unlawful imprisonment.
So there's no legal reason or good reason for a citizen to have them?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Wait, what? No.
Sustained.
That's not the speculation.
Have you ever seen a normal citizen with rope cuffs?
Yes.
For what reason?
In what context?
A brothel.
Okay.
Very good. Very good. Very
And
good.
where did you mentioned Mr. Canal mentioned he was fleeing from someone?
He seemed to have assumed that, or stated that we were. He was very adamant that we did not announce ourselves, and that he was simply defending himself from being robbed.
I see. And in hostile or potentially hostile situations, have you yourself identified yourself as law enforcement?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Do you identify yourself as law enforcement in hostile situations?
Always.
Would you consider this a hostile situation?
Yes. In order to make an arrest, we announce ourselves as law so that the suspect is aware of the situation that is happening, and that any orders that we give are then lawful orders. We do not announce ourselves. How can someone be aware that, that they are then breaking laws by not listening to us?
Is that procedure?
Yes, it is. It is beyond standard procedure. It is ingrained in us.
Perfect. How long have you worked with Deputy Cato?
At that time, I believe I was a recruit for approximately a week with her.
Did you witness or identify yourself as law enforcement in other situations?
Yes.
Perfect. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Good, Miss Sanders. You're invited to cross-examine the witness.
Anne-Marie speaks very slow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So she's going to struggle with this. His pace is a lot different than her pace.
Good evening.
Evening.
So I wanted to ask you a little bit
Mild.
about the events for that day. Could you describe the events of that day while on duty, up to the point you were told to be saddled up for the incident?
You wish for me to describe the entirety of my day prior to this chase?
No, to clarify, I'm asking you from the moment you went on duty to this chase, what entailed during that time?
Training, because I was a recruit, a lot of going over the laws, practicing taking statements.
Were you overwhelmed with the training that morning?
No.
Moving on to after the incident, the first gunshots you heard came from Deputy Daniels, correct?
No.
Where were the first gunshots heard from?
I don't think she's ready for Amory, though.
From the direction of Mr. Canal
He's
and
very
his
slow and deliberate with
accomplice,
his answers.
who was wearing red.
If she can limit
Your
herself
statement clearly states
to his
that
pace,
the first gunshots you heard from Deputy Daniels,
she'll be okay.
Is this something that would greatly differ? Is this a normal procedure for officers to forget incidents of events?
My statement does not state that the first shots that I heard were from Daniels. It said that after I crested the hill, Daniels began to open fire. I did not state specifically which shots were fired first.
What is
Just
your
that.
relationship with Deputy Daniels?
He's
Objection,
from
Your
a different department as me.
Objection,
so
Your Honor. Relevance.
Go ahead, Miss Sanders, to explain.
It's important to establish the connection between all deputies on duty at that time.
And how does that impact the actions of your client?
I mean, it's a cross, so this is a harder objection.
No further argument.
All right, we'll consider that. Objection sustained. Carry on.
During the training process, does your training encourage you to shoot first?
No, unless it is a deadly situation. For example, if we are apprehending someone in a situation where we are pointing our rifles at them, our guns, and then they begin to draw their weapon on us, it is assumed that they have deadly intent, and we are allowed clearance to begin firing upon them to prevent undue bodily harm upon ourselves.
Very good answer.
And should the person not be armed in a way that would be perceived to be aggressive, how do they train you to fire on someone?
He's tough, yeah. How do they train
Would you
That's an interesting
hand on that
question.
question? I don't fully understand.
Do they train you to shoot in the foot or the arm, or do they train you to shoot for the head?
Odd question too, but
they train you to incapacitate the person.
There you go.
So
Perfect
it
answer.
would be with regards to relevance for the situation.
threat.
If someone is a known and deadly individual, that would be a situation where you are trying to put them down and maintain your life with whatever regards you can. If it is someone who is very clearly overwhelmed and normally a law-abiding civilian, would aim for the arm, the leg, some manner to
No. Don't go into that anyway.
incapacitate them without grievously wounding them.
Okay, all right. He kind of brought it back.
Is it fair to say that any reasonable person would do the same?
No.
Reasonable person not being someone who would torture or blatantly murder, or what have you.
Yep.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Ooh. Well.
Overruled.
Yep. It's speculation.
I believe an average person taken from society would assume that is the standard procedure.
Perfect. We're going to go over a couple of the territory's major and minor crimes. I'm going to read over the allegations. I'd like you to clarify your definitions from what you understand it through your training and expertise. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
What is petty robbery?
Petty robbery, in the simplest terms, is taking something from someone else unlawfully.
Attempted murder?
Attempted murder is aggressing someone to the point of wishing to take their life.
And aggravated battery?
Your Honor, this is speculation. Mr. Emery is not obliged to answer these questions. He's not prosecution.
Ms. Sanders, would you explain to the court why the recruit at the time, now deputy, is being quizzed on their knowledge of the law and how it is relevant?
They're the ones that originally send the accused for the charges, and it is relevant that he understand the charges he's placing on the person before it goes to the prosecution's desk.
And I'll answer this, Mr. Jefferson. As a recruit, did he have any say in this?
No,
Was it being implemented or applied?
No, sir. I'm asking for his current information as an expert in his field as a deputy.
You're trying to establish him as an expert witness. Is he qualified to be an ex-witness? Has this been discussed in front of the court beforehand?
No, Your Honor.
Then do not treat him like an expert witness until you are establishing him as such prior to.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll watch it again at
I'm
work
ready to
today,
move on
too.
to a different line of questioning then.
Please do.
Nah, it was good.
And Ms. Winslow, strike all that last bit from the record about the laws.
To the best of your recollection, Deputy, can you describe the gentleman once again that you saw?
I watched it again at work, dude. It was really
Which
good, man.
which one? There were three.
The one in gray in your statement.
Can I take a moment to look at my statement?
Absolutely.
Well, I can't stand to look at you now. I'm obsessed with it. Well, he's not dead, man. He's not dead. He's still there. And the next one is going to be even better than that. So it'll be fun. You only go up. Only go up.
With regards to the line, I lost visuals and began to chase another gentleman with dark hair, a beard, and darker clothes.
The one before that, but you're welcome to describe that one as well. That was my next question.
There was a gentleman wearing red prior to that. I spoke of a gentleman wearing red and a gentleman wearing darker clothes.
Then it would be the darker clothes.
This gentleman with darker clothes was later identified as Mr. Ricky Canal.
Understood. In your statement, you said you observed Deputy Cato's wound. Is that correct?
Yes.
That wound looked inconsequential. Is that right?
Ooh, easy.
I have no medical
Your Honor.
knowledge.
Yep. Good. You beat it.
We attempting to establish Mr. Cambria as a doc now.
Oh, there we go.
It's objection on opinion also.
Ms. Sanders,
Be right back.
is Mr. Cambria being presented to the court as a doctor at this time?
No, Your Honor, but any qualified deputy would be able to answer if a wound was considered grievous or not.
Have we established that as a fact in this courtroom?
No, Your Honor.
Then do not assume it to carry on, sustained.
I'm going to hand you a piece of evidence. I placed a strip of brown leather on one page. I'm going to read out loud what that is marked, and if you'd like to follow along.
Yes, ma'am.
So that should come up as the definition for mortal.
Yes.
As described in the dictionary, it is subject to death, destined to die, deadly, destructive of life, cause of death. Would you agree with this definition?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
How is Mr. Cambria's opinion on what constitutes
All right, we're back. We're back.
Mortal, the word mortal, relevant to this case?
Your Honor, this is a courtroom, not a classroom. I don't know why Mr. Cambria is being
Thank-
asked definitions.
Thank you.
Mr. Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Harding.
Ms. Sanders.
It is setting a foundation for my remaining line of questioning.
And how does that's wonderful. I'm trying to figure out how Mr. Cambria, who is not established as an expert witness nor a scholar at this point, as smart as he may be, that his opinions on the word morale, on the word more or mortal, have any influx on his actions that day.
Understood.
Mouse proudly.
Please ask him questions directly relating to the case.
No, I don't touch that anymore, dude.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
I don't touch that sock.
Mr. Harding, you are welcome to redirect.
It's for a wedding?
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Oh, God, I'm going to...
Yeah, Mr. Cambria, you
Is
are
it daytime
excused
right
from the
now?
stand unless you have some private business you need to attend to. Please remain in the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
Wait, sock. So it is day... All right, don't fuck with me, sock. I don't know if it's dark outside or not. And if I fucking freeze it, if I... Like, I don't know if I trust
Mr.
you
Harding, you
anymore.
are allowed to present your next piece of evidence or call your next witness.
Get Prox to do it. Prox is right there. Wait. Yeah, Prox is right there. DM Prox. Tell him to do it.
We would like to call Olan
roasted for
Barrow
this
if he's
shit.
present. If not, we will read his statement.
Now, I believe Mr. Barrow's here. Please approach to be sworn in.
Good old space case. Look at this guy. I
Mr.
love
Barrow, if you could raise your right hand and place your left hand on this Bible.
Supposedly.
Glad I ain't got my cam on right now.
Do you
Or my
swear to tell the
webcam,
truth and
excuse me.
nothing but the truth, so help you
My
God?
webcam on.
I do.
Thank you.
No,
Your Honor,
Cam, it's
witness
because
has been sworn in.
It's because
Thank
fucking
you,
last time
Mr.
I did
Ford.
it, I
Have
fucking
your
wrecked
seat,
the
Mr.
server.
Barrow. Please
And then somebody
speak
did it
slowly and
last
clearly
night,
so
too.
that everyone can understand what's being said.
Think I'm fucking scared or something? I don't give a shit.
Can you please state your
I'll
phone
blow
name,
this
please?
fucking server up right now.
I am Olin Barrow.
Perfect. And how long have you been with the department?
It's frozen already. It's already frozen.
I
at
want to
12.
say it's about 3 months.
See? Right here.
That's quite some time.
12 o'clock. frozen, not moving.
And do you recall the events that occurred that we're talking about today?
Vaguely.
Okay. Do you recall questioning Mr. Canal?
I did not question Mr. Canal. I was isolated to write my statement down because I am not a
Dude,
fast
it's
writer.
frozen already. Somebody's already done
Okay.
it.
Do you
Look,
know who questioned
look,
Mr. Canal?
I do not.
Okay. In your statement, it says
Right
Mr.
there.
Canal was questioned.
It's not moving. You know,
He
it
was
moves.
put
It ticks real fast.
in the cell, and there was many officers around him. So, yes, I believe he was questioned that way.
Okay. Someone spoke to him,
Shit.
and you
Sorry.
wrote what you heard on your statement.
Yeah, time is definitely not moving.
Please elaborate.
Please elaborate.
You write that someone questioned Mr. Canal. So I want to clarify that you put in your statement what you were told by other deputies.
I heard them talking to him. I guess I assumed it was them questioning him.
That's okay.
Other officers,
Clarification.
I do not know who it was, or I would rephrase, I do not remember who it was that spoke to him.
I don't think you understand the question.
Yeah.
Surely you would not lie. So you heard these statements from other deputies, and that's why it's in your statement.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Nice. Okay, good. Waiting.
Did you see Mr. Canal shooting at law enforcement when you arrived?
That's also leading.
Mr. Canal was the one wearing all black, was to my right up on the hill. I believe I'm pretty sure he's the one who grazed me across my back. And then he was shot by Amory and Mr. Daniels from my perception.
Oh.
Okay, so
I did not find out till later on that Amory was the one who got the downing shot.
okay, so you can confirm today that
I'm trying to be
Ricky
kind and
Canal
clever.
not only
He's
shot
making-
Deputy
he's digging
Cato,
his own grave.
but also you.
And
Yes.
Okay.
This has no relevance.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Sanders?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about your career history.
Okay.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
Roughly 3 months, I'd say.
Do you have any previous law enforcement history beyond that, or military history?
No.
Have you ever held a gun before being in law enforcement?
No, I prefer to use the bow.
What time of day was the incident occurring, or do you remember how it looked outside?
I believe it was day going to dusk.
Is it fair to say it was in the afternoon?
Yes.
When did you first hear a gunshot?
He's doing better.
When I got shot from my right. And
Yep. Keep going. Add it.
Okay. Moving on to a later part of the day, did you observe Deputy Cato as you rode up to the group from behind?
I did not see Deputy Cato until I saw them bringing her back on the back of a horse.
And during that time, did any of your deputies speak to you?
No, I had been sent to go retrieve Deputy Cato. I did not even know she was on duty, honestly.
Did you hear anything said by the supposed 3 other riders in the incident?
I only saw 2 people, and I don't remember what the other one was.
Moving on to the last part of your statement, from your observations, you state that you spoke to a doctor. Do you remember which doctor you spoke to?
I do not.
Did you stay with Deputy Cato during her treatment?
I want to say I did, but I do not remember.
That's not a problem. Do you remember if Deputy Cato said anything during the treatment?
I do not remember.
And since this incident, during and after her recovery, have you observed any physical or emotional changes?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Mm-hmm.
Sanders?
If someone was, the charge of attempted murder was very clearly apparent on Deputy Cato's life. If someone was being attempted to be murdered, I imagine that wound or that emotional state would be heightened since that date.
It doesn't have anything to do
Is
with her
Deputy
client
Cato
doing
here?
it.
I'm not sure, Your Honor.
I don't believe she is.
She is not here.
I imagine, Your Honor, that a fellow deputy would be able to laymanly observe his fellow deputy's emotional state if it would be detrimental to his team.
Objection, that's opinion.
It is indeed opinion.
But you can have an opinion when you're trying to.
However, I will allow it.
Yeah, I mean that's not that bad.
To rephrase the question, during or after her recovery, did you observe any physical or mental changes to Deputy Cato?
I did not, but I was still getting to know her.
That's
Understood. No further questions, Your Honor.
I don't think that really benefited anybody.
Is there any recross?
Nope. Don't do it. Nope.
No, Your Honor.
There you go. Good call. Yak.
Your Honor, I would just like to clarify that attempted murder is the same as murder. It's the attempt is treated as the act being committed.
There's no reason to state that, but
Yes, Mr. Harding, I'm quite aware of what the definition of attempted murder is. But thank you for reminding the court. Does anyone else have any questions for the witness?
Defense is done with the witness, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Barrow, you are excused if you have somewhere else to be.
And let me tell you, his
Free to go.
closing.
If not, you understand the
His
court.
closing is fire.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will go back to my duty.
Your Honor, request for a 5-minute recess.
Oh Jesus.
Does the prosecution have any objections? Still have time to call witnesses.
No.
Your Honor.
All right.
She didn't
You
have
are
time.
welcome to your 5-minute recess.
Her
Thank you, Your
client
Honor.
just got here, so she got to talk to her client. That's actually very reasonable.
Folks, feel free to stretch your legs, but please do not leave the courthouse. Thank you.
Hell of a job there, son.
Excuse me, I'm going to use this office.
I'm
Yeah, you. Sitting in
Yeah,
front
I
of
was
me.
gonna say, I'm sure you are.
Oh, thank you.
Some deja vu to the
Very
last
welcome.
case, honestly.
That little practice thing that we had was helpful. I
You,
just
you
speak
talking
plainly.
to Harry?
Yeah.
What?
Yes, ma'am.
He's probably talking to you.
What?
Absolutely.
Ah, that's better.
Mr. Jefferson.
By all means.
Yes, sir.
No, you're fine.
Am I being called to the stand?
Yep, take care.
What's your name, sir?
Nathan
Will do.
Daniels.
Let me verify with Mr. Harding. You were subpoenaed, correct?
That is correct.
I think you were subpoenaed in case. You're obviously not a person who issued a prime statement in this regard, but your name was included in the report for your participation. So let me verify with him, and I'll get back with you and let you know very quickly.
Well, just to clarify, I was the one who wrote the report.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I was the one who wrote the report.
Yeah, okay. I see that now. I apologize. Hang on 1 second.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the statements in here, so yeah, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second.
That's fine.
I've pretty much been hands off with this one for the new prosecutor, but I apologize. Give me 1 second.
All right.
Where the fuck is he? Usually where? Oops, sorry. See where the hell Harding went?
No, but I'm very impressed with his work thus far.
Yeah, I am too. I'm very much impressed. Oh God. Oh, that was I thought that was Lorenzo that was back there falling around.
I don't know.
He might be in one of the offices.
Yeah. Miss Sanders, do you see the other prosecutor back there somewhere?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, thank you. God damn it.
Regardless of it.
Oh, I thought it was Lorenzo for a minute from the way he was dressing. Who's whispering?
Oh, well, looky what we have
No,
here.
not yet.
Goodness. Well, at least you dress nice.
I'm sorry.
Want to?
You look better than Baird. Oh, hey there, Miss Jefferson. If you could turn the other way there, Daily, I'll make sure I can search you real quick.
Oh,
Alrighty.
Lord. Are you going to be able to control yourself in here, sir?
I've controlled myself for the last 2 trials I've been in here, Jefferson.
What about
Oh,
when the,
yeah, I remember that.
What about when the judge fucks your name up again?
Guys.
Am I on the stand?
I don't know where I'm in.
Because
What
if he
the
doesn't,
hell?
if I'm not on the stand and he doesn't fuck my name up, he's got no reason to say it.
Is that Lorenzo? Do y'all hear that?
Yes, I hear it as well, and that's what I thought I saw.
Okay, I'll handle that in a
All right,
moment.
good.
Ambrose, you're good. Just take your damn hat off.
Is that? No.
Lorenzo, are you okay?
He logged
Guess so.
out.
Oh,
He
well.
logged out or DC'd, and here's the problem. I'll go take care of that outside right now.
Oh, okay, by all means.
He either logged out or DC'd in here, and he's falling through the fucking world. He's in Mexico right now. give me 1 second, and I'll bring him back. Let me give it time for me. Oh God, give me 1 second. Sinbad, yeah. So here we go. Let's pull this up. Whoops. There he is, right there. And I'm going to bring. How you doing there, sir? You feeling better?
Oh, I just had a dream.
I know you did. Yeah, I heard you.
Oh, you heard me?
Yeah, I did
Oh,
hear
I'm sorry.
you.
I must have fallen asleep.
That's fine. You know, listen, I'm glad you're okay. All right. You know, sometimes when we don't go nighty night, you know, when we're supposed to, and we stay up late with the whores and the liquor and all that, you know, things get bad.
Yeah, I dreamed like I was in Mexico and there was this panther after me. Damn. I should probably get back in. Yeah, gracias for
Yeah, you
waking
should
me
go
up
back
and
in there.
dragging
Go.
me.
Yeah, go ahead. I dreamed I was in Mexico, and there was this panther after me. My goodness. I'm gonna do another voice like that. I am. Do Juanita, but male, like, oh my goodness, what are you doing? You are so pretty. I love you so much. Juanita Hernandez. I was killed while fighting for the love of my husband, Logan Black.
We just dismissed Mr. Barrow from the stand. Go ahead, Mr. Harding. You call forward your next piece of evidence or witness.
Your Honor, I would like to read Deputy Cato's statement.
Yeah.
All right, you may do so.
As soon as he's done.
Statement from Deputy Cato on 06/22/1898. A townsfolk came to the sheriff's office and informed us of a robbery at Strawberry. We all headed out. I was the last out. I locked up the office and rode out after the sheriff ahead of me. I checked my map to pinpoint the area where
Ninja.
townsfolk had indicated they saw them ride, but I lost the sheriff. After continuing toward that
Mexico.
area, I saw 3 riders. I pursued them, and one alerted the others to a bear chasing the group and myself. We rode further down Breacher's Oak near the ranch to escape the bear when the second rider was left behind us, leaving me with a man in dark, neutral hat, open jacket, and a caplet, similar colored pants. I shouted, quote, West Elizabeth's Sheriff's Office, unquote. He did not slow. I warned him I would draw my weapon if he did not stop, and he told me, quote, fucking try me, unquote, and pulled a long arm and aimed it at me. I immediately pulled my sidearm, and at that moment, saw the second rider join us on my left. I made the decision to open fire as he was already hostile, and with the second rider, I felt I needed to defend myself. I hit center of mass on the man with his long arm pointed at me, and he returned fire, hitting me in my shoulder, knocking me from my horse. The last thing I heard them say was, quote, are you fucking stupid, unquote, before I fell and hit my head on a rock. When I came to, I was being treated at the medical building in Blackwater for a gunshot wound to my left shoulder and had the bump on the back of my head looked at from the rock. Signed, Deputy Jenny Cato.
Good. The prosecution is invited to present any arguments or examination of that testimony. Mr. Harding, do you have any further arguments to be based upon that?
No.
No.
No. No.
I can clarify some things, if I may, about the statement.
You may do so, and then the defense will have an opportunity to cross-examine the statement.
Perfect.
Objection, testifying for the witness.
Because they can't be here. This is why we read the statement. It's good, though.
Please clarify.
Is the prosecution allowed to clarify statements made by a witness?
Maybe the word clarification isn't correct, but seeing as the witness cannot be here, it is generally allowed that the prosecution can make arguments based upon the statement.
That's a better way to say it.
I don't think they can do anything beyond that. I don't think they're trying to, Mr. Harding is trying to say that, well, Mr. Harding, speak for yourself.
No, right. Perhaps the wrong word. English is not my first language. And I'm just speaking on behalf of the statement, clarifying that what happened in accordance with the events.
I retract my objection.
Carry on.
It is worth noting that Deputy Cato announced herself as West Elizabeth Sheriff's Office and told him that she would draw her weapon if he did not stop. And Mr. Canal not only responded, he acknowledged her and played into it, egging her on to try him.
Objection, Your Honor. Improper characterization of the defense.
I'm just reading what's on the paper.
I think it is established that the prosecution, in the absence of the witness, is permitted to paraphrase in order to make an argument. Their words and their statements are not being held as direct testimony from the witness.
Understood, Your Honor.
Carry on, Mr. Harding.
So, for the claim of self-defense to be made, obviously, you take this from the general person perspective.
I get that
Would
a
a normal
little bit,
person
Sam, but
shoot
yeah.
at a law enforcement
it's a whole
officer if they
different reason with
announced
Drake.
themselves and did not pull their firearm prior to having a gun aimed at them first? I don't think a normal person would shoot
at law
enforcement if they announced themselves and shot back at you if you aimed a weapon at them first.
Oh, it is.
And the definition of attempted murder
That's
is no
right.
person shall
Totally
attempt in
different
the
purpose.
unlawful killing of a human being with the design to affect the death of the person. Well, I think shooting at someone is that very definition.
Objection, speculation. Didn't know what the witness was thinking at the time, or didn't know what the defendant was thinking at the time.
Your Honor, Deputy Cato states in her document here that, let me look, she felt she needed to defend herself.
Overruled.
Yep, Greg's a lot deeper than that.
Any
Yeah.
more arguments to draw off of Miss Cato's
We'll get-
affidavit?
That's going to
Defense
become
rests
common
on
knowledge,
this.
dude.
Not at
The
this time.
defense does not wish to examine the document.
No, the defense has already examined the document.
Does not wish to cross-examine the document.
No, Your Honor.
All right.
He was speaking for
your next
the deputy's
witness will
state of
be some
mind
testimony,
because the
et cetera,
deputy specifically
Mr.
said that.
Harding.
Let me review these papers.
You're going to call Daniels to the stand?
Is he here?
Yes, he's right behind you.
Okay. We would like to call Deputy Daniels to the stand.
I see Mr. Daniels there. You can be sworn in, please.
Right over here, Miss Daniels.
Oh,
All
that,
right, if
yeah,
you
but
raise
that
your
got
right hand,
pulled
place
back.
your left hand on the
Yeah, that
Bible,
got
please.
pulled
Thank
back.
you.
You're
Swear
right,
to tell the
sir,
truth,
yeah.
nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
And
Thank
he's
you,
only
sir.
able to do that because of her
Your Honor, the witness has been sworn in.
lack of attendance.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
take your seat.
Take a break, son. I got the door.
Deputy Daniels, how long have you been working for the department?
I've been working for West Elizabeth for going on 3 months.
Perfect. And you wrote the arrest log, correct?
That is correct.
And what did you confiscate from Mr. Ricky
Yeah.
Canal?
Confiscated a Schofield revolver, I believe a bolt-action rifle, a knife, a lasso, and rope cuffs.
Okay.
What is that
And
emote?
were you
Hands, hip, or
the
something?
one that townsfolk were talking to
Waist
primarily?
bands or something?
That is correct. I was the first, along with Mr. Cambria and Mr. Barrow, out of town to head towards Strawberry.
The Kimbo.
Okay. And
Easy.
you were the one leading law enforcement after this pursuit?
Well, it was myself and the two recruits at the time, the sheriff and Miss Cato, or Sheriff Matthias Reed at the time, and Miss Cato were shortly behind. But once we crossed over the river there leading to Strawberry, I lost sight of them.
Give it a try.
And what happened after that?
I think it puts my hands behind my
Myself
back, though.
and Mr. Cambria and Mr. Barrow tried to head off the people in question based on what the local townsfolk were telling us, being caught up trying to cross a dangerous river crossing. We come back on a trail behind them coming through tall trees heading towards the plains.
And
This is
what
one-
happened after that?
This is the one Palmer used to do all the time. He would just kick me all the time.
Coming down into the big the plains area where the
I
Beecher's
gotcha.
Hope
Okay.
Ranch is, I noticed that Miss Cato was riding amongst two
He grabbed his junk.
two gentlemen. The third one was a little bit further ahead. I did not hear anything that she said or they said. I was too
There
far
you go.
back. I was trying to catch up. They crested over the hill. There's a big tree out in the plains area next to Beecher's Hope on top of the hill. Once they crested over that, I heard two shots. And then when I crested the hill, I seen Miss Cato on the ground. Two riders were over top of her body off their horses. Once they seen us cross the hill, one of the gentlemen on the top of the hill behind them opened fire, and that's when Mr. Barrow was hit, and I returned fire after that.
We're having the old pecker, the old hog.
Can you confirm it was Ricky Canal who shot Mr. Barlow?
Baird's meat puppet.
The gentleman that was on top of the hill was wearing all dark clothing, as it says in the statement as well.
Mr. Barlow identified Ricky Canal prior.
I don't know if he knows that.
Well,
yeah, I don't think he knows that.
Objection, Your Honor. The witness is not answering the question.
Well, he was trying to.
Your Honor, he's allowed to think.
Please re-ask the question, Mr. Harding.
Was Ricky Canal the one who shot at Barlow?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think somebody just
Can you
spawned in
repeat
again.
the description of the robbers from the general store for me, please, that the council gave you?
Objection asked and answered.
Miss Winslow, can we confirm that question was asked and answered?
She's gonna be real loud. She's busting out the music. She just
Take your
records it.
time.
She records it and does the transcript later. Hard as shit to try to do it live.
This witness, apparently, according to the court record, has not been asked this question.
I withdraw my objection.
Very good. Carry on.
The gentleman in question, one was wearing red and black. The other gentleman was wearing all blackish clothing with a black mask, more of a leather type. And the other gentleman I didn't really see because he was out of sight from me at the time.
Well, I can't stand look at you.
Okay, and that matches the description that the locals gave you with the robbers?
That is correct.
And you placed these people with matching description at the scene?
We took Mr. Canal back to the store in Strawberry because he was the only one we apprehended after his medical treatment. And it was confirmed. Although I will note that the store clerk did say he had a mask on, but the clothing matched.
I see.
I see.
And the other two?
The same. They had mask on and the clothing matched. It's the same as the description we've seen in the fields.
Oh, I'm gonna get fucked for this.
I did not personally hear the person in Mr. Canal over there.
Did the store clerk attest to that?
The store clerk was shooken up enough to where he didn't remember the voice.
There's a rock kicking that I hate.
Was there anyone else in the vicinity that you observed with such a description?
There was not. Actually,
Did
Strawberry
you-
was pretty empty when we got there.
Is Strawberry generally empty?
Objection relevance.
Mr. Harding, can you please explain your line of questioning?
I'm just trying to see if men of these descriptions frequent this area. If not, it would be quite something, no?
Answer the question.
I'll allow it. Carry on.
Let me repeat my question. Is Strawberry usually a populated town?
For as long as I've been working for West Elizabeth, Strawberry tends to be very unpopulated.
So the small amount of traffic that passes through there would be noteworthy?
Correct. Usually when we're on patrol, we take note of who's in and out of there.
Especially men wearing masks with this description? 3 men?
That is right.
Oh, that's hand waist.
Okay.
That's definitely hand waist.
In your experience, what are rope cuffs used for?
Every dealing that I've encountered with rope cuffs has to do with criminal activity that I, in my opinion, personally dealt with.
Did the clerk attest to rope cuffs being used?
He did not.
What is nod crossed?
Was the clerk tied up?
He was not. He was free of his own will.
Was this when you came back with Ricky Canal or after?
It was when we came back.
Was he? Do you know if he was prior?
I do not know. At the time, we were trying to catch up to the suspects.
What was stolen?
I believe it was $12 and some chewing tobacco. Two cases of chewing tobacco.
I see. Do you believe the other 2 escaped with that contraband?
I am not sure. Mr. Canal did have 2 cans of chewing tobacco on him, but it does not necessarily mean he was the one that had the contraband.
Watch you.
Of course, we didn't have the other.
In your opinion, if
In his
these 3
opinion?
men were identified at Strawberry and you saw them elsewhere, and Ricky Canal was taken into custody,
I'm gonna put some of these
with
on my
your
goddamn stream deck.
law enforcement experience, is it reasonable to say the other 2 escaped with the contraband?
Yes.
And was the tobacco an exact match, the brand, with what was taken?
Yes.
Kind of unfair.
Have you experienced similar situations of robbery?
Yes, in Strawberry especially.
So Strawberry is a town that is frequented by criminals to rob.
Objection relevance.
Your Honor, I'm just trying to establish that this is a known place that is robbed. and if people do not often pass there, usually we can establish it is with criminal intent.
Not really relevant, Mr. Harding. I'm going to sustain the objection. Please ask the defense or the witness questions that directly relate to the case.
Okay, so the tobacco was a brand match from the store?
That is correct.
That's an answer.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Sanders?
Just have a few questions. It won't take long. Good evening.
Good evening.
So just to touch on one thing that you said, in the arrest record, I believe, and you corroborated, you confiscated from Mr. Canal a Schofield rifle, a bolt action rifle, a knife, a lasso, and a set of rope cuffs, correct?
That is correct.
And then you further testified today that you confiscated some cash and I believe tobacco, is that correct?
We did not confiscate cash.
Oh, I see. In the report, it doesn't list any of the tobacco. Do you know why there would be such inconsistency?
I'm unsure, to be honest.
Is it fair to say that your deputies didn't believe that at the time of the writing of the report, they didn't believe the tobacco was relevant?
That...
Your Honor, objection.
On what grounds?
I retract.
Ms. Sanders, your client was completely unruly and argumentative. It was hard to do our job at the time,
Not the
so
question,
I
though.
couldn't
Not the
accurately
question.
answer that question to my knowledge.
There you go.
I will, on behalf of my client, apologize that his decorum offended your professional decorum. But as listed, none of these items seem to be confiscated. So if we go back to the list, the Schofield rifle, the bolt action rifle, the knife, the lasso, and the rope cuffs, do any of these items sound like they're sold at a general store?
Rope cuffs are not.
So the Schofield rifle, the bolt action
Well-
rifle, knife, and lasso are sold at the general store?
No, they're not. Excuse me.
So what items do you believe Mr. Canal had on this person that were confiscated to warrant the charge of petty robbery?
If the tobacco was confiscated, I was not the one to do it. Why it was not in the report, I do not know.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Harding.
Yep, that was good.
Deputy Daniels,
Yes, sir.
you confirmed that he did have tobacco on him, correct?
That is correct.
So, although it was not confiscated, he did have it.
He did have it on his person.
Perfect. Your Honor, let it show for the record that despite not being confiscated, he did have chewing tobacco that matched the store brand that was found on him after the robbery, which was reported stolen by the clerk.
The record only reflects that, Mr. Harding. Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Sanders?
No, sir. No further questions for the witness.
Deputy Daniels, you are excused from the stand. You are free to do as you please, whether it be stay or go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, prosecution has nothing further to present.
Good. The defense is asked to call its first witness or present its evidences.
Your Honor, I would like to present as evidence Exhibit A1, a medical report for a Ricky Canal, and present as Exhibit B1, medical report for Deputy Cato.
You will approach the bench and pass them to me, please.
Yes?
Wait, what? What am I missing?
All right, for the purpose of the courtroom, I will read out this medical record. This is for patient Ricky Canal, attending physician Emmett Carmichael, occupation unknown, gender male, age unknown, height unknown, weight unknown, distinctive marks unknown, previous medical history listed as not on record, examination, chief complaint, a gunshot wound to the right shoulder and bruised ribs. The patient presents with a fracture to the shoulder blade bone, superficial tissue damage to the shoulder, bullet still present, and 2 fractured ribs, and notes that the individual was previously treated by a local doc whose name is unknown, checked over by Emma Carmichael, which later showed injuries. Does the defense or the prosecution have any objection to this piece of evidence?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead. Make your statements based upon this evidence then. Specifically for Mr. Canal, and then we'll get to the next one.
I wanted it placed in evidence for record for reference.
All right. It is there for reference. Mr. Canal was shot. Yes. And let me look at the next one here. Cato,
All right, my legs are hurting,
deputy,
son. You're gonna have to step back
female,
in.
et cetera. Emma
I
Carmichael
got
again.
it handled, baby.
Gunshot wound to the shoulder, fell from horse, bullet fragments and some bruising to the head. Treatment listed here. All right. Also signed off by Dr. Emma Carmichael. All right. Both of these medical records are being admitted to evidence then.
I would like to call as my first witness Dr. Emmett Carmichael to the stand, please.
Sir, if you could place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have your seat. Your Honor, he has been sworn in.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach the bench?
For what purpose?
Was this doctor subpoenaed prior?
Check the court records.
He was not.
All right. Why was he not?
I wasn't party to this. I wasn't assigned as the defense attorney until less than a week ago.
I don't think you're assigned. I think you're hired on.
Well, yes, obviously.
A week is a lot of time, Your Honor.
It is a lot of time, Miss Sanders. You attempted to surprise the witness, the court with a witness?
There's nothing in the rules of evidence that requires the prosecution to know of any witnesses not
No,
subpoenaed.
but there are rules of evidence to establish an expert witness prior to the case. Is that not true?
I plan on establishing him through his testimony.
That is not the rules of evidence, is it? Do you wish to cite the rules of evidence, or do you wish to not cite the rules of evidence?
I have no response, Your Honor.
Well, he's your witness. Is he an expert or not?
He is an expert.
Then why was he not submitted to this trial beforehand to be qualified as such?
Dr. Carmichael was recently injured and placed on medical leave. I was unable to approach him to ask him directly if he would be willing to stand without a subpoena. And I was giving him time without tracking him down like a hunting party to ensure that he rested from his medical leave.
Careful.
Sending him a letter not work, Miss Sanders?
No, sir, it did not.
Did you send him a letter?
No, sir.
So what you're saying is that you bring in a witness before this court that is unsubpoenaed and attempted to establish them as an expert without going the proper route that is established by this court, yes?
No, Your Honor.
No, you're not doing that? What are you doing then? If you wish to cite the rules of evidence and then not utilize the rules of evidence as appropriately established, then I'm not sure what you're trying to do here, Ms. Sanders.
Then I would like to speak to Dr. Carmichael as a lay witness without establishing expert opinion.
All right, what relevance does he have to this case?
He was the treating physician. His observations were direct.
All right, well, go ahead.
Your Honor, we object to this witness.
All right, on what grounds?
Is it confirmed he was the treating doctor?
We just read out the medical records confirming that.
Yes, it is. Well, go ahead, ask him your questions, but he will not be considered an expert.
No, sir.
And Your Honor, what were the nature of the doctor's injuries prior for that week? Is he of sound mind to speak on behalf of Mr. Canal or to his records, to his profession?
Your Honor, we also have another doctor in the room that could evaluate Mr. Carmichael that evaluated him prior.
Miss
Addition. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr.
I was going to say the same thing. It's a surprise witness. We had no time to prepare. We believe this is unfair and that the doctor currently on the stand may not be of sound mind due to his injuries, that he had to take a whole week off and could not be contacted whatsoever for fear of delaying his recovery.
Someone's raising their hand. Who is it?
That's Dr. Castle.
They can answer for themselves, Miss Sanders.
Deputy Surgeon General Lana Castle, I cleared him.
All right. That's wonderful, but not relevant.
Your Honor,
yes, Mr.
Carmichael, may I also make a comment?
You may.
Is that what it was? Broken foot?
The event that is currently being discussed was before my time away, clearly. As a psychological doctor, I can safely say that my own mind was sound at the time, and I would not put myself forward if I believe my mind at present was unsound. Should the the prosecution wish to test me on that, then I'll put myself forward in any way necessary.
Your Honor, we feel that the doctor would be compelled to make this argument as he's in front of the deputy, surgeon?
Deputy Surgeon General, and like I said, I cleared him today as he is sound of mind.
Deputy Surgeon General, appreciate your input here, but you are not a piece of evidence in this case. Thank you.
And what is your job profession on the stand? Excuse me.
Your Honor, if prosecution wishes to question, I challenge and welcome them to see that Dr. Carmichael is of sound mind to be a witness.
We would like to strike him. I'm just trying to establish what kind of doctor he is.
I try doing that.
Go ahead, Mr. Carmichael. What kind of doctor are you?
I'm a doctor of psychology certified by Johns Hopkins University.
Come on. A psychologist is going to speak to the matter of physical wounds.
I am also a physician's assistant for about 3 months.
3
within
months,
West
assistant.
Arlington, excuse me, sir.
All right.
Within West Arlington.
I will bring this quorum to order. I have one question, Ms. Sanders. What is Mr. Carmichael testifying to? Other than the facts that have already been established in the submitted reports.
There's no discussion concerning the mortality or the directness of the wound that Deputy Cato received.
Has any argument made that someone has died?
No.
So, what is the argument being made?
I'm arguing that attempted murder is far heavier a charge than Mr. Canal should receive. I'm trying to create that foundation, Your Honor.
You may make that foundation. I will allow you to question this witness, but he is being taken as a layperson and not an expert.
Your Honor, if I may make one statement here. Whoops. Your Honor, if I may make one statement here.
You may, Mr. Jefferson.
I believe that the prosecution has been more than cooperative, especially prior to Mr. Canal seeking counsel or to obtaining counsel, to get people in here that can speak as to what actually happened, and not about a wound or anything like that, but what actually happened, thus granting immunity to 2 individuals to come speak on this individual's behalf. I think those are the, I think we've been lenient enough as a prosecution as far as letting things kind of slide a little bit further than where we have. And that's just the statement I'd like to make with this.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. It's noted. I will permit the questioning of this witness as a layperson with that being weighted appropriately. However, if this conversation strays at all from the direct witness of this individual, then I will promise you he will be taken from the stand.
I'm going to need your help here.
Understood, Your Honor.
No, it's nothing.
Go ahead.
Just let him talk. We ain't got nothing to ask him.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Dr. Carmichael. How are you?
Good evening. Apart from my professional credentials being challenged, I'm doing quite well.
Mr. Carmichael, stick to the questions. Do not elaborate. This is not a time for you to flout.
Can you recant
recall
the incident? Can you recant the events upon either receiving Dr. Cato or Ricky Canal into your office for treatment? Whoever came in first.
I was in Blackwater.
This is her witness, correct?
Walking past the tents near the entrance of the town.
Don't let her leave.
Near the telegram office. As I was walking past, I was made aware that Deputy Cato was brought in there. I responded there. I did work that is fit for my practice. At that point, I moved on to the jail cell inside the sheriff's office, where I proceeded to do work within my remit on the defendant.
Could you describe the wounds that you saw on Deputy Cato, please?
There was a bruise to her head, and there was a gunshot wound on her shoulder.
Was there an immense amount of blood loss?
There was blood loss in line with the injury received, that being an injury where there did not appear to be a artery bleed. However, there was muscle and tissue damage.
And the wounds on Ricky Canal, could you describe what they look like to you?
There bruises on the ribs and similar gunshot wound to the shoulder with light tissue damage.
And upon the completion of the treatment, can you tell me if either the defendant or Deputy Cato were able to walk out sound mind?
Deputy Cato, upon my leaving, was taken over by Surgeon General Eddie McAllister. I'm unable to comment because I did not see her again. With the defendant, he was standing on my arrival and communicative with me, and was in that position when I left as well.
When you were treating both Deputy Cato and the defendant, did you hear the deputy say anything about the incident?
The deputy was unconscious during my treatment.
The deputies that were conscious in the room.
Objection, Your Honor, leading the witness.
I was clarifying.
Just re-ask your question, please.
Did you hear the deputies that were conscious in the room around you while treating Deputy Cato say anything?
They were
Objection,
mainly...
relevant.
Ms. Sanders?
If a charge of attempted murder is to be given to someone without the correct state of mind, I believe that the deputy's reaction, if someone was being attempted murder, would be very relevant. And that would come out through their statements while their companion is being treated.
How does state of mind have any goddamn thing to do with this?
Your Honor, what does state of mind have to do with this?
That's the whole point of attempted murder, Clifford.
The criminal act is not determined by the outcome.
Your Honor, would you like me to describe what attempted murder is per the...
Please.
The charge of attempted murder...
I'm sorry, I can't hear you anymore. I just heard the first part of that.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Just mainly make sure he's not
The
trying
charge of
to
attempted murder is
bring
the
through
that a person shall
claim.
not, in the unlawful manner, attempt the killing of a human being with the design to effect the death of a person killed. State of mind is the design to effect the death of a person killed. If they're arguing that the defendant should have received an aggravated battery charge or an attempted murder charge,
We maintain our
it
objection.
can't be both.
We maintain our objection.
To clarify, and I'm going to pose this. Yep, I don't need to preach from the stand. The objection is sustained.
No further questions for the witness, Your Honor.
He's going for motive. Motive is not something that this guy can even
Do you want
talk
to ask him anything, Jefferson?
Is there
No,
any
let him get down.
cross-examination for this witness?
In just a moment, Your Honor. What's that?
Negative, Your Honor. We're concluded.
Thank you, Mr. Carmichael.
Your Honor, we request that he stay in the presence of the courtroom.
That's fine.
There you go.
Mr. Dr. Carmichael, would you please stay?
Would do, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good job.
May I call my next witness? May I call my next witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I would like to call Mr. Nicholas Jackson to the stand, please.
Has Mr. Jackson been subpoenaed?
I believe so, Your Honor, through the pro se litigant, but prior to my my retainer.
Mr. Jefferson?
Your Honor, if this is one of the... Excuse me. Your Honor, if this is one of the individuals who was granted immunity, can we confirm that?
Can you confirm that?
Would you like me to confirm it?
I don't recall granting anyone immunity.
There were two requests that we approved, Your Honor. Give me
All
1
right,
minute.
who were they?
I can give you the name. Just give me 1 minute.
All right.
Well, I can't stand the look at
It was
you.
him and Mr. Austin Knight that received immunity.
If Mr. Jefferson can confirm such, then that's fine.
I'm not gonna. I mean, that is what it is. Your Honor, that is correct.
All right, Mr. Jackson, you can take the stand
Thank you, Your Honor.
after being sworn in.
Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand.
Wait, left hand or right hand? What do you say now?
Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand.
All right, Clifford.
Yep.
these two have immunity from
Do you
prosecution.
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can go
Yes, sir.
directly at them.
Okay.
You've been swearing in.
They have to be truthful.
May I answer my questions, Your Honor?
Don't let her lead. Don't let her lead.
Good evening.
Good evening, miss.
Could you tell me the events of the day of the purported incident from start to finish as best you can recollect?
From my point of view or from a collective point of view?
Your point of view only.
Okay, as you wish.
Under Nate.
Me and my friends here, Mr. Knight and Mr. Canal, we was out in the woods hunting for some elk. And we had previously heard stories of robberies taking place in tall trees. As we were making our way back to Blackwater to get some more equipment for our hunt, we were being chased by horseback riders. I'd like to go on record and here and say that I did not hear any sort of identification from these officers.
If you don't mind, and I need to clarify just one question before you continue. You nor your compatriots had any intention or actually robbed a store?
No, ma'am,
Objection,
we did
Your
not
Honor.
rob any store.
Objection, Your Honor, leading the witness.
Sustained.
We ask that to be struck from the record as well.
It'll be struck.
Prior to going hunting, what were your intentions in Strawberry?
We never went to Strawberry.
Understood. Please continue.
We were riding over through tall trees when a bunch of riders started coming after us. And as we thought, they could have been bandits because we did not hear any sort of identification from them. At this point, I had fallen behind from my two friends, and a woman started riding up right beside me, I'd say a couple feet. And at this time, she did not say anything to me. She did not say anything to any of my friends. She did no sort of identification that I heard. And I continued falling back until
argument.
eventually I was so far back behind because, my horse was untrained. It was slow. Couldn't really keep up with my friends. So when we were when I was behind everything, I heard shots and just headed in the other way. Didn't really want to be a part of that. And that's where my account ends, ma'am.
Understood. No further questions, Your Honor.
He really didn't say much.
Mr. Harding, do you have any cross-examination for this witness?
No, you go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. You claim you were hunting for elk?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In tall trees, which is...
And you were going to resupply from the campground after?
No, we were heading to Blackwater.
Okay. What route did you take?
We was heading from tall trees to Blackwater.
At any time, did you hear someone coming up upon you?
We heard people coming up behind us and made the assumption that they were robbers because we have heard reports of robberies in that area before.
Have you ever reported these stories of robbers?
I have never encountered any myself, but I have heard stories from other folk.
Okay, hold on.
He's doing good. This is a tough case.
Do you think it's reasonable to assume anyone in the distance is a robber?
Well, a large group of fellas with guns out coming towards you, I mean, that's a pretty reasonable suspicion, ain't it?
You claim they had guns out?
Well, I'd like to recount on that part. They didn't have their guns out, but still, the fact that they were riding towards us seems a little suspicious.
Well, which is it? Did they have their guns out or not?
They did not, sir.
So why would a reasonable person be fearful of riders in the distance?
Good job. Good job.
I'd like to state again, we've heard stories of these robberies before. People being pulled off the roads and having their stuff stolen from them.
But are you fearful of anyone you see out there?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled. Answer the question, please.
Oh, yeah. What was the question again? Can you say that?
Miss Winslow, can you...
The only part I caught was, "Are you fearful of any individual out there?"
Well, kind of, yeah. I mean, at this rate, anybody could be a damn robber. Sorry for the swearing, sir.
You're forgiven.
So, why would you have a campground in an area full of robbers?
We aren't camped out in the middle of tall trees.
But you traveled through a known area that you are actively afraid from?
We were hunting in the area, yeah.
But how often do you frequent this area?
Objection relevant. I don't see how their hunting location is relevant.
Your Honor, we're trying to establish if a reasonable person would be afraid of anyone they see. That is the claim he is making.
Yeah. Also, Your Honor, this individual has no cause to say anything anything untruthful here, because he's not going to get any charges against him. Just tell the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. That's noted. The objection will be overruled. Carry on.
Had that one.
Could you answer the question, please?
Can you repeat the question again?
Ms. Winslow, do you have the question?
I didn't quite catch it, unfortunately.
Just ask a new question.
Okay. Do you pull weapons on everyone who approaches you?
I did not pull my weapon at all in that entire encounter.
No, that's not what I asked. Do you pull weapons on everyone
No,
who you
sir.
encounter? And do you assume everyone you encounter is a robber?
I don't assume everyone is a robber, but I assume 4 people charging towards me on horseback could be a little suspicious. Or however many there were, I couldn't really count.
Do your friends have the same thoughts?
I couldn't really speak for them
Objection,
myself.
speculation.
Sustained.
Is it possible they could be law?
We didn't.
Again, I
They
didn't
did.
know.
This is not
I
our
couldn't
witness.
exactly just stop and ask them because I didn't really hear them say anything. They never introduced themselves as lawmen to begin with.
Well, if they had no weapons out and they were in the vicinity, you surely have no reason to be afraid of them.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained. Ask a new question, Mr. Harding.
Yes or no, could they be law?
Again, I really don't know. We didn't know at the time.
It's a yes or no question. Could
Yeah,
they
they
have
Can't
been
ask a
law?
man to speculate.
Who the hell is that?
Who is objecting here?
Sorry, Your Honor. The court case is making my client a little agitated.
Well, that's the same question over and over and over.
Well, he's refusing to answer, Your Honor.
He's answered it 7
Objection,
times.
argumentative from the prosecution towards the witness.
I will hold anyone who makes inadequate interruptions of this case in contempt, Mr. Canal. If you have an objection, please state the grounds for your objection. Don't just yell out in court. Ms. Sanders, I suggest you take a few moments to counsel your client. We will have a few moments of recess so that everyone can gather their thoughts. Mr. Harding or Mr. Jefferson, you may continue the questioning.
Do you want to, or
Yeah, I got it.
just
All right. So, what's your intent in being here today?
My intent. I was
Yeah.
called here
Okay. And what do you think you're called here to do?
to testify as being a witness.
To the situation that you were directly involved in.
I don't really know how to answer this. I mean,
Were you an active participant in this situation?
I was in a hunting group being chased by folk that could have been lawmen or could not have been.
Your Honor, this witness is a total waste of our time, but obviously it's not one of our witnesses, so we don't have anything further for him, so the defense can do whatever they need to do.
Mr. Jefferson, to clarify, are you attempting to treat this witness as hostile?
No, Your Honor, that would be a bigger waste of time. I'm just going to go ahead and take my seat and be done with him.
All right, Ms. Sanders, because you can have the final word.
No, Your Honor, no further questions. I believe my witness made his statement perfect.
I'm sure he did. All right, Mr. Jackson, you can leave the stand. Oh, hold on, Mr. Jackson. Why do you have a knife on you in my courtroom?
I was told there was only no guns, sir.
Who told you that?
Again, I don't know.
You don't know a lot of things. Mr. Carpenter, would you take this man out and escort him from the courtroom?
Jefferson,
Thank
we
you.
just let her present the rest of her evidence.
Yeah, for another
Or Mr.
witness. just
Daniels,
like
if you're
that.
available,
That's
thank
fine.
you.
I'll take care of it.
Yeah, so when she calls the next
May I
one
call
up,
my next witness, Your Honor?
we will
You
just
may.
we won't have any
I
cross.
call Ricky Canal to the stand.
Okay.
Very good, Mr. Canal.
Now get ready for him, okay?
It is understood that Mr. Canal, already having partook in this case, has already been sworn in. But you can swear him in if you like.
Hey, what's up, Callie?
Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your
I
right
don't know.
hand.
This one is so tossed around right now.
I appreciate that.
Do you swear
Thank
to
you for the
tell the whole
follow.
truth and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yeah, I mean, both
been sworn
sides
in.
have kind of fucked up here, honestly, in one way or the other. But now the suspect's on the stand, so this is different. She's not calling the other
Good
witness.
evening, Mr. Canal.
Good evening.
Starting from the beginning of the day through the end of the incident, could you please describe it to your best recollection?
Sure thing. Well, we were up hunting, actually a little bit north of Tall Trees. There was where we set up our camp. So, we decided to sleep through the night up there at our camp north. When we woke up, we realized that we needed some more supplies, including ammunition and whatnot. So we headed down towards Blackwater to do such. We'd heard of quite a bit of robberies happening specifically near the Montana River there, which coincidentally was also where we noticed, I counted 5 people, I believe, following us as we crossed the river. So we became a bit wary of them. I remember calling out to Nicholas Jackson and Austin Knight, just letting them know that, we did have some company following us. We heard a bear run out of the woods, and at which point the deputies actually caught up to us, unbeknownst to me at the time that they were deputies, but they caught up, didn't say anything, and we kind of, being hunters, it was first instinct just to shoot the bear and kill it. So we had time to harvest the bear even without them saying anything to us. So we kind of rode off, still a little wary, just because, who doesn't speak to each other in that situation? I believe even one of us, I don't know who, but I believe one of us tried to make contact with them. As we rode ahead, I slowly started to notice that Nicholas Jackson wasn't with us anymore and had been replaced by who I later found out was Deputy Cato. I believe she was a recruit at the time. And she was all alone. There was no other company with her from her side of things or anything. She just kind of put herself in between me and Austin Knight. And then she rode up to Austin Knight. I was in the back at this point, and she said to him that he had to stop his horse, otherwise she would shoot. She did not have a weapon pulled at this time, so I saw Mr. Knight pull his double-barrel shotgun and say, "Fucking try me." Sorry for my language, Your Honor, just for getting the quote right here. At which point she pulled the weapon, Miss Cato, to clarify, she pulled the weapon and opened fire on Mr. Knight, at which point I pulled mine and also opened fire on her.
Wait, he doesn't have immunity.
What proceeded after that?
After that, we knocked her off her horse and tried riding away, at which point I looked over my shoulder and saw, I believe I saw 3 to 4 more people, still unknown as deputies at this time. I believed I was acting in self-defense, but I saw them all on horseback ride to the top of the hill behind us and open fire on us, at which point I continued to act in self-defense.
What was your intention with removing Deputy Cato from her horse?
To protect my friend that she was shooting at.
So you didn't intend to murder her?
No, I did not. I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Knight was safe.
Have you ever murdered anyone?
I have not. That was the first time I had been shot at a person.
Did you feel scared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. What were your feelings when you shot at this first person?
I'd say more worried. I wouldn't say I was scared too much. But I was definitely worried for Mr. Knight and his safety. I was worried about where Nicholas Jackson had disappeared to and whether they had already gone to him at that point, still thinking that it was a group of robbers.
If you were aware that Deputy Cato was an officer, would you have attempted to remove her
Objection,
from her
leading the
horse?
No.
Objection, leading the witness.
Sustained. That answer will be struck.
If you were aware of Deputy Cato being
Yeah,
a
for
deputy,
sure, Steffi.
what would your actions be?
Objection, Your Honor, leading the witness.
Sustained.
Moving on. Could you continue after the rest of the deputies showed up?
Well, I mean, really, the next thing I remember,
So
I was
we're
unconscious for
coming up on
a
2
little bit
hours.
there, but next thing I remember,
This
I
isn't that
was
bad.
waking up and
It
I
should have
think I
been
was on a horseback being transported into Blackwater Sheriff Station. Or it might have been Strawberry, one or the other.
Let's not speculate. If you don't remember, it's okay. Just say, I don't know where, and then we'll continue with the facts.
I don't know where to, but at this point, I was fairly unhappy, so I was asking to see which one of them was in charge. I had already known Deputy Cato, and
You got a couple things already?
I believe his name's Amory. I'd interacted with them about a month prior and knew they were recruits, so
Not particularly.
as
She
to the people that
mentioned,
I
he
could see there, I wasn't too happy interacting with them,
Knight
so I was
shot at
asking
him.
to speak to someone a little higher up.
Sleeping
Which
in the
point,
woods, maybe?
Says he shot.
Sheriff Matthias Reed came to question me, and then, I mean, from there, I wouldn't even say he was able to question me. I mean, anytime I tried to speak, he'd speak over me and walk away. I don't know how they got this statement from me that they keep talking about.
When did you first recognize Deputy Cato as an officer?
Not until, well, actually, I didn't even see her again that night. So it wasn't until I was told that that was who I had shot that I realized that I had met her previously.
You just testified that you recognized Deputy, the other deputy recruit that was there. When did you first recognize him as a law enforcement officer?
I believe it was as I was asking to actually get my statement taken down at the sheriff's station.
And this was after the incident?
Yes.
No further questions for the witness, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Harding.
Mr. Canal, just to clarify, was it Mr. Knight who opened fire on Deputy Cato first?
No, it was Deputy Cato that opened fire on Mr. Knight first.
Okay, according to her statement, you had a weapon pointed at her first, and is that not true?
Very untrue, actually. I didn't even fire a shot until she was already falling off her horse. The trigger was already being pulled, and I had no time to react to stop myself.
Can you clarify?
How so?
What do you mean you did not have time to react before the trigger was pulled?
Well, Mr. Knight pulled the trigger twice, knocking her off the horse, and I think around the same time that he pulled his trigger for the second time was when I pulled mine for the first, and by then the damage was already done.
But you just said you did not have a weapon out. Now
No,
you
I said
admit to having shot
Okay,
Deputy Cato
I'll
after
clarify.
Mr. Knight?
I think you might be reaching there. What I'm saying is I didn't. The reason I shot so late
it's
was
yes-
because I had to.
yes
Are
or
you
no,
gonna let me
did-
speak, sir?
Hold on.
I don't appreciate being talking over, Your Honor. This is. If
I
I'm
am
here to
going to talk.
testify, I would like to testify.
Canal, you will testify to the questions you are asked. That is all. Thank you. Mr. Harding, please ask your question.
Did you or did you not shoot Deputy Cato?
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
I don't know.
Well,
I know
How
I
is it
pulled
possible?
my
You
trigger.
just
I don't know if I hit her.
first you said Mr. Knight shot him, or her, excuse me. Then you change your story and say you shot Deputy Cato after Mr. Knight fired once or twice already, and now you're saying you don't know if you shot. Well, which is it?
I said I shot at.
That's not what you just said.
I'm pretty sure those are the exact words I used, sir.
Hold on. Miss Winslow, did you catch anything recently?
Statement that I have paraphrased, unfortunately, as you are talking a little faster than I can keep up. Mr. Knight pulled the trigger twice, and then I pulled my trigger after Kato was already off her horse.
Well, we'll go with that as a statement that's currently being held.
If you don't mind slowing down, that'd be appreciated.
You stated you met Deputy Cato previously.
Correct.
And then afterwards you stated you have not met her previously. Which is true.
I don't believe I stated that.
I believe you did.
Objection argumentative.
That's the
Well,
same.
Your Honor, if my memory serves me right, during the direct examination, Mr. Canal said he never met her.
Mr. Harding can reference the court reporter and the record, not speculate.
Well, that is what I recall hearing. Ms. Winslow, what did you hear?
On Takir previously had met with them. I only have the once meeting. I don't have any other statements regarding a meeting.
All right, so the court will hold that Mr. Canal here had previously met David Cato, and I believe the word previously is referring to an event prior to this incident, Mr. Canal?
Correct.
All right, carry on under these pretenses.
So now that you have changed your story,
I'm sorry, did we not just clarify that I didn't change my story?
Mr. Harding, we will stick to what I just said, please. Thank you.
Can you repeat that, please, Your Honor?
It has been established that Mr. Canal, prior to this incident, had met Deputy Cato.
Your Honor, if Mr. Harding has nothing to do with badgering my witness, I would request that you stop his line of questioning.
That's nice. You can request. Carry on, Mr. Harding.
So, your
This
buddy,
is
Mr.
starting
Knight,
to
shot
be
Deputy Cato.
not a good look.
And you then shot Deputy Cato.
But it's very confusing.
And you were saying that Deputy Cato is lying about announcing herself as a sheriff.
I've been saying that since the day they brought me in.
And when you met
However,
her previously,
I cannot agree with what you just said about me shooting her. I do not know whether my bullet even hit her. She was falling off the horse as I discharged my weapon.
so you shot towards her, but did not hit her, is what you're claiming?
I'm saying it is unknown whether I hit her or not.
Okay. And during your prior, what circumstance did you meet her prior, Deputy Cato?
Me and the same hunting party minus Nicholas Jackson. I believe it was me, Austin Knight, and another friend of ours. We were northeast of Strawberry quite a ways, and they came while we were hunting grizzlies, and Miss Cato to be specific, as well as a few other deputies who I do not recall at this time. They came and started harassing us about another Strawberry General Store robbery, which we were then cleared of.
Can you clarify who they is?
As I said, the only one I remember, as it's been such a long time, was Deputy Cato, and that only jogged in my memory due to the recent events here. Or not so recent, I should say.
So you knew she was a lawman there, then?
I knew she was a recruit. I didn't exactly know she was a lawman at the time of this shooting.
What would make you believe otherwise?
The simple fact I didn't recognize her.
I'm about to get up.
You
Chambers.
claim you met her prior, so clearly you recognized her.
I meet many people. I mean,
So-
I don't know what you want me to tell you. I'm sure you meet hundreds of people too. Do you remember each and every one?
I have to say I never forget the face.
Well, that's a gift, and it's one I do not have.
Well, we established that you met her prior, acknowledged she was a law officer or law enforcement,
Yeah, we don't need it.
and when you meet her the second time, you shoot her. Are we really to believe that you did not recognize her?
You can believe as you wish, but I'm up on the stand right now, sworn under oath and telling the truth. And when I say I did not recognize her, I mean I did not recognize her.
Come on, Clifford.
Okay, but you said she was in close proximity. You acknowledged her from afar when you were evading the bear, correct?
As you might recall, I did not acknowledge her. I was harvesting the meat and the skin from the bear. I said one of my acquaintances did, but I'm unsure as to which one. And we also received no response, as we were discussing how weird and suspicious it was as we were riding ahead.
I see. No further questions, Your Honor.
Miss Sanders?
No further questions for my witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Canal, you can exit the stand. Take your seat.
Your Honor, while
Is
we're
there any further evidence that's going to be brought forward at this time?
The only piece of evidence that I have, Your Honor, is the testimony of one Mr. Knight, who is unable to be here to testify on the stand.
Your Honor, may we approach prior to that?
I would like to join in the sidebar.
Yeah, of course.
Yes. Please speak loud enough so each other can hear.
Can you hear me, Mr. Jefferson?
Yeah, I can. All right. So I think we'll all agree this is getting a tad bit ridiculous on both sides here. So
I disagree.
Okay, that's fine. You can. I'm making a comment then, I guess, just for our side. I think points have been made. They've been doubled down on, and then tripled and quadrupled down on, and it's starting to become a very unpleasant environment. And I know this is your court, Your Honor. We're not going to contribute to that anymore. From the prosecution side, the defense may do whatever they want to do. But as far as our line of questioning for this, I don't have a problem stipulating that this other witness is going to get up, or excuse me, this statement is going to be exactly what the other person said. I have, especially after the other witness that came up who had immunity, was evasive in questioning and not giving answers correctly.
All right, Mr. Jefferson. Is this statement going to add any supposed material fact to this case?
No, sir. It just corroborates the rest.
Very good. Then you can hand it over to me, and I will take it into consideration.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else that we're bringing forward as evidence of it?
No, sir.
All right. Go back to your seats, please. Both parties prepared to make their closing statements.
Your Honor, we request a 5-minute recess.
Granted, the court will be in recess until 41 minutes past the hour.
All rise.
Thank you.
How you doing up here?
Great.
You sound
This
like
is really awful.
you're very relaxed.
No, I want to bang my head against the table. He was talking all over him, and it was really hard to keep up.
No, I think it'll be fine. We have full confidence in you. Okay, there's
I'll do my best.
no rush to get any type of record out that's gonna be improper. So,
I don't know if I can fix any of that. Unfortunately, it was all so scrambled up with them talking amongst each other. I can't catch it. So, what I have is what I have. Unfortunately,
that's exactly what we're gonna have to. So, I just want to say thank you. I understand it's very troubling, very trying when things have kind of gotten out of hand like they have with this. So, I just want to say thank you.
I was yelling out objections, and in my head, I was like, "Oh, that's why ain't they objecting to that?" My goodness.
All right. Well,
it's all experience. Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right.
Trial that you've been to?
Up here. Baird, could
Well,
you listen to this real
Hell,
quick?
most people in the north have
It's
their
irritating me because it's not being pushed, but the testimony from Mr. Canal
it's
and his
beautiful.
immunity
And you wondered
friends
why I tried
is
to
that
get
they
all
were
of our
being
paperwork
chased,
straight.
what they thought was robbers, but they had
Hold
time
on
to
a
stop and skin a bear.
Could you keep your voice down, please?
Like, what kind of shit is that?
Yeah, exactly. You're right. And
So
I
they're
think
being
that's,
chased, fearing for their life,
yeah,
with
and
masks on. To be honest,
it's going to be detrimental to the finding from the judge, because these people who apparently, or these people who got immunity, who were supposed to come here and clear up a problem, have not cleared up the problem. I think they're continuing to be evasive and
They
haven't
are
provided
evasive.
any information I mean, they're a defense witness.
Okay.
listen, I'm just a deputy sheriff, and
Mhm.
I'm not going to sit there and say objection over top the whole court. But
Yeah.
the fact of the matter is, like, if I was being chased for my life, I would not stop and skin a damn bear. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. No, I get it. I get it.
Sorry.
Hopefully this will be over soon and everything will be exactly like I see it. Unfortunately, I don't know. This is so goddamn old. I think some people are making up stuff on their own right now as well.
Oh yeah, like that guy was saying that he knew me a month prior to this. I wasn't even in state then.
Yeah.
I had been in state for about a week and a half when this incident had happened.
And Miss Cato was not in state as well.
Yeah. All right. Well, bear with us. This is a case that's coming up on 2 months old.
Yeah.
And it's just, I think this is just a way to get it through the docket. As far as Mr. Canal, I mean, I got no goddamn idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Good luck, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah.
Help you, ma'am? Ma'am? Can I help you?
Just the catalyst to all of this.
Oh my Lord.
It's gonna be okay, bud.
So listen, this is still working.
I appreciate that.
Hey, thanks, Pig. So what's happening right now is still role play. This is still active judicial role play. What is not happening is clarity being obtained, which it doesn't always have to be. What I don't want this to devolve into is people screaming back and forth, talking over each other, OOC bleed coming through characters into roleplay, which is why I jumped up to go do that, because people are getting frustrated. And that is not something that is a good look for the server. Now, frustration is 100% real, but not in here. You can pull it through in character. That's fine. You can be disgusted in character. That's fine. But whenever you're bleeding from the other side of your microphone, then that's when this fails.
All rise.
We're going.
And I think that's involving multiple situations right now.
Have your seats.
And Clifford's doing really good. He got a little in depth
Prosecution
there.
like to present its closing arguments.
Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
What you have heard today is the testimony of sworn deputies' statements, all placing Ricky Canal and two accomplices at the scene of a crime, fleeing from there, with townsfolk pointing law enforcement in the right direction. Law enforcement later caught up to Ricky Canal, identified themselves as law enforcement, asked them to stop or else they would pull their weapon, did not pull their weapon until they had weapons aimed at them prior, and then they were shot at. And after the rest of the deputies arrived, Ricky Canal and his associates fired again at law enforcement. And we would like to state that the burden of proof is on defense. And Mr. Ricky Canal admitted to shooting Jenny Cato. They need to present evidence if the burden of proof is on them. And given that they were fleeing from a crime scene, and he stated he saw Jenny Cato with a law enforcement prior to this situation, and then in this situation, somehow did not recognize her, is a bit of a stretch. We believe he's misleading the court. And the clerk of the general store said that the description of Ricky Canal matched that of the man who robbed the store, and matching items were found on him that went missing,
I
such
mean,
as
this
the
still isn't
tobacco.
bad. We're doing closing arguments at just over 2 hours. Generally,
That's all we have,
my
Your
case
Honor.
was
Thank
4
you.
hours long.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Ms. Sanders.
Your Honor, I think it's been clearly established through case precedent after case precedent in this territory that any charges brought forth by the prosecution require to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it even should be given to any sort of defendant. I don't believe that through the arguments of the sworn testimonies of the deputies corroborate with the charge of petty robbery. I don't believe, and it was established through the statements, through the record of Mr. Canal, that he had no intention or a state of mind to murder Deputy Cato, which is again the same as we've discussed, similar and exact to the charge of attempted murder. I don't believe, as established through the facts, that the prosecution has met its proof of burden. And I pray to the court that you follow through on your own burden.
Pray to the court.
That is all.
That was
Mr.
rather-
Canal, will you please rise?
No, that ain't good.
The court has heard today some very interesting arguments. The court acknowledges that when an individual takes upon the claim of self-defense, that is an affirmative defense, meaning that the burden of proof lays upon the defense to provide evidence beyond reasonable doubt that self-defense was a reasonable course of action at that time. In regards to the charge of attempted murder, and I will read this aloud. The charge reads as follows: no person shall attempt in the unlawful killing of a human being with the design to effect the death of the person killed. Now, in this case, the death of the person killed is not relevant, but it is the design. The court holds that the deployment of lethal force, even if the outcome is not lethal, substantiates the charge. To give you all an example, if I were to withdraw my pistol right now and aim it at Mr. Harding over there and pull the trigger but happen to miss his head by a few inches, the design was present. The design, not the intent, not the outcome.
This is the reason we
design.
We got the charge in the first case today. So
the court also heard plenty of evidence that identified Mr. Canal and his associates being present at the scene of a robbery and having contraband on them, even though it was not confiscated, for whatever reasons are beyond me, from them. Now, Mr. Canal, with that being said, it is fairly evident from your own testimony that you did know that Deputy Cato was a deputy, or at least to some degree involved with lawmen who you stated were previously harassing you for some reason or another. I also heard statements from the other witnesses that Ms. Cato was in close proximity, and this court finds it unreasonable to believe that their actions would have gone without fair warning or without your knowledge that they were lawmen. On those grounds, not to mention the admission and the statements from Mr. Barrow,
robbery in
that he was
progress.
shot by you, that the court will find you guilty of 1 count of attempted murder, 1 count of aggravated battery, and 1 count of petty robbery. However, because of your lengthy process of duress, as so stated, in getting to this trial for reasons that are somewhat out of your control, the court will move to sentence you to the following. You will serve a period of parole within the territory or within the county of West Elizabeth, where you will be restricted from firearms for a year, and your sentence of parole will remain as such, to remain within the county of West Elizabeth for 1 year, where you will provide services to the sheriff's office that they value reasonably to the sum of $250. Do you understand the terms of your sentencing? Or do I need to explain them again, Mr. Canal?
Is there a length of time for me to pay off that services?
Yeah, you will have 1 year.
I understand.
So you will serve 1 year on parole here in West Elizabeth, where you will be restricted from access to any firearm, and within that year, you will render services, be they reasonable, to the West Elizabeth Sheriff's Office, whether that be sweeping the streets or trimming the grass around the cemetery, whatever manual labor that they may prescribe, till they are satisfied that the amount of $250
This is a really good outcome
would otherwise have been
as
paid.
far as sentencing, because this case
I will leave that to Sheriff
has
Freeman's
been
discretion.
a flop, and it's been really role play.
So you will spend 1 year
restricted.
on parole, restricted,
but in character, we're going to get beat
from
the
leaving
fuck
the
up for
county
it.
of West
But
Elizabeth,
it won't be the prosecutor,
and without
I guess.
firearms,
It'll be Zeb.
and render services otherwise valued to the sheriff's office to the value of $250. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Then this case will be closed, and we will dismiss this courtroom. Thank you all, and I appreciate your patience throughout this process.
All rise.
All right.
Well, that was
That wasn't bad. That's an outcome. That's a guilty. All right.
Yep.
And this
hard fought for.
Yeah, this person's been on bail, awaiting this for. Let's see. Hang on.
I'm not.
8 years, maybe.
No, I'm not upset with the outcome.
Yes, sir.
No, I didn't want to interrupt. I just wanted. Very good job.
You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. No, very good
Thank
job,
you.
Mr. Harding. He did a great job.
I hope I did not overstep.
No. Listen, I think the only thing that I think the only thing you're going to have
Just
to
a
kind
moment,
of
please.
harden up on is, I mean, you
Deputy Sheriff Daniels.
you are very strong
So
into
you
the
understand the
minutia of
conditions
everything
of
that's said.
sentencing?
Try to be a little bit more general in your questioning, and you know this process. I'm not saying this process went too long. Don't get me wrong. I ain't saying that. I ain't saying that at all.
Yeah, so manual labor, like I said.
So just and
make
try
sure that value.
yeah, just try when you're sitting there
is about
listening. Just try to
$250
form your
worth of work
questions
that
with
you would have
everything they
otherwise
say.
Paid some kind of contractor.
But that was really good. You did a great
Noted.
job.
Thank you.
I'm very confident that if you handle any cases from
No,
Lemoyne,
he
you'll
can
do a
keep
great
bow and
job.
a knife and anything like that.
I
Just
hope that
firearms.
everyone writes case or statements as well as you do. That would definitely help us.
Yeah, Dr. Carmine.
Very true.
The bar at Lemoyne is even far higher than what that is. We're making sure everyone is trying to make your jobs as easy as possible.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Okay, I'll leave you both to celebrate. Very good job.
No, ain't no celebrating here.
Howdy. Want to catch up with me back?
Anything
Or you gonna be
else,
around here?
Mr. Jefferson?
Yeah, let's have a chat.
Okay.
Good seeing you, Daniels.
You too, Mr. Cambria. Have a safe trip back.
Thank you.
But this really
Where
needed
would you like to have this
Well,
chat?
Mr. Carter.
We'll go to the prosecutor's office, and we're going to take Sanders with us.
Okay.
This was her last case. I'm hiring her on. I think
She mentioned that.
I think she's got the drive. I really do. But I'll let her finish up talking to her client. Yeah, guilty of all charges.
I'm sorry about that.
It's all right. You ready to go to the prosecutor's office? Let's have a chat.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, let's do it. There's 106 people, and I promise you there's going to be...
You okay, Clifford?
Mr. Canal?
Pew.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Hey, Mr. Jefferson, how are you?
Oh,
My
pretty
client
good.
was
You
happy
ready to
with the
move on
outcome,
from
so-
this, right?
Oh,
Yeah, is
I
there
hope
more
so.
steps we need to take here?
No.
Can I
think
speak
it's-
to both of you?
Just do
Sure.
do exactly what you were told, and I think you'll be fine. You can come back from this real strong, all right?
Yeah, you know, I feel like once I got an attempted murder, it's a little hard to necessarily bounce back from that, but...
Yeah, I think you can, all right? We got a mayor down there in New Austin who I think has a similar charge. So maybe not all that shines bright is just in one place, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I can get that.
All right. Well, I wish you the best of luck, sir.
Thank you. And I enjoyed, although, you know, it wasn't the best circumstances, I enjoyed getting to know you.
All right. Well, you send me a telegram anytime I can do something to help you, all right?
All right, I appreciate that.
All right.
And this is our experts. We'll call on any witness that both sides have an opportunity to understand who that witness is. Now, I allowed Mr. Carmichael to be on the stand because I knew he wasn't going to give us anything different. He was just going to confirm what we're seeing, whatever. And my ruling, again, attempted murder is the attempt to murder somebody. To the design could possibly kill them. That is it.
Understood, sir.
Now, the aggravated battery is at the discretion of the prosecution. Now, in theory, Mr. Barrow, 2 counts of attempted murder could have been charged there, but it wasn't. That's not on me. That's on the prosecution to decide. To give you a classic example, if I stood there and jumped on top of someone and, let's say, beat them within an inch of their life versus beat them until they surrendered, you could charge that very differently. But the act of me getting on top of them, beating on them is still the same.
Understood.
Yeah.
Attempted murder is purely the attempt to murder someone. To give you an example, I'm sure you read the case file with, what's his face? John Dallas Miller.
I did.
He was found guilty of attempted murder for you blasting someone with a shotgun at point blank range. His mental capability of saying, I want this person to die, was not part of the equation. Could his action have resulted in the person's death, and was it intentional? The answer is yes. Pointing a gun at someone and missing them is still pointing a gun at someone and shooting at them. That could very easily be interpreted as attempted murder, but the prosecution has the leeway on and how they wish to charge that.
Understood.
So,
yeah.
You've all did a damn fine job.
Yeah.
It was a rough case. I think there are no hard feelings, and you both argued the cases very well. Unfortunately, Mr. Canal, well, I would heavily suggest if you're going to stick in defense work, self-defense is a very hard argument to take. It is affirmative.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore the burden of proof rests on them. Because the facts of the case aren't being disputed. The fact isn't, was it Mr. Canal? Are you sure it was Mr. Canal? The fact that he did it was not in question. It becomes, was he lawfully allowed to do it? And in this case, it very much seemed he knew exactly what he was doing.
Understood. I focused too much on the intention.
Yes. The word intent or premeditation does not exist for a reason, because it is not applied.
Yeah.
Right.
It only
Understood.
applies in cases when you have manslaughter, such as someone driving a wagon down the road at high speeds. They turn a corner too fast, the wagon topples over and kills someone. Clearly, there is no intent to do anyone any harm in that situation. But you cannot make that argument when a gun is being pointed in someone's direction and a trigger being squeezed.
All right, Your Honor. So I think that, I mean, obviously we're the ones that escalated the charges here based off of what was submitted from the Sheriff's Department with a case review, myself and 2 other prosecutors.
That's perfectly fine.
Yeah,
I think you did an adequate job.
We were good with that. Wait, hang on. Say that again.
I think you did an adequate job.
Oh, that's good to hear. Because there's been a different experience in here before. Isn't that right, Judge?
I think I recall that case.
Sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, folks, I do have to go.
Yeah.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Carter.
I'm not gonna be
Have a good evening.
I'm not gonna be the last one out of this damn courtroom.
Me neither.
No, are you okay?
Yeah.
Heels.
Horrible.
All right, let's head to the prosecutor's office.
Sorry, someone left a book in front of me, and I tripped on with my heels and landed on face first.
As long as you're okay.
Hello. What?
Hi.
Howdy, do you mind?
Sorry, we were trying to get y'all's attention.
Oh, I think it was yeah. Okay, what's up?
A few dollar effort. Oh, do you mind getting Mr. Harden to join us as well? We can go outside and talk outside.
Why don't you come to the prosecutor's office? That's where we're going anyway.
That sounds like a mighty fine plan.
All right. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
That was an awful case.
I'm sorry if it was boring for you sitting there.
One second. Mr. Jefferson.
Yeah.
Apollo.
I wanted to talk to you about
I'm sorry,
potentially
Barr. You've
assisting
said
as
that the whole
a
time, my
legal
friend.
clerk for the prosecution's office and how I can get started doing that.
All right. What was your name?
I'm gonna cry.
Why?
It's Bella Winslow.
Oh shit! Because you're always sitting behind a desk with a lantern blinding me.
I'll talk to you later. It's okay.
No, it's all right. Hey, come to the prosecutor's office. Let's go.
First
Come
the
on.
sheriff's office. No, you guys, I swear.
You're always sitting behind a damn desk. Come on, let's go. Come on.
Also, sorry, did everyone
Harry,
here buy
Harry,
a paper this week?
I will
I bought a
buy
paper
one
this
from you
week.
soon.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
I'll find you after
Thank
this
you.
conversation.
I'll buy one after.
No,
I
he
feel
was
like
he
I'm
was
gonna drop on my feet.
he was guilty of all charges.
I
Which
think my fingers have calcified.
there was an admin ticket with this
Except for
case and a lot of
typing?
confusions, and it was just nice to get this
it's not a
cleared, honestly, so we can move on to the other
Callus
thing.
calcified. I don't know. It's not typing.
Not that it was
Miss Winslow, are
minor
you okay?
by any means.
No, I'm not.
I'm so sorry. I
speak too
couldn't
fast.
make your job.
No, you were talking over people, so I couldn't grab what he was
Oh,
saying
that
and what
wasn't
you
me.
were saying. No, it wasn't.
No,
you.
it's fine.
Miss Andrews.
No, it was
I left my
okay.
fucking hat and my coat in
I
the
mean,
damn
you know,
courtroom, but
it's
guess
practice.
what?
It's practice. It's practice.
We're gonna do the
It's okay.
5 hours of. I thought 6 hours. So I'm actually pretty happy.
I know I would talk over people if
And
I
it's
were in
10
the same
o'clock.
position.
Oh my
Honestly,
god! I might get into bed
if
before
I don't
midnight.
say it, I will forget what I was going to say, and then I'm just
To be fair, I'm fairly certain I flustered Clifford.
I don't think so. I think I heard you raise your voice.
Hmm.
I
I'm
heard
as
Canal raise
cool
his voice.
as a duck.
Oh yeah, Canal was. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, it needs to be done.
I almost got trampled by a horse.
Just let you know, the
Everything
West
all right,
Arlington
doctors?
Medical Society is very pissed at you.
It's okay. I know Eddie
Yeah.
McAllister very well.
Emmett?
Oh, good lord!
So many people.
Oh, it is really swanky. Whatever room best fits.
I don't know if I don't think.
All right, we're gonna use the bullpen here. So, doctors, if y'all can have a seat first, and then we'll go from there.
Sure.
Miss Winslow, would you like to go to my office?
Sure, I can.
Yep,
This
that's
one back here.
Right over there. Wait, do I have? Okay, I have.
Do you need us in attendance, Mr. Jefferson?
Yes, actually, hang tight.
Okay.
Hey, just go ahead and sit behind the
If
big
I
desk,
may,
Miss Winslow, and just hang
Mr.
tight back there.
Yeah,
I can see you behind this desk.
I did not mean to offend. I was simply trying to aid my case in the best way possible, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for you and your profession.
While I appreciate that, we do need to talk about what happened.
And I harbor.
Sorry, go on.
I was going to say I harbor no bad feelings towards you.
So let me frame it like this. When you go and do prosecution cases, you're going to have a number of times you're going to use medical reports. On a large number of those medical reports, there's going to be a name, Dr. Emmett Carmichael, written on those reports.
Okay,
And you're going to be relying on the validity of those reports and making your point. Now, I am a doctor. Yes, I'm a doctor of psychology. I'm a physician's assistant in the state of West Arlington, but I'm also a captain and a doctor in the U.S. military for 8 years.
Okay. Make your point.
You did one thing. You know what? The magistrate saying that it couldn't be an expert witness, and you guys raising that as an issue, completely agree with. No problem whatsoever with that. You made one faux pas. You said assistant, yeah, and you laughed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a copy of the parameters of the West Arlington Medical Association sent out to y'all. You can have a little read of them, because you're going to realize that if you are a physician's assistant, there are certain jobs that you can do, certain medical things you can do. Now, everything that's in those medical reports, I was completely within my remit to do, and I will be in my remit to comment on. I can almost certainly put money on the table that I have more understanding of my 8 years in the Army on gunshot wounds and the damage both on soft tissue and deep tissue than maybe bar these two individuals next to me than a lot of other people in West Arlington.
I think a lot of my frustration being the Deputy Surgeon General in that case, Mr. Harding, is that was in public.
So?
That was
in trial.
That was questioning the credentials of one of my doctors in public in front of a crowd.
I will speak up on that.
If I may, Mr. Jefferson.
Well, one
first.
second, Mr. Harding.
Okay.
What happened here was my call, because what happened is you were called improperly. If you
And
were
that's
called,
just fine.
and
That's just fine.
and you said you understood that. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you, Doctor. I'm talking to Mr. Carmichael. Excuse me. And,
Dr. Carmichael. But
yeah,
yes,
exactly. Great.
I
Thank
agree.
you. So the reason why the objection to your testimony came up, and I'm sure Ms. Sanders can understand our basis for this, was because if you did come up with an opinion, there is no way, for the way that you were subpoenaed, that information, or excuse me, that you were not subpoenaed, that information could have any effect on a criminal trial. Your opinion is still valid, but it cannot have an effect on a criminal trial in a criminal court proceeding. And unfortunately, these proceedings happen in public, and that is regrettable. I will definitely tell you that.
As we said, the challenge of it and the fact that I was unable to sit as an expert witness, no problem whatsoever. I'm in total agreement with you. We all know that there are ways and means to have that conversation in appropriate ways, which is why the one issue that I have was the statement, yes, or whatever you said, or assistant, and there was a laughter. That is the only
if I may.
bit you may.
I don't believe I laughed. If I did, I apologize sincerely. I want to thank you for your service as well. And again, it is my job to win. So I apologize you were caught in the crossfire. I have no ill intention or harbor any bad feelings towards you or anyone in the medical society, but I will try to win at any cost. And your testimony was potentially harmful to our prosecution. But no, I was simply repeating your qualifications, and I did not believe I laughed. And if I did, I sincerely apologize.
Yeah, and I believe I might have been trying to speak up at the same time that he was saying that. So it might not have been a laugh, but it might have been me taking a breath to get ready to talk, and then he started talking before me. But I was sitting right next to him, and I think we were both speaking very loudly, which is why you probably heard something. But I can assure you I didn't hear a laugh, and I apologize on behalf of my office if that's what you assumed, because that is not our intent to defame anyone in the medical profession, anywhere in this territory or any other territory, that involves, where we are. So
away from the laughter, the sentence was still said of physicians. Oh yes, assistant.
Yeah,
physician's assistant as a term is just something we use to set out the
I've already
layers
fucking
of our
apologized,
service.
dude.
It does not. There was no. Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, Lana, go.
May I speak?
Please. And I'm not even in
The
fucking
problem
Baird's
isn't
voice right
so
now
much
either.
of we were called upon the stand and we weren't supposed to be. That is fine. But you didn't need to take it to questioning anyone's credentials.
Well, that is our job at that time, which is your job to do what y'all are supposed to do, and it's our job to question an improperly founded witness.
But you guys don't know his credentials, so why would you state it in that way that belittles him?
Well, it was not meant to belittle. I don't think that we view an assistant as any less than anyone else. It was simply remarked that he was an assistant.
So okay, then no, that's fine.
And
what does an assistant within West Arlington Medical Association do, my friend?
I don't know.
Can I interject for Mr. Harding? I believe this was an honest mistake, and he's sincerely apologizing.
Well, I think there might be a
I think there's
language barrier and culture here as well. English is not my first language.
I think it's a profession barrier and language barrier. So on behalf of the entire prosecutor's office, I apologize.
Which I've already done, and I will continue to do if there is a misunderstanding of what our intent is here. And
you know what? I'm completely, because the reason I wanted to raise it is so that we can have a cordial and positive relationship move forward as groups, as teams, because we need to work together.
Cool.
What I think still might be useful, and this could be useful just generally when you're using witnesses as well, is to get a document sent out here where the doctor, physician's assistant, and medic roles are really clearly laid out, because then you will have better understanding of when somebody is and is not able to testify on certain types of wounds, certain types of interventions, and the like.
I would gladly welcome that.
Yeah. Oh, lovely. Well,
I think just on our side, it was just taken as, you know, basically that Dr. Carmichael here was what's the word for it? That he was essentially, you know, being told that he does not have the experience or credentials to be stating, you know, what he was going to be stating, which I realized that, you know, obviously that didn't need to happen. But yeah. Well,
I understand.
When it comes to people saying, oh, well, you're just an assistant, that's
uncalled for. Yeah, of course. In that context, it's definitely uncalled for. I agree. And what I'll also, what I'll also say here is, unfortunately, this situation was caught in the middle of a very adversarial process, where one point gets made, and then somebody has to make another point to devalue the point that was previously made. And as far as devaluing individuals, that is not the intent. It's devaluing an argument.
And I will take the blame for the entire thing.
No,
I was the one that asked you both an hour beforehand to come over and testify, and it put you in that situation, and that's on me.
But as we said, the removal of me being able to be an expert witness because of that is entirely by the book. It's entirely the way it should be. No problem whatsoever.
Year and a half.
No, I feel like it has. I feel like we've talked it out. I feel like it is appropriate. And we'll just be more aware in the future. I totally understand the point about an adversarial and quite a performative space. I do understand that, but I do feel that there is a line which would not be crossed with the law department, and we'd appreciate if it was not crossed with the medical department, because your point was entirely valid without that one. But I do also understand and accept that the, as you say, the cultural and linguistical and professional differences might have hindered that. So I'm not holding any grudge, any negativity, any nothing. It's all fine by me.
Yeah. Well, what I'd ask is in inclusion with that documentation that you can provide to the office, if y'all could make some time, because my office is now filling up, and I'm looking forward to a retirement very soon, a second retirement. So whenever,
and then a third, and then a fourth.
Yeah. So I'd like to schedule some type of sit down up here or another location that y'all see fit, where you can kind of go over those documents with us line by line, so we can grab that and get that training ingrained in ourselves, so that we don't have to just immediately snatch at a document when we're in the middle of a trial and somebody brings up an argument on us on the spot.
Yeah, I believe that makes sense, and it will also help all sides, I think, because you could find you're up against somebody who calls for a private practitioner, and that obviously again is a little bit different to the state practitioners, which is a thing that we are currently in the midst of getting a bit clarity on and really getting clear set out parameters of that. So I think that will help all around. So more than happy to go through it with y'all.
Well, good. Thank y'all so much for coming up here and expressing your feelings on that.
Yeah. thank you for being willing to speak with us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, y'all. I'm sure you all have. I don't know if you do a group hug now, or if y'all just have a drink or have a rest or something.
Try to hug me.
But whatever. I'm not hugging
Lana,
nobody.
I can't
I'm not
say in
hugging
public.
nobody.
I'm being
just
called
saying
into
whatever
a
they
new
all
profession meeting, so
Take care.
y'all
apologize
look
for your
after
drinks.
yourselves. Whatever that
You
looks
as well.
like.
I told you can sit in the chair.
Hi, Miss
Mr.
Winslow.
Jefferson.
Howdy.
Have a seat,
You
Miss
give me-
Winslow.
Fuck you,
I've been
Apollo.
2
sitting
minutes.
for
I'll be
like
right
4
back. I
hours.
have to use the bathroom.
All right, go ahead.
If you don't mind me standing up and sitting most of the day.
I want you to sit in that chair right there. That's what I want to see.
Okay.
I feel like that's prejudice to her size.
No, that chair is actually. Look how she
Oh,
looks.
yeah, no, she looks regal.
Mm-hmm.
What?
You look
Does that
very
mean?
good.
Madam
Thank you.
President.
Oh God. Listen, I already have people calling me mayor of Blackwater and soon to be governor. I can't. Nope.
I absolutely would support you for mayor or governor.
Please don't.
You don't
Please
want the
no.
stress?
No.
You don't want to be a political opponent?
No, I
where
would
in
not-
the territories they could assassinate you.
I've already been. Someone's already tried as a clerk, so.
Oh, that's...
It's okay. It's okay. You didn't know. It's fine.
Mhm.
It's 2 months ago at this point now.
All right. Well, the basis for what I wanted to kind of talk with you about and clarify with you is, I received your interest, and I spoke with Magistrate Carlo. He
Okay.
said that you were incredibly eager to kind of expand on what you were doing, maybe help out where you can. And I think what I'd like to focus on, this would make the prosecutors that come after me and after, Miss Sanders and Mr. Harding, it's going to make their job a lot easier, is that what you can do to really help us is being that you're already a judicial clerk within the territory and in a government role, then you could kind of adopt some portions of responsibility in the prosecutor's office. And
Right.
what that would entail, what I foresee that entailing anyway, and I'm happy to hear your feedback, is anytime a warrant goes through, or a warrant has been served, let's just say that a warrant's been executed and somebody's in custody or arrested or whatever, you go ahead and obtain copies of that report once you verify that it's accurate and everything is going to be moving forward. They didn't take a guilty plea or something like that. From then, you would reach out to the suspect in that incident via telegram or whatever means you need, and advise them that you have a copy of the reports that are standing by for their legal representation, or for themselves if they choose to represent themselves. So at that time, you would provide copies of the report to us, and you'd provide copies of the reports to whatever legal representation the defense has. And that would streamline I think it would streamline at least a few days off of the process that we have right now.
Right. My main issue is the only way I can see those reports is I only have the cabinet keys for the judicial area, so I don't have any way to access arrest logs or any of the deputies' reports.
Right. I'm going to give you access to our files,
Okay.
and then I'll speak to the folks that we need to about getting you in any agency that does, any county that doesn't have their own clerk that you can communicate with, or their own secretary that you can communicate with. We'll get you into their files as well.
Okay.
And then that way you can pull any report you need based off of what's come across the docket, in the trial calendar.
Okay.
Other than that, I think your relationship is going to have to be with Miss Grimm, who is the marshal's clerk, or the marshal's secretary, and she already has access to our files, which I gave the other day, and her main role is to support you in anything coming for the prosecutor's office from the marshal's office, and to support us as well. So if she sees something coming forward going to trial or whatnot, she's going to immediately go ahead and send it to us in our file, and then also make sure that the documentation is handed out to legal representation on both sides whatever situation.
Alrighty. So I would be working with the secretaries of the different territories in order to get such arrest logs and such.
Yeah, let me speak to a few people about that. I'm going to recommend one thing, but it's not really my decision to make on that, being that these are independent agencies that, have their own similar. They have similar, but some have different policies and procedures for how they prepare reports and documentation and all that, or at least they're not all exactly the same. So I want to make sure that they have that information and they can make a decision on whether or not you're communicating directly with their secretary or you have access to their file cabinet.
Okay.
All right.
I've also offered to help out New Austin wherever they might need, if they need help training up people, or I'm going to talk to the magistrates about if they need our warrants and we need theirs. I don't know if that is something you would like me to help facilitate as well, or if you want them to be left on their own.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you are going to be the linchpin of communication for a lot for this office, and you're going to have a primary lead in disseminating information. So that is going to be heavily, monitored, heavily supervised, and also very important. So,
of course,
I think as far as you offering yourself for training in New Austin, that is totally acceptable. I definitely applaud you for that. But as far as you having any direct involvement with another territory, I would not be supportive of that in particular. Okay. But any type of stuff you do on your off time when you're not currently in your clerk duties, I think that's your decision anyway.
Understood.
I just ask that any information that is shared from this office goes directly to a defense attorney or a prosecutor in the right process. And there's no conversations that kind of go out of this office pertaining to important details involving arrests, warrants,
of course,
upcoming cases, people involved in those cases. If there's any, witnesses that are being protected by the courts. So there's going to be a motion for everything. You'll see motions as they come through if we have any special requests for things. And, I think you'll have full knowledge.
Yeah, no, that's more than fine.
Yeah, she's going to come on as our clerk to kind of help us out.
Presuming that we don't get established as a state, or presuming we get established as a state, which it looks like we will be, foreign subpoenas and foreign warrants, etc., have a federal process. It's pretty broad.
I took my
but
glasses
I can get
off,
those
but
documents for you and get it ready, or you can just come to me or send me a letter and I can send you the document.
Glasses
yeah,
off.
More than happy to learn whatever I need to.
Yeah.
More so, just wanting to make sure communication is done effectively and well.
Yeah, and I also would say that, I mean, you're definitely not a secretary to me or anybody in this office. You have a role with the clerk's office, and we're just expanding that to kind of assist us. So, what I would ask is if, I tend to be down, around the water, spending time relaxing a lot. So, if there's not a trial, you're generally not going to see me. So if there's something you need to get my attention for, then what you need to do is, send me federal mail.
Of course.
Okay.
That usually works for me as well.
That's my
if I
dude
have
right
around
there.
A couple of days. I go up to my cabin every now and again and relax.
Yeah. All right. Do you have any questions about this? And obviously this can be modified and developed as we move forward. So, if something works really well or something just shits the bed, then we can make a correction to that anytime we need to.
I think I would appreciate some handholding, maybe the first one or two, just to make sure I'm doing what you guys are expecting and you guys are getting what you want out of me. After that, I will have any questions I have. But for now, I'm good. Just a little bit of training would be great.
All right. I like that. Okay. Well, being that you're a part of this office, at least in what capacity we're still determining through cooperation. I want to introduce you to Savannah Sanders. She is our newest prosecutor.
Lovely to meet you again.
And Clifford Harding, who is also a prosecutor in this office. And we will be hiring at least one more prosecutor.
Oh, good.
When we're ready.
Okay.
And then three apprentice prosecutors who will be learning the trade, kind of following along until they can get brought up to a prosecutor role.
That sounds fantastic, honestly.
And then also yourself, and then also the marshal's clerk. I'm open to another clerk depending on what goes on here, but I'm going to recommend what you and Miss Grimm come up with as far as what actual time you were putting into this and if it's feasible. You
I
know,
might need to take a nap. The ladder sound probably.
Something's happening outside.
I don't hear it.
Yep, you might need to take a nap somewhere away from here.
You said
Hearing voices.
My God.
Is there a window
I'm taking
open
it.
or something?
No, the doc. I'll check the door. I
Okay,
think the
take a
doctor
nap.
left it
Just
open.
don't announce it to the whole damn city. Just take a damn nap.
He is.
I'll take care of it.
I am working with Harry Douglas, one of the other clerks, in potentially opening up a business for contract law as well as working with Mr. Carlo to get some training up to potentially
can't
get my
even
own
fucking
bar
read Twitch
licensing. But I will, of course, keep you guys updated as if anything changes.
All right, good.
Sorry, we're good.
Then get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, there was an accident with this charge. Someone actually shot a gun.
Oh my God.
Yes.
All right. Well, apparently,
That was not me.
This is a reality now in this
Yes, it
office.
was not me.
Chuck it up to a leaky pipe.
Someone wearing leather
Some
clothing.
window
It
left
was
open.
Here, black hair. Josiah spoke to him.
Excuse me.
Please lower your fucking voice.
Hey, we weren't the ones yelling about taking naps.
Yeah, Baird was yelling too.
I swear to fucking God.
I'm leaving it.
If I go out there, somebody's gonna get
What a
kicked.
day.
I'm fucking sick of it. All right. So let's see here. Let me clear some stuff real quick while we're sitting right here. I'm having a little bit of difficulty seeing. My glasses are apparently a little cloudy. 1 second. God damn it! I need to like increase the goddamn I need to increase the channel points.
Miss Winslow, do you need water or anything?
Should be fine after this. I'm gonna go and grab myself some stew. So.
Oh yeah, no, I'm starving.
I haven't eaten all day.
I'm gonna do 5 minutes, dude.
I wasn't
5 minutes
expecting
without
that
the
last one to
glasses
go on
is
so
what I'll
long.
do.
I was not either.
It is what it is.
No, man, I'm a man of my word.
That's
I
now
will
10 pages
suffer.
of
He just called me by a very wrong name.
Oh my God.
I swear to God.
Nope, that's the governor. Be careful.
Yeah.
Oh, that is. Hold on. She hit on me. Hold on.
Yeah. Literally and figuratively. I like her.
Windows capture.
She's got some flair to her.
There's the Trello. Come on, pop up. There we go. Here's the Trello.
Glad to see her moving over to the prosecution.
All right, so here we go. Marcus Renshaw. Case was adjudicated. So let's go to labels. Case adjudicated. Get rid of active. Get rid of on bail. Get rid of that. That case is done. Marcus Renshaw. Adjudicated. Ricky Canal. This case has been adjudicated. So let's go to labels. Get rid of active. Click that. Get rid of on bail. Get rid of that. Boom. Case is done. All right. So what I'm seeing here is the next case that we have up is the trial of Jack Jackson. That case is trial pending. The pre-trials have occurred. It is a murder case and multiple other charges. Do me a favor and send me Miss Winslow. Hang on 1 second. I'm gonna get her to send me her email so I can add her. Yeah, that's gonna be a huge trial, and I think we're good. It has been 5 minutes. Hell, fucking yeah, then. All right, good. Woo. Oh, that's so much better. All right, Miss Winslow, just reach down in that drawer right there to your left, and you should be able to get in there, no problem. All right.
Let's see. Oh, that's the wrong that one there. Okay, perfect.
So, let's see here, Mr. Harding, do you have your file open as well?
I do, yes.
Is Miss Sanders still in here? My glasses.
I'm right here, sir.
Okay. You have your file. You actually don't have your file yet.
Concerning.
Hang on 1 second.
Cabinet keys.
I have a lot of files.
What do you guys want? Copies of any transcripts I do, or is that more so for the magistrates?
Mainly for the magistrates, unless there's an appeal that comes up, which I don't believe we're going to have too many appeals, but but it would be nice to have access to one within whatever acceptable time for you is, because we can always tell the judge that we require it, but it's going to take this much time to get.
I usually don't have too much of an issue in a day or two, perhaps, other than the Parsons case, which I still haven't found time to look over. Unfortunately, I do apologize.
No, I think that's totally fine. Don't worry about it.
Do you want more so? Do you want the word for word, or do you want me to summarize the things that are said?
For an appeal, we're going to need the written word, if possible. But as far as a if we're just going back to review something in the case file, we can have the other. But I don't know if it's feasible for you to do both.
Right.
All right, so I am then going to. I don't want to share somebody's email, so let's put this up for a second. We're going to share, and boom. All right. All right, Miss Sanders, you should have received access to that. If you can check on it.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Let me know when you have it open, and we'll go through it real briefly since we're all here.
I have 3 things that look restricted.
Yeah, we'll take care of that. Right now they're restricted because I can't really give you access to every file, and that's what I have to discuss with others. Because what happens is, and this was our way around it in the beginning, was whenever a file came in from, let's say, West Elizabeth, I would go over there and get a copy of their file and bring it back here and put it in our file. Well, when I did that and they continued on an investigation past that point and updated their hard copy, my copy never updated. So what we have to do is just share a file, and that way it'll automatically update anytime they do something. And that's where we have to kind of come up with the standard of what should we know and what shouldn't we know, if you understand what I'm saying.
That makes sense.
Which is kind of what we were hoping with the clerks and the marshals and the clerks and the clerk and the judiciary. So they pretty much are going to see that stuff no matter what. So
there's a lot of states that already established that. We might be able to pull a few ideas from them, but our land is way different than theirs. So
all right, so employee roster, we got just self-explanatory. We have no cases in our inbox right now, which is good, but I know they're out there. In case review, the trial of Tommy Carver, Charles Buck, and Landon Burke. That is, whenever I put something in case review folder there, that is for us to kind of get together. And what I was doing previously was once a week, we would sit down and go through the case line by line and review the charges that were brought forward. We dismissed a lot of charges. We have modified a lot of charges. We have very, very rarely increased like we did in Mr. Canal's case. We generally are always dropping or minimizing charges because we don't think that the language is reflective in the record.
Correct.
Cases on hold right now. The trial of Giovanni Lorenzo. That person is going to be out of state for a little while, so we're holding that for the return. Nobody currently on bail awaiting a pretrial hearing. Those are generally get priority within a day or two, so we can at least have that and determine whether or not they can be released or they have to stay in Siska. In custody awaiting pretrial. Those are the people that are spending a good ride up there for when bail is immediately denied for a murder or whatever else. So the trial of Roland Jones there, I need to reach out and find out what that's about, because that'll probably be our next priority.
I was the lead attorney on that prior to leaving Vermaro Marks. So one, I would need to ethically remove myself. Two, I can, I can't handle that.
Yeah, just stay away from that one. Don't even open the file, and we should be good.
No.
And that's something that everybody needs to understand is when there are these crossovers with knowing people and things like that, then what we have to do is totally withdraw from it. And it's not because that you're out talking to people. If you're out and you know of somebody, that's no reason to recuse yourself from the case. But if you're actually out and you have a business with someone, or you have an investment with someone, or you bought them a horse or bailed them out from jail or something like that, then that's when you recuse yourself. Civil suit settlement talks, so we don't currently have any of those. Plea pending, so that's if we have negotiated at least a plea, at least in good faith, and we're standing by for approval from either the victim or consultation with the law enforcement agency that it directly affects, and also waiting for the magistrate's review and approval, which is generally a hearing. So if something's there, we got something coming up pretty quick. Obviously trial pending and then pending sentencing. So sometimes you'll have people, if they say they plead guilty to murder, like we've had, that is just, they have to have a hearing for sentencing because of the capital nature of the crime. And then also any trials will stack up in there. If you need to come back and refer to any records that we might have, these are the closed criminal cases. They're real long when there's, I think it's picking up with adjudications versus plea deals, but still I'm happy with the plea if we can get a plea that makes sense and keep something out of the court process. But obviously if somebody wants a trial, they're gonna have a trial. And the last section over there is the closed cases that were civil, that were settled, or went to a hearing and were disposed of by the magistrate's office. All right, that's pretty much the overview there. I give it to give y'all some time to kind of look through. I wouldn't count on the information on the far left, the general territory information being totally updated. So what I would ask, Ms. Winslow, if you could please compare that with your judicial information there in that file. And I don't know if that updates like it's supposed to, but if we are out of date, please get that corrected, especially the territorial laws. The first folder in the file there that says general territory information, where it says Trello, or where it says access, guidelines, contacts, territory laws, ordinances of Lemoyne, ordinances of New Hanover.
I can get that updated. I can also update those contacts for you. I have a lettering system we do with the secretaries to get that updated, so I can update you as well.
Yeah, whatever that needs to look like, you make it look like. I'm fine. I don't ever really refer to that for too many things.
Ronald Charlton is an apprentice prosecutor.
Yes, he was. Now he's a backstabbing traitor.
Sounds right.
All right, so just do me a favor and at least once a day, kind of open up the file once every couple of days, whatever makes sense for you, and make sure we generally will get notice if someone turns over a case and puts it in our inbox, and that'll generally come from Ms. Winslow or from Ms. Grimm. And what I would request is that in our other prosecutor section, which y'all should, two of you should have access to, we just kind of put in a general, @ for information in there, and everybody understands there's something that's been added to the inbox, and we can go review it. All about streamlining this process. We want to keep to the 2-week time period. That's what our goal needs to be at the most if something has to go to trial. Obviously, that is not taking into account people who are not present or unable to be for certain things. And what we'd like to do in those circumstances is we will reach out to them via federal mail, and someone from the prosecutor's office, Miss Winslow, and then someone from the defense team will get together and do a deposition of that person when they can fit it in, where we gather a statement from them, we ask and record statements, and then we get that record, and that can go forward, and somebody can't testify at trial in person.
We've done that a couple times. But
we just got to make sure the defense and the prosecution are both involved in that process to make it fair and clear and open. I also want to make sure, because I've definitely been guilty of this whenever we've been in a time crunch, that when it's time to find out who we're going to subpoena for cases, let's don't shotgun just because somebody's name's in the report. Let's try to find the substance behind that person. Because with this week, the way things have gone, we've definitely, and this was not about you, Miss Sanders, but this is me, because I subpoenaed 4 people that didn't testify over 3 trials.
To be fair, as a defense attorney, part of your job is to overwhelm the other side and make them. It's just, it's bullshit trial tactics. So you won't see that from me as a prosecutor.
I can assure you I was never overwhelmed. I
learned.
I got Miss, oh damn, I forgot the damn lady's name up there. What the hell is her name? Starts with a G.
Gertrude.
Gertrude, yeah, that's a damn lady right there. Savior of my life right there.
I don't know
Alright.
her.
All right, so I think everything's fine here. I'll take care of Miss Sanders and getting you into that other file, so we can communicate over there as well.
Okay.
Like our own personal little telegram system.
Perfect.
And I think that's pretty much it for right now. But let's plan on, what is today? Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday.
Today we are Tuesday.
It's Tuesday.
It's only Tuesday.
You've had so much to drink.
Let's plan on Thursday. Mr. Harding, I think your time is the most difficult. Miss Winslow, I'm not sure of your time. Can you let me know that?
Usually more so in the evenings, that's for sure. But I can figure out a better time on Thursdays.
If you have that available, it would be appreciated, where we can sit down. In case review, you don't necessarily have to be involved in. The main important thing of your involvement in case review is if we have to get depositions, we can go ahead and get that kind of planned, and then we can reach out and coordinate with the defense team.
It's not a problem Thursday, anywhere closer to 6, maybe 5:30. I'm around pretty much for the rest of the night.
Okay. Miss Sanders, does that work okay with you? On a case by case thing, yeah. Nothing that's regular. It's just when something comes up, and we'll communicate it about as well if there's a problem.
It should work for me. I will let you know on the case by case basis.
Right. I think most likely what I would like for case review is that we have 2 individuals, 2 prosecutors or 2 apprentice prosecutors, whatever, are involved in each case review, so it's not just one set of eyes pushing something. And for plea deals, if there is an offer of a plea that comes from a defense team, please do your best to get it recorded and put it in the like our private telegram system. Just let me know that it's there, and I will go through, review it, and then I'll contact whichever attorney is investigating the feasibility of it, and then I will reach out to the law officers, the victims, and then also the magistrate's office for final approval to let them know we need to schedule a hearing for a plea. Other than that, it'll be run by the prosecutor who accepts it, but I don't want to do a plea just to do a plea. It's going to have to make sense with the charges, because I'm already about to get strung up by most of the law officers in this area right now.
Makes sense.
That I'm about to get strung up, or that process will work?
The process.
I'm good, because I just want to make sure you're not going to plea if you find me swinging somewhere, and you're not going to take a plea on that.
That would make me very sad.
Yeah, me too.
I'll just take your shoes.
No, listen, you're going to bury me in these shoes. I'm taking them with me.
Those are $20 shoes.
Yes, they are. All right. So is there anything that I could be missing, or any question that anybody here might have that I could answer?
Both the cases, let me look at the file.
I'm pretty sure you're involved in both of those, actually.
I am. I was about to say I have pertinent information on the Jack Jackson case that I cannot be anywhere near that courtroom.
That's fine.
And then Roland Jones, I also know information that you know of. So.
All right. So then, yeah. So you recuse yourself from those 2, and then that'll be fine. I think what I want you to prioritize is the Tommy Carver, Charles Buck, and Landon Burke. Obviously not by yourself, but you'll have some assistance from Mr. Harding. It's going to be each other working. I'll work with Mr. Harding on Roland Jones and Jack Jackson, and you and Mr. Harding will work on Tommy Carver and Charles Buck and Landon Burke once the review's done.
Understood. Okay.
But they are in custody in Cisco, from what this report says. I don't know if that's accurate anymore. We'll have to reach out and find out about that to the marshal's office. In fact, Miss Winslow, could you please send a telegram to Miss Grimm and find out if those individuals are still in custody or if they've been released on bail, please? And that way
Can I get the names one more time? The ones for the upcoming.
Yeah. You still want me to speak slower?
I'm so hungry and tired. I do apologize. It's for the Tommy Carver, Buck, and Burke.
Yeah, Tommy Carver, Charles Buck, and Landon Burke.
I need to personally talk to the magistrates about being excused from anything with the Van Horns, because it's still a very sensitive subject for me.
Yeah,
I can at least get that sorted out for you.
All right, thank you.
On that note, I have I will say this: when I was with Vamara Marks, there were a lot of complaints coming in concerning not having their file updated. I know that's not necessarily a thing that we may do, but I may, on my own volition, if there's something in that file that seems suspicious or needs to be updating, I might just reach out to the sheriff's office or marshal's office just to confirm. Because if they've dropped the charges, there's no reason for them to be in Sisika anymore.
Yeah, I don't believe these charges have been dropped. Our file, our file could definitely be out of date. They could have pled guilty, or they could have changed it, or whatever. And that's what I want to verify. Because if they are currently in custody, then they need to be pushed to the front of the line for a pretrial. And it'll be a pretrial / probable cause hearing and all that at the same time. Get their pleas and all that.
Okay, Miss Winslow, when you find out if once it's updated, you can send me federal mail. It's going to be the best thing since I'm very busy during the day. And then when I'm back in town, I can reach out and get that handled.
Oh, my bitch. All right. Well, also you can reach out to me anytime you need anything. And whichever way you need to do it, that's totally fine. And thank you very much. And I'm excited to retire here just as soon as we get some of these cases rocking and rolling. I've got some. I mean, Mr. Harding has got he's got a attempted murder trial conviction under his belt, so that's good. I know that's really good for your really good for you. And then you'll be getting a big case coming up with that other one there, Miss Sanders. So that's going to be a big feather in your cap too if you can get that pushed through.
No, I'll be fine.
And what I'll tell you is I've already read some of that temporarily, and it looks like it's very well written and not going to cause us too many issues.
Understood. I mean, it's just a matter of looking through it, and I have a couple things that I could do to. I'll be fine.
All right, good. Well, I got a liquor bottle I got to go crawl into, and what the hell's her name again?
Gertrude.
And Gertrude's up there waiting for a couple hours now. I'm sure she's already taken somebody in front of me, but I'll be up there.
I wouldn't blame her.
All right, y'all have a good one. Thank you very much for your effort today. Great job.
Your time today.
Yeah, no problem.
And hang on there. And I'm not bullshitting either. Everything that happens in the courtroom is strictly adversarial. So that happened exactly how it was going to happen and how it needed to happen. Now, when I got up there and stomped my feet at the judge, I was just hoping he would step in and just, cut some of that shit off because, it wasn't that we were trying to be, nitpicky with each other. Don't get me wrong, but, it's each other's job to devalue the opinion of the other side. So
it's also something that being lawyers, we're pedantic.
Oh, absolutely.
That's the whole point.
Yep, absolutely. All right. Thank y'all.
Perfect. Have a good evening.
And Miss Winslow, it is nice seeing you again.
Love to see you as
Mr.
well.
Harding.
All right. Bye-bye.
Have a good rest of your evening.
Yes.
All right. We're gonna go, and we're not going to the hotel, obviously. We're gonna go out here and go outside the building. We're gonna find somebody to
look
raid.
forward to it.
Oh, Lord have mercy. All right, Lord. We are at coming up on 6 hours. We might sit here and chat for 4 fucking minutes just to hit the 6 hour mark. You've been waiting on me, girl. I appreciate you. I see what was happening. Those people were upstairs, is what it was. They were either upstairs on the ladder, or they were just standing around here fucking around. That's why we were hearing them. Because this YMAP is underneath. It's underneath there, so it's still kind of north-south range. North-south proximity really doesn't apply. It's kind of, east-west, circling around. All right, here we go. And I just realized I'm showing y'all, and I've already got the other screen up. So let's get off the server. All right, we are off the server now, and let's open up Twitch, which is in this folder. Let's see who is live on the server right now. Let's see who is live. Okay, so this person I have not rated before. I want to show some love. Their name is Totally a Fan. TAF. Totally a Fan. Very good. Everybody else I think I've at least gotten to once with a raid. Yes. Okay. Everybody else, I think I've touched once with some raid love. But I'm gonna click on this. I'm gonna mute them up. Apparently they're down on the front porch of one of the ranches out there in New Austin right now, which I think is funny as shit. All right, let me get this name right. Boom. I believe they're also fairly new to the server, so let's go over there, show some love, drop some follows, show them how Sundance looks out and takes care of each other. Wait, is he dead? What is it? Ooh, that's pretty cool. Slash raid. All right, let's get that triggered. Everybody kind of jump on there for me. Just go over there for a minute and say what's up. I think he might be AFK for a minute. Like where he's like pretending to be passed out on the porch. Wait, oh, hang on. I might cancel his raid. He might have. No, he's ending. Holy shit, he's ending. I'm canceling the raid. He's ending and he has been live for 9 hours. Holy shit. All right, let's see what else we got then. All right, we're going to go raid Taw. Tiny angry one. We're going to raid her. Happy to do that as well. Boom. Slash raid. Appreciate y'all bearing with me. That fellow was live for 9 hours. Holy shit. All right, there's the real one. Now we're serious. Jump on the raid train. Let's go say what's up to Taw. She's been live for 6 hours. Holy fucking shit. She's playing the paper girl, Miss Chrissy Cross. Good role play. She's riding through the streets of St. Denis right now. But thank y'all so much again. Appreciate you. And I don't know if I'm going to be live tomorrow or not, or if I'm just going to maybe hop on and play a brain character or just take a break. But anyway, thanks. We'll see y'all later. Bye.